jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kò fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kò lọ ìgbé sọnù sígbó wọn dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Àbọ̀dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ọmọ iná náà mi arán síná. Orí mi dákun má ṣì mí lọ́nà o. Mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o. Àgbà ẹ foríjì ni. Ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé. Mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o. Mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé. Ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí oníkọ́ tó yọlá ni ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi àjẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀fọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Ẹ má forí wórí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́. Ẹni forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ̀ o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé o. Nílé ayé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀. Wọ́n gbọ́ pé ọjà tán nílùú Ṣókótó. Wọ́n múra wọn sáré kárù sọ́kọ̀ o. Àyàn ọmọ ògbóògùn wo. Wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí. Mórí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó. Ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣókótó. Ohun rẹ̀ lágbo Ṣókótó mo sọ. Àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé. Kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Mo lórí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí mi gbé mi níjà o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí. Má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o. Àmì nílé ayé wa. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú ọ̀pá wọn kìnìún. Ejò olóró àkékè. Ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé. Dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Mo máa sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa gbé wa níjà o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sáàdì ọba bá lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Bí wọ́n ti ro ti wá sí nínú ilé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kó jẹ́ tiwọn lọ ijọ́ gbogbo. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè.
Somebody call it popo. Casablanca.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what I want to do when you forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. One day you get out. Mama said, I want me to go. I got no one to tell them back. Oh, where would he get? I got you to never tell them one.
1990, Sharp Rock jumps upon the scene with the lean and a pocket full of green. The green doesn't symbolize I made it on the top, but RoboCop last year was a shock. The tone of the Popeye cut shook your butt. Kids are screaming, the media says what? Kind of music is this for you to dance to? The man with the plan and the band demands you. Leave the smack and the crack for the whack, for the ball and the knock, keep a smile like that. Leave the knife and the gun in the store and ignore temptation sent by the nation. Racial game causes pain needs a new rep. In your heart and mind, never forget.
Enough of all that. I show you don't know that they speak in Tongo, bala bala bulaba, you know. So bulaba, can you imagine that somebody like Tinubu is our president? Some incoherent, unstable on his feet, at a God's waiting room sort of character of indefinable age, of unknown age. We can't quantify. A mystery man, a man of unknown quantity. That's what our president is. We don't know who he is. We don't know where he was born. We don't know if he's Nigerian or not. Nobody knows his age. Is he educated or not? He can barely speak to explain himself. But yes, he is your president. Can you imagine? Only in Nigeria, nowhere else. Only in Nigeria, nowhere else. It says, what's Spellcaster saying? I want to donate, but my Canadian dollars is no match for the UK pound. Yes, don't worry. Every contribution accepted. Either Canadian. I hear that Canadian dollars is legal tender somewhere. So donate it and then we'll put that to the test. So that's Spellcaster right there. A regular on the platform. So that's Spellcaster. So well done, Spellcaster. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Yes, I beat Ayo to it. Let's see if anybody gets the super chat ahead of Ayo today. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Good day to you. You are Yoruba. Who told you are Yoruba? When did you become Yoruba? Have you gone to do DNA? What's that? DNA and I, or what's it called again? Are you full Yoruba or Yoruba of diaspora lilt? I'm not sure how Yoruba you are. You know, we need a blood test for that. Good. I'm only joking, by the way. You can be as Yoruba as you like. You know, the Yoruba space is quite welcoming, actually. In fact, a bit like Islam, like I was saying yesterday, the Yorubas believe everybody is born Yoruba. So if you discover that you are Yoruba, you are a revert to the clan rather than a convert to the clan. So yes, good day to you. Good. All right. I am pure Nigerian. I came to Nigeria age 7. You came to Canada age 7. Yeah. So well, you know how pure is that blood actually, because that's the narrative of so many people. If you leave the shores of Nigeria by the younger than the age of 10, you know, I'm not quite sure how Nigerian you still are. You know, I'm not quite sure. Your diet, your worldview, certainly your tonation and accentation are all nothing like, you know. Just as a little as, and by the way, let me speak to Ijele Speaks. So we are doing this campaign then for the freedom of this man on your screen. Ijele Speaks, still in incarceration at the behest of a preacher man called Pastor Ebuka. So we want this guy out of custody because he's in there for no other reason than to expose the wrongdoings within the church space. So in whichever and whatever platform you go to, make sure you hashtag this, hashtag free Ijele Speaks. We are not going to relent until this man is out of custody. So I was just going to say, I just as an aside, my conversation with Spellcaster right there, who tells us then that is Nigerian, full-blood Nigerian, who left the shores of Nigeria at the age of 7 and has been living in Canada ever since. I'm speaking to him on the assumption that he's probably mid to late 20s. So if you are mid to late 20s, which is my assumption for the basis of my conversation with a spellcaster here, if you are mid to late 20s and you left the shores of Nigeria from the age of 7 and you barely visited that country no more than twice in the course of your year, how Nigerian are you still? That's the question. You are probably more Canadian than you are Nigerian. If we want to be, yes, your bloodline is Nigerian, but your orientation, worldview, and your accentation is Canadian. So, and your allegiance is probably more to Canada as well. If Nigeria and Canada was playing in a football, if Nigeria and Canada was playing a football match, which side would you back? So you answer that first before I go on. So if Nigeria and Canada, if a Canadian fighter was fighting a Nigerian fighter in a boxing match, who would you back? So that's to your spellcaster. So yeah, good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I hope you've all had a gloriously wonderful week to cascade then into yet another weekend. So to cascade then into yet another weekend. So this weekend now that the week cascades into, you are almost certain. In fact, you'll be a fool not to spend the entirety of this weekend with this platform, because as early as tomorrow, we're bringing you Omoyele Sowore. So there's the link right there for you to. It's going to be a lot earlier than we usually broadcast. So he's coming on 8 p.m. Nigerian time, which will be 7 p.m. UK time. So that will be a very early session for this platform. So I'm notarizing you for you to diarize it in your schedule and tune all your excitement to Omoyele Sowore joining us tomorrow. I was still in contact with this PA as early as today, and it's all systems go. So it's all systems go. Now, you remember we were meant to have Prince Adewale earlier on, just about a week, 10 days ago, which it didn't actually pull through, but it's been rescheduled now for Sunday. So on Sunday the 5th now, we'll be having Prince Adewale. So Omoyele Sowore tomorrow, and then the succeeding day then, which is the Sunday, we have Prince Adewale Adebayo joining us as well. So a bumper weekend, a full of excitement weekend. So have all your senses tuned in then for those two epic sessions. Omoyele Sowore tomorrow, and then Prince Adewale Adebayo on Sunday. So make sure all your senses. I am tickled. You know they say tickled pink, but you cannot be tickled pink as a black man, because your blood doesn't rush in a way that shows on your melanin. So I am tickled, but not pink, for reasons of being a black man, not white. So there it is right there. So yeah, good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear the invitation to do it. Click on the like button, and then if you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. We need we need a bank of subscribers. Do you like my new backdrop? I don't like it quite yet. Don't worry. When I fix the backdrops, then I start switching on the cameras again. Yes, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. The hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. Share the links as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream, just as exemplified by Ayo, who beats Spellcaster to it. He wanted to go first, but nobody gets ahead of Ayo when it comes to the super chat. So well done to Ayo and Spellcaster. And we need a complement more of around 3. So the new year now sets the new course now, the reset for the super charts, 5 per session. I don't think that's too high an expectation. So yeah, good day to you, good to be in your company. And how are you? Click on the like button, subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me on the screen, as I said, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. Share the links as widely as you can. Super chats to us to streams. It remains the same. I wrap up, I parrot it every single session, so you already know what the expectations are. So you already know what the expectations are. But if there's one thing out of all those calls to action that I've just listed, like, share, subscribe, hyperlink, super chat, etc. If there's one thing that I'm pushing, especially in the course of this session, is for people to click on that hyperlink to come and join us on the screen. We need new voices, new voices. We want to discover a new champion voice. You know, the space is now ready for a new champion voice. So we want to hear your voice. Don't worry, you've known me for long enough. So, I mean, how long have you known me? So you know you're a safe hands when you do hop on. So hop on then. If it's your first time, we'll handle you with velvet gloves. And then no promises after the first time. But if it is your first time, we will handle you with velvet gloves and be a bit, a bit chummy and a bit nice with you. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us on the screen. So all those nice and funky things. What's happened to my? Hold on. Oh, all right. So all those nice and funky things. So like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat the stream, but especially we need numbers going up. This year is a numbers year. So we need numbers going up on all spheres of the platform. So I am doing my bit. I'm bringing you all these heavy hitters within the Nigerian society, and all I ask for in return is just a measly like and a subscription. So no skin of your nose. So I'm doing all the heavy lifting, and all I request of you is just to like and to subscribe. So at least that's a minimum that you can gift to the platform. So that's a minimum you can gift to the platform. Let's just launch straight into it, shall we? What's Sydney's? Anyway, I don't know what's going on between Sydney and Spellcaster right there. But let's carry on. Let's launch straight into it. The one news now that is, apart from the Peter Obi output, which we dealt with yesterday, the other storyline that is holding center stage within the Nigerian paradigm is Obasanjo's interaction with Channels TV and the sort of exposés that came out of there. So off the back of that too, pardon me. So off the back of that to this, Obasanjo alleged conflict of interest and sale of Port Harcourt Refinery. This is Falana now holding the stethoscope or the magnifying glass, should I say? This is Femi Falana holding the magnifying glass to Obasanjo's output as early as the last 2 days or so. Obasanjo alleged conflict of interest and sale of Port Harcourt Refinery. This is Femi Falana. So what deal did Baba Yabok caught in that space? Mr. Femi Falana, a senior advocate of Nigeria, has explained why President Umaru Yar'Adua cancelled the sale of Port Harcourt Refinery to Dangote. As Falana argued, in utter breach of the act, President Olusegun Obasanjo sidelined Vice President Atiku Abubakar and took over the privatization of a number of public enterprises. One of the reasons is the composition. Let's start all over again. Mr. Femi Falana, a senior advocate of Nigeria, has explained why President Umaru Yar'Adua cancelled the sale of Port Harcourt Refinery to Dangote. As Falana argued, in utter breach of the act, President Olusegun Obasanjo sidelined Vice President Atiku Abubakar and took over the privatization of a number of public enterprises. One of the reasons is the composition of Blue Star Oil, the consortium that wanted to buy the refinery. It is made up of Dangote Oil, Xenon Oil, and Transcorp. So now there's a lot of speculation that Transcorp actually belongs to Obasanjo. In the words of Falana, before the deal, President Obasanjo had acquired large shares. You say, like I said, I didn't even pre-read this, but it's always been the speculation that Transcorp belongs to Obasanjo. So let's see. All right. Okay. Yes. It gives us more. Yes. Because I want the fullness of it. So, okay. Let me take you from the top again. But this time I promise not too many pauses. I'll try and speed through it, and then we'll condense thoughts after the readout. Mr. Femi Falana, a senior advocate of Nigeria, has explained why President Umaru Yar'Adua cancelled the sale of Port Harcourt Refinery to Dangote. As Falana argued, in utter breach of the act, President Olusegun Obasanjo sidelined Vice President Atiku Abubakar and took over the privatization of a number of public enterprises. One of the reasons is the composition of Blue Star Oil, the consortium that wanted to buy the refinery. It is made up of Dangote Oil, Xenon Oil, and Transcorp. In the words of Falana, before the deal, President Obasanjo had acquired large shares in Transcorp through a blind trust. Many interest groups in the country questioned the legal validity and moral propriety of the sales as they were consummated in the last days of Obasanjo's administration. So he wanted to gift himself the Port Harcourt Refinery as part of his retirement package. On May 17, 2007, President Obasanjo sold a 51% stake in the Port Harcourt Refinery to Blue Star Oil for $561 million. In another transaction that took place on May 28, 2007, President Obasanjo sold 51% shares in Kaduna Refinery to Blue Star Oil for $160 million. So that Blue Star Oil, of course, a Dangote consortium acting as a shell for Obasanjo, according to Femi Falana. Below is a statement by Falana. So now let's now see what Falana has to say. Under the Privatization and Commercialization Act, the Vice President is the chairman of the National Council on Privatization, a body that is charged with overseeing the privatization and commercialization of public enterprises. In utter breach of the act, President Olusegun Obasanjo sidelined Vice President Atiku Abubakar and took over the privatization of a number of public enterprises. On May 17, 2007, President Obasanjo sold 51% stake in the Port Harcourt Refinery to Blue Star Oil for $561 million. In another transaction that took place on May 28, 2007 still, President Obasanjo sold 51% shares in Kaduna Refinery to Blue Star Oil for $160 million. Blue Star Oil was a consortium of 3 domestic companies, including Dangote Oil, Xenon Oil, and Transcorp. Before the deal, President Obasanjo had acquired large shares in Transcorp through blind trust. Many interest groups in the country questioned the legal validity and moral propriety of the sales as they were consummated in the last days of the Obasanjo administration. The two powerful trade unions in the oil industry, the National Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers and the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, kicked against the privatization of the two refineries on grounds of conflict of interest and lack of due process. They also alleged that the nation had been shortchanged as the shares acquired in the Port Harcourt refinery for $560 million was worth $5 billion. So there is Obasanjo right there. It's just it's unbelievable stuff, actually. And we get this a lot. What's it called? Atiku Abubakar no different. Just pause for a moment and reflect on that. Something worth $5 billion. This guy sells it to himself for $500 million. So what's that? 10% of the value. If he buys it and sells it the next day, he walks away with a clear-cut $4.5 billion just for being president and awarding yourself the national assets. I mean, it's unbelievable. The two powerful trade unions in the industry, the National Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers and the Petroleum and Natural Gas Staff Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, kicked against the privatization of the two refineries on grounds of conflict of interest and lack of due process. They also alleged that the nation had been shortchanged as the shares acquired in the Port Harcourt refinery for $560 million were worth $5 billion US. Are convinced that the deals were not in the national interest, both unions proceeded on a 4-day strike that almost paralyzed the Nigerian economy in June 2007. The strike was called off based on the assurance of the federal government to the effect that the deals will be fully investigated. Upon the conclusion of the investigation, the federal government, upon the conclusion of the investigation by the federal government, the purported privatization of Port Harcourt and Kaduna refineries was cancelled by President Umaru Yar'Adua. It is on record that the cancellation of the privatization was not challenged in any court, as it was carried out contrary to the letter and spirit of the Privatization and Commercialization Act. The Alliance on Surviving COVID and Beyond hereby call on the NUPENG and with some other acronym to intensify their historical struggle aimed at as a counterpoise to the renewed campaign for the privatization of the nation's refinery. So Tinubu will sell those refineries, by the way, and he will sell it to himself. He will sell it to O&O Oil. It's almost a certainty. Those two refineries. You know when you want to sell your house and then you get the builders in to paint it up, to spruce it up, to nice it up, so that you get as much as you can for it. That is what is going on at the moment. So all these revitalized, re-energized national refineries, they are just cranking it up then to present it as a shining beacon to be sold off. The Port Harcourt, the Warri, and almost certainly the Kaduna refineries will be sold in the course of Tinubu's administration, without a doubt, and he will sell it to his own people, of course. I think we all know that. The Alliance on Surviving COVID and Beyond hereby call on the acronyms NEPENG and those associations that fought Obasanjo essentially, to intensify their historical struggle aimed at as a counterpoise to the renewed campaign for the privatization of the nation's refineries. Those who are awaiting the privatization of the refineries in a manner at variance with the national interest should be advised to set up their own refineries like the Dangote Group. So that is Femi Falana then, chairman of Alliance on Surviving COVID and Beyond. So that's Femi Falana then. So this Obasanjo now, the more he speaks, the more he demystifies and delegitimizes its own legacy. So that's Obasanjo then, ever the mischief maker. So that's Obasanjo, ever the mischief maker. Yar'Adua revised Port Harcourt refinery sale to Dangote due to Obasanjo's share in consortium. Others, says Falana. So that I think we just went through. Let's go on from that to another one. So this now next headline is a real turnaround for the books. If there's such a phraseology, I think there might well be. This now next a real turn up, not a turnaround. This now next headline is a real turn up for the books. A real turn up for the books. How Peter Obi retired top political bigwigs. RENO OMOKRI speaks. They are on life support. So I thought RENO OMOKRI had positioned himself as a mortal enemy to Peter Obi, but alas, we spied very quietly. But is that somewhat of the weaves of a positive comment in the direction of Peter Obi? So because he is usually weighing upon them and telling him he will never be president, this is all RENO OMOKRI. If you ever go to RENO OMOKRI page, go there today and then go back in a year's time, it will still be the same storyline. He's battling it out with the obedience and mocking them. But this certainly not mocking words. You know, he actually came out with the headline that Peter Obi is actually the #1 opposition now in the country. And I don't think there's an argument that goes far beyond that. There's a legitimate argument that can counter with that. How Peter Obi retired top political bigwigs. RENO OMOKRI speaks. They are on life support. Talking about life support, let me send the link again to the studio. We need the room populated so we can have the conversation. Also, that's the Sowore link right there. So people, please go bookmark that Sowore session coming up tomorrow. And then click on this hyperlink right there to come and chat with this funny sounding or you're laughing man with the peculiar tonality. Come and talk to the funny sounding or you're laughing man with the peculiar tonality. So the funny sounding or you're laughing man with the peculiar tonality. How Peter Obi retired top political bigwigs. RENO OMOKRI speaks. They are on live support. I wonder who is referencing. No prizes for guessing that. RENO OMOKRI, a former political aide, has maintained that Peter Obi, the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate, is the #1 opposition figure in Nigeria. I don't think there's because the only thing that makes Peter Obi the or let's not say the only thing, but the main thing the main thing that makes Peter Obi the #1 opposition figure is because the only other opposition space, which is it's the #1 actually. The only other opposition spaces, the only other main opposition space, or the real main opposition space, is comatose, which is the PDP, of course. Is rudderless, is leaderless, is confused, is hemorrhaging, and is on life support as RENO. Who is the main man in PDP? Is it Atiku Abubakar, who lives in Abu Dhabi? Is it Bala Mohammed, who is confused most of the time? Who is it? Who is the name that counterweights the government and holds them to account in PDP? Is it Atiku that you're looking to for the way forward? Or certainly not. You know, so because the main opposition PDP is rudderless, it automatically defaults to Peter Obi. There are other opposition voices as well, but they don't quite carry the weight of Peter Obi. They carry a greater truism, but a greater truth, but they don't quite carry the weight of Peter Obi. The other more credible voices are Prince Adewale Adebayo, who is joining us on Sunday, by the way, so you can put questions to him. Omoyele Sowore, who is joining us tomorrow, by the way, so you can put questions to him. And I'm not even saying that just to advertise them, but these are more credible voices, but they don't quite have the largeness of the they don't quite have the largeness of the base of followership of Peter Obi, and that's what makes Peter Obi than the main opposition, because it's opposing to the government. It lands more on a wider audience base. Not that it's more credible, more truthful, or more incisive, or more anything, but because it's a larger figure within the landscape, that makes him then by default the number one opposition, which should be the PDP, but they are leaderless, rudderless, clueless, and on life support, according to their own functionary. How Peter Obi retired top political bigwigs. RENO OMOKRI speaks. They are on life support. The one thing that you have to concede to Peter Obi is his tenacity. He has not stopped since the last vote was cast in February 2023. So it'll be interesting to see how it pans out for him in 2027. No one has the expectations that he will win, but how well will he do with all of these efforts that he's putting in? Going to eat in a bowl with Majeris in IDP camps, building boreholes all over the north. You know, he's not yet done anything in Yoruba land, or maybe he doesn't care about us. Do we even care about him? But there he is, but he's certainly putting in the 9 yards. RENO OMOKRI, a former presidential aide, has maintained that Peter Obi, the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate, is the number one opposition figure in Nigeria. OMOKRI, a strong supporter of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, revealed this in a post shared on his X page on Friday, January the 3rd. According to him, Peter Obi has retired some top politicians in the opposition parties in Nigeria who think they are still relevant in the politics. So that's a side swipe at Atiku Abubakar without equivocation. However, OMOKRI urged the former Anambra State governor to address the yes daddy religious comments. So the one thing that hangs amongst all of the things that hangs around the neck of Peter Obi, that yes daddy tape that will be one of the bigger hurdles that he will have to surmount in 2027, because that will be big, including on this platform, that will be played endlessly against his politics. So that yes daddy tape will be one of the damning evidences being presented to stop him in his tracks. However, OMOKRI urged the former Anambra governor Obi to address the yes daddy religious comments. Peter Obi is currently the number one opposition figure in Nigeria, bar none. Anybody in any opposition party who thinks he is bigger than Obi right now is just deluded. The man, Obi, is severely flawed, but I admire how he has trudged on despite the obstacles he faces. Some people in one or two opposition parties have already been retired by Obi, but they just don't know it yet because their money is keeping them on political life support. So that's certainly, I'm not quite sure. There's a lot of truth to what OMOKRI is saying there, actually. If only it could be less egocentric. You see, this is what damns Obi out of. People don't actually object to a Southeastern president, but they don't want it in the blend of Obi, who is too ethnic in his Southeasternness. It's too conk Igbo, which a lot of people recall from. If he was more like a modernized Igbo, a neutralized Igbo, if he was like somebody like Umahi, who would object to that? Nobody cares, but somebody as ethno-centered as Peter Obi, you instinctually recall from him, because nobody, that's just, I think RENO OMOKRI captures it succinctly right there. If only it could be less egocentric and admit, then apologize for his yes daddy religious war comment against the Muslim Umanas. It could go far. Those are his Achilles heel. He cannot cross the Rubicon without addressing them. So of all of the things that RENO OMOKRI has ever said, there's none that I've ever concurred more with this. In total, every single word of this tweet right here, I'm in agreement with. I'm in agreement that Peter Obi is the #1 opposition figure in the country, bar none. Nobody listens to anything outside of Peter Obi, other than government, of course. Nobody listens to a counterweighting against government outside of Peter Obi. He's the one that has maintained consistency, and he's the one that has traction. So nobody outside of Peter Obi is presenting anything like an opposition. So that's one. And I also agree with OMOKRI that the big Achilles heel, the biggest obstacles that Peter Obi has to surmount are one, yes, the Yes Daddy tapes. Even forget his poor record in Anambra. He had those poor records before he got the 6 million votes. So that clearly doesn't counterweight against him. The fact that he has no antecedent in good governance did not weigh against him getting 6 million votes. So that's already been tested and already been decisioned. So forget that. But the two spaces that Obi has to surmount is egocentrism. That's one, and it's a Yes Daddy tapes, because the two actually interlink. The fear of egocentrism is embedded in that sort of let me show. Hopefully, I still have the clip. Actually, let me tell you what people fear and recoil from with regards to Peter Obi. It's nothing to do with him being ego. So forget that. Hopefully I still have it. I deleted quite a lot of stuff recently. Maybe I deleted it just as it'd be a shame if I deleted it. It looks as though I may well have deleted it. But there's this particular thing that he did that people recall from. If I've deleted it, I'll go and find it and re-upload. This is it. If there's one thing, if you've ever wondered why people recall from Peter Obi, it's nothing to do with him being an ego man. It's nothing to do with him having the real potency to become the Nigerian president, which the people don't want for the egos. No. People don't object to an ego man being the president. In fact, a lot of people would like to see an ego man being the president, but not an ego man of Peter Obi's flavor, because he's too much of an ethnic jingoist. The Yes Daddy tape, I can play you that, but it's too long and winding. But to add on to that Yes Daddy tape, this is the sort of things that make people recall from Peter Obi. So watch this.
These are things that will change. Let me show you a WhatsApp. Let me read out a WhatsApp for you. Let me just show you a WhatsApp I sent to someone. Is there anybody here who can read very well? And everybody will hear him? Yes. This is a WhatsApp sent by Tinubu's group. No, read it out. I want you to read it out. Everybody can.
Power Gland Label.
No.
Okay.
Yes, just read out what it says.
Yoruba, shine your eyes on. If you vote for Peter Obi, is automatically voting for Seaport in South and Southeast. Then Igbos will stop coming to Lagos State to invest. Rather, they would go to Delta and River State. They may even stop building houses in Lagos. It will affect a lot of Yorubas. Yoruba RENO.
This is your content.
So those are the sort of things that make people recall from Peter Obi. It's too ethnic, it's an ethnic supremacist and an ethnic jingoist, and a lot of people recall from that. So that clip right there was pre the 2023 elections, and then post the 2023 elections about a few months ago. It was if it was in Abeokuta or something, and it was saying to the audience then that you are saying Ebe Pami, is it not your people is it not you people that voted your people? So it's still off that mindset, very ethnic in his worldview. So that's what people recall from, not because it's ego, but because it's too ethnic. So maybe you listen, maybe you don't, but it's entirely up to you. But that is what people recall from when it comes to Peter Obi. RENO OMOKRI's comments again, and then we move on. Patrick, stay there. I want to hear from you, Patrick. You've been in and out of this platform for quite a few sessions now, but we've not yet gotten to hear from you. So stay there. I'll come to you momentarily. Peter Obi is currently the #1 opposition in Nigeria, bar none. Anybody in any opposition party who thinks is bigger than Obi right now is just deluded. The man, Obi, is severely flawed, but I admire how he has trudged on despite the obstacles he faces. Some people in 1 or 2 opposition parties have already been retired by Obi, but they just don't know it yet because their money is keeping them on political life support. If only he could be less egocentric and admit, then apologize for his yes daddy religious war comment against the Muslim Ummahs, he would go far. Those are his Achilles heel. He cannot cross the Rubicon without addressing them. So, but that Achilles heel, though, might it well prove to be insurmountable because the core essence of the Obi thing is all wrapped up. Anyway, let's just leave Obi because we do too much Obi here. Let's go on from Obi to a more neutral, hopefully, topic. CBN governor defends exit of 1,000 staff amidst restructuring. So all of those embedded that Buhari and his clansmen embedded into the CBN. There's also the Sovereign Wealth Commission that Nigeria has that is heavily loaded with Buhari's people. They need to clean them out to get rid of them from that place as well. CBN governor defends exit of 1,000 staff and restructuring. Let's go quickly through this. Governor of the Central Bank, Olayemi Cardoso, on Friday said that staff who left the Apex Bank in December did so voluntarily with payment of full benefits and were not disengaged or forced to quit. Mr. Cardoso disclosed this during the resumed investigation hearing to probe the disengagement of 1,000 workers and how the 50 billion terminal benefits were arrived at for them. So that's quite a package, actually, but then they are bankers. That's what happens in that space, isn't it? The hearing was held at the instance of the House of Representatives ad hoc committee to probe the matter chaired by Honorable Usman Bello Kumo. The CBN governor, who was represented by the Deputy Director of Corporate Services, Mr. Bala Bello, explained that the issue of the early exit program and the restructuring as well as reorganization was to optimize the bank for enhanced efficiency, reiterated that the 1,000 members of staff were not sacked. He said they are basically ways and means through which the performance of an organization is optimized by ensuring round pegs are put in the right hole. The manpower requirement of the bank is actually met. The man loading, which is the key responsibility, key performance indicators of the bank vis-a-vis the number of people driving the performance of that bank, is at a level where it is optimized, balancing human resources requirements, the capital requirement, the skill requirement, as well as the IT requirement of the bank. If you are very much aware, Chairman, that the entire world is going through a process of digitizing its operations. And once that is done, a lot of opportunities are created, just like a lot of redundancies are also equally created. And you have had instances in which in the past, the request for staff to actually exit the bank voluntarily actually emanated on the part of the staff. And I believe that the central bank is not necessarily the first organization to, so there it is. They are couching it under administrative restructuring, but of course, they're getting rid of the dead woods that are Buhari are embedded in that bank. So the dead woods go. Let's go on from there to this. Why Yar'Adua cancelled Dangote's purchase of refinery? So I think we've just now done that. Let's go to this one. So this is an international flavored one. Your government is the worst under the Fourth Republic. Ghanaian lawmaker knocks President Nana Akufo-Addo after State of the Nation address. So I guess this is his last parting whatever his parting address to the nation. I think they have a new president now. The minority caucus. I'm only really bringing you this because it looks as though in every other country the narrative remains the same. The opposition win heavily and flogging hard against the incumbents. The minority caucus of the Ghanaian parliament has described the administration of President Nana Addo Akufo whatever as the worst in the Fourth Republic. So they are in their Fourth Republic too. I think we are in our Fourth Republic too, aren't we? And it said the current administration had performed abysmally as Ghanaians continued to face alarming economic hardship, huge debt overhang, and high unemployment. Whilst reacting to the president, I heard actually that he collapsed in the course of that. Can somebody confirm that the Ghanaian president collapsed in the course of his probably last address to Parliament? Whilst reacting to the president's message on the State of the Nation address in Parliament on Friday, January the 3rd, the deputy minority leader said, the people of Ghana have already given their verdict on this true state of the nation, and the verdict is very clear. Economic hardship, huge debt overhang, employment hopelessness, and more. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I think somebody may have just sent me the Ghanaian president collapsing. Let me see if that's it. All right. So let me see if I can quickly grab that. Una momento, por favor. Una momento, por favor. I think we may actually have the verbal jousting in audio-visual form. The verbal, so that super chat needs to be coming in still. Not just Spellcaster and Ayo. So I think we may have the verbal jousting in Ghana. Yes, in audio visual form. But let me give you the readout, and then we watch the clip. The people of Ghana have already given their verdict on the true state of the nation, and the verdict is very clear. So yeah, I'm only really bringing you this because there's so much good happy new year to you, Okoyemi. I'm only really bringing you this because it is almost verbatim what the criticism is as well in Nigeria. It looks as though then the same template being used by oppositions Africa-wide. The people of Ghana have already given their verdict on the true state of the nation, and the verdict is very clear. Economic hardship, huge debt overhang, youth unemployment, hopelessness, and more. So those might well be the words of Peter Obi or Atiku Abubakar, but no, those are the words of the opposition in Ghana. We have come to the end of the road of what has been undoubtedly the worst government under the Fourth Republic. This administration's abysmal record was confirmed on December the 7th when the people of Ghana returned the most overwhelming and emphatic vote of rejection of any government ever witnessed under the Fourth Republic. So it looks as though it was a record rejection, a record number of negative votes against the incumbent. You know, I don't follow Ghana politics much, but I've always had. Do you remember when this guy took on the Swiss? When they were saying that they no longer want to be exporting cocoa to Switzerland, but they want to be exporting ready-made chocolate. So it's a pan-Africanist in some manner. That's how I see him anyway. Nana Akufo-Addo. I don't follow much the politics of Ghana, so I don't know what his governance is of that space. But as a broad African experience, I've always seen him as somewhat of a pan-Africanist of the Nkrumah Awolowo Azikiwe sort of manner. Jomo Kenyatta. I see him in that ilk. It's like a throwback in the way that he engages with the international world. The people of Ghana have already given their verdict on the true state of the nation, and that verdict is very clear. Economic hardship, huge debt overhang, youth unemployment, hopelessness, and more. We have come to the end of the road of what has been undoubtedly the worst government under the Fourth Republic. The administration's abysmal record is confirmed on December the 7th, when the people of Ghana returned the most overwhelming and emphatic vote of rejection of any government ever witnessed under the Fourth Republic. Mr. President, you will be remembered as the first president who was cushioned by the IMF when you began, and you are still cushioned at the end of your term. So the opposition leader, who is the MP for some Elembele, some region that is, described President Addo's tenure as a persistent, timely reminder of how not to govern the country. You know, there's such a thing of being gallant both in victory and in loss. So you've defeated him. So be a gracious winner and don't be a sore loser. There's nothing like there's an inelegance to it when you've already taken the moment and you still want to do that's what I don't like about the Trump space. You know, they've already won the election, but they're still hammering down on Kamala Harris. She had the right to contend, so you've taken the victory, be gracious in it. Ditto Ghana. He pointed out the failure of the president to complete his ambitious national cathedral project, saying, Mr. President, you left something very important in your account. You left out an account of your promise to God to build him a cathedral. Mr. President, I will leave that for you to be between you and God. So that's just those are just the goings on in Ghana. Let's take a little let's capture it a little bit in audio visual form, and then we move on.
Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to thank His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation that he has just delivered. Mr. Speaker, I need to remind you that the people of Ghana have already given their verdict on the true state of the nation. And that verdict was very, very clear. Economic hardship, huge debt overhang, high youth unemployment, hopelessness, and more. We have come to the end of the road for what has been undoubtedly the worst government under the Fourth Republic. Honourable Speaker, this abysmal record was confirmed on December 7th when the people of Ghana returned the most overwhelming and emphatic vote of rejection of any government ever witnessed under the Fourth Republic. Mr. President, you will be remembered as the first president who was cushioned by the IMF when you began, and you are still being cushioned at the end of your term. Mr. President, you left something very important in your account. You left out an account of your promise to God to build him a cathedral. But Mr. President, Mr. President, I will leave that for you, between you and your God. Mr. President, let me remind His Excellency, Honourable Speaker, that his tenure in office will remain a timely reminder of how not to govern the country. But let me also be quick to assure the good people of Ghana that hope is on its way. And President John Dramani Mahama and the NDC, we can once again glean a brighter future from the throes of despair. Together we will work hard to lift ourselves from this historic low and reclaim our place, our glory as the Black Star of Africa once again. Fellow Ghanaians, we are comforted and strengthened by the following words of scripture. And I'm quoting Exodus chapter 14, verse 13. And I quote, "And Moses said unto the people, Fear you not, stand still, and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will show you today. For the Egyptians whom you have seen today, you shall see them no more." Bye-bye, Mr. President. It is finished. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
You know, in many ways, our democracy would benefit from this Westminster-style prime minister or president's question time, where the president appears in our parliament every single week to defend his administration of the country, and the opposition's pelting him hard. I think we would benefit from that. There's too much of an imperial sort of texture to the way we're being governed in Nigeria. It's almost like some overlord. You know, it's almost like an emperor. We actually have an emperor-style thing rather than any president. It needs to be appearing in parliament, sitting with his own bench, which will be the government bench, the opposition sitting in the opposing side, and then they have a joust and parry, which is televised. That's what they do here in the UK, and it serves well the democracy. You know, it cannot just be, yes, no, I think we need that holding the government to account, sort of, and that seems to be the system in Ghana, certainly in Kenya, in South, every other African country holds their president to account, apart from us in Nigeria. So the president needs to be held to account. So the president needs to be held to account. Let's go on from there to what is not at all anything to do with politics. This is somewhat of a human interest storyline. This is perhaps preempting the return of Dupsy. Hopefully, I'll be speaking to her to ask her when she's coming back. Father Lord, I return. Father Lord, I return all glory to you. Nigerian lady celebrates as her mother lives 27 years abusive marriage. So yeah, it's a lot of people that are just dying in silence in so-called marriages that are they are either in the marriage to save face or for the children, but certainly there's no happiness within that space. A Nigerian lady, Feyi, has shared her happiness after her mother left an abusive marriage of 27 years. Today, my mother left this 27 years abusive marriage. Father Lord, I return all glory to you. She wrote on X Friday, January the 3rd. Father Lord, thank you. 4 out of 6 children have left the house when this man almost made our lives miserable. We left the house 8 years ago and never looked back. My heart is so filled with joy. She told me, my heart is so filled with joy when she told me she just furnished her house. When will I and my siblings come visit? So this is a lady then celebrating then the breakup of the marriage between her parents. So that tells you then the storyline of whatever it is that is going on there. So we just we added that as an addendum. The last readout now, Sheyi Tinubu of all people canvassing for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. That seems to be what's been suggested here. Prince Emma Kanu, the younger brother of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, has expressed his disappointment that President Bola Tinubu and his son Sheyi did not honor their alleged promise to release the secessionist leader. Emma, so Emma is not Emma, not Emma, which is short for Emmanuel. in a statement he issued last Thursday, claimed he had an agreement with Seyi Tinubu on the authority of the president that Kanu would be released if the then All Progressive Congress candidate won the election. Before the last election, I received a message from an ex-governor that Seyi, the son of President Tinubu, wanted to see me. Oh, let me see if I can actually. This doesn't let me read for. Yeah, wanted to see me. I agreed to meet with him on the condition that the overriding priority. I agreed to meet him on the condition that the overriding priority and hence the fulcrum of our discussion will be the release of my brother. Okay, it's sending us to a website. Let me see. I think we get the gist of that. Let me copy this if I can find the article, and then it's just let's see. Is it something? All right. I think we found it. So let's just let's whiz through this one, and then we'll play a few clips, and then hopefully somebody turns up. That Patrick guy that I told to wait, he has left. He usually does that. We've not yet heard his voice on this platform. He comes in and then he drops. So I don't know what usually happens to him, but always ever before we get to him, he is out again. So one of these days we'll document the voice of Patrick. Seyi Tinubu promised to release promised Kanu's release if IPOB did not disrupt poll. This is why would Seyi Tinubu promise the release of Nnamdi Kanu if IPOB did not disrupt? I think Seyi Tinubu would have wanted IPOB to disrupt the poll, because the only space that IPOB could have disrupted the polls would have been in the Southeast, and I don't think Tinubu has. I don't think it serves Tinubu's interest if the polls run smoothly in the Southeast. It's not like they are rushing to vote for him in the Southeast. So what does he care? And it probably even is hope that the polls do not run smoothly in the Southeast. So I'm not quite sure if that's just made up nonsense. Seyi Tinubu promised Kanu's release if IPOB did not disrupt the poll. So that already tells you that there's a grain of untruth to this. All right, Prince Emma Kanu, the younger brother of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, has expressed his disappointment that President Bola Tinubu and his son Seyi did not honor their alleged promise to release the secessionist leader. Emma, in a statement he issued last Thursday, claimed he had an agreement with Seyi Tinubu on the authority of the president that Kanu would be released if the then All Progressive Congress APC candidate won the election. Before the last election, I received a message from an ex-president that Seyi, the son of President Tinubu, wanted to see me. I agreed to meet with him on the condition that the overriding priority and hence the fulcrum of our discussion will be the release of my brother. The meeting was held in Abuja in the presence of another individual who I asked to witness the deliberations and, should the need arise, provide independent verification. Seyi confirmed to me that his father sanctioned the meeting and that I should consider any agreement we reach as binding on the then candidate Bola Tinubu, he said. He said after the meeting, they agreed that he should relay the outcome to Kanu so that the IPOB would not interfere with the conduct of the election, either through boycott or any other form of civil disobedience. So I'm not sure that IPOB could not impact on the elections in Kano, Kebbi, Yobe, Sokoto, Ekiti, Oyo, Ondo, Benin, Edo, etc. The only impact that they can have on the election will be in the Southeast. And how does it undermine Tinubu's? It probably serves Tinubu's interest more if they disrupted the elections in the Southeast and cut Obi's numbers. So I'm not quite sure that coheres with anything truthful. The meeting was held in Abuja in the presence of another individual who I asked to witness the deliberations and should the need arise, provide independent verification. Seyi confirmed to me that his father sanctioned the meeting and that I should consider any agreement we reach as binding on the then candidate Bola Tinubu, he said. He said after the meeting, they agreed that it should relay the outcome to KANU so that the IPOB would not interfere with the conduct of the election, either through boycott or any other form of civil disobedience. This understanding was duly communicated to my brother, and he reaffirmed his commitment not to stop the elections or order any boycott. Ima added that when Tinubu visited Owerri, and by the way, Tinubu is due in the Southeast, I think over the course of this weekend, his first visit, I suspect, since the elections, correct me if I'm mistaken. Ima added that when Tinubu visited Owerri, Imo State, for his campaign, he too reiterated his commitment to facilitate the release of my brother if elected. We took his public statement as a tacit reaffirmation of the understanding I reached with his son, Sheyi. In the end, IPOB did not call for an election boycott, despite having the capacity to do so. IPOB also made sure that discordant voices urging election boycotts were overcome because it would not reflect well on the reputation of a global movement that prides itself in adherence to democratic tenets. So I'm not quite sure why IPOB would not call for the boycott of a Nigerian election, because if the IPOB members are Biafrans, why would they participate in an election in a foreign country? So I would have thought that it is anathemical to the core essence of that space for them to participate in anything, something that they are vehemently how do you say that word? Vehemently opposed to. Nothing coheres in anything. Nothing ever coheres in our IPOB. In the end, IPOB did not call for an election boycott, despite having the capacity to do so. IPOB also made the IPOB also made sure that discordant voices urging election boycott were overcome because it would not reflect well on the reputation of a global movement that prides itself in adherence to democratic tenets. So what exemplifies the democratic experiences or the democratic credentials of IPOB for it to pride itself in that? Whatever have they done that has ever been considered democratic? It's just nonsense, isn't it? Kanu's younger brother lamented that nearly 2 years after the president assumed office, his brother was still in detention. It's been over 3 months now that Justice Binta Nyako recused herself from the case, yet no new judge has been assigned to the case. This is on top of the fact that the appeal court had earlier discharged him of the sham charges and ordered his release, which the previous Buhari administration declined to obey. So I'm not quite sure that, we have to, at some point, address this storyline of Nnamdi Kanu's release ever being ordered by, and I'm not aware that, because that release was held in abeyance by, that release was held in abeyance by a superseding court order. So I'm not quite sure that the latest legal status of Nnamdi Kanu is the court affirming the detention. The latest, where the interactions with the judicial stands is not at its release. And I think we've tried to address it on this platform before. There is no notation in the appeal court pronouncement that indicates the release of Nnamdi Kanu. I think the most that they gifted Nnamdi Kanu was that his rendition was illegal, but they subsequently then said that it should go back to the lower court and face the charges nevertheless. So that's my understanding of it. So I'm not quite sure why these people run around telling us that court orders have been flouted. This is on top of the fact that the appeal court had earlier discharged him of the sham charges and ordered his release, which the previous Buhari regime declined to. This reflects on the this is somewhat of a reflection of the subliminal prejudices that we all hold. The subliminal prejudices that we all hold. We refer to the Buhari governance as a regime, but we refer to the Tinubu governance as an administration. So those are just subtle changes in language that just shows the embedding of prejudices that we all carry. This is on top of the fact that the appeal court had earlier discharged him of the sham charges and ordered his release, which the previous Buhari regime declined to obey. But you cannot, in all conscience, call the Buhari experience an administration. It was very much a regime. It was a jackboot something. The Supreme Court's determination that his bail ought not to have been revoked has been ignored by the court and the government. The latest insult is that Abuja courts of all persuasion are no longer willing to determine the case of Kanu on merit, but are rather relying on ludicrous and inapplicable technicalities to stall the timely determination of his cases, he added. Imar said Nigerian courts did not have substantive and procedural jurisdiction to try the IPOB leader. What does it mean by procedural jurisdiction? Which jurisdiction has the right to try Nnamdi Kanu if it's not the Nigerian judiciary space? His detention is without the backing of any known law in Nigeria or elsewhere in the world. It is a shame that those who claim to be men of honor cannot honor their words. So this is Nnamdi Kanu's brother fighting hard. You can understand why he's doing this. Actually, you can't flog him for that. Any and every trick to help his own. So at fair dues, I think that will come under fair dues. All right. So those are the readouts. Then I'll send the link again if anybody wants to hop on. Let me send the link again. We play you the clips we have. Oh no, that's not what I want to send. We play you the clips we have. I especially want to hear from that Patrick guy. If he's willing to come back, I want to document your voice, Patrick, because I think you've been in and out of many sessions. The closest we've ever gotten to hearing from that guy is asking him to unmute. He probably doesn't know how to use the mute and unmute button. So we go to the clips then, and we kick it off with Chinedu Road Vivor, who still continues to insist that he wants to be governor.
Running again.
By God's grace, yes.
On the platform of?
Well, you heard what my leader said. We're working.
You're not sure running under the platform of the Labour Party?
For me, I believe that if all parties do not come together, it's going to be a waste of time running in 2027. Because there's a full state capture that has happened in this country now. So we cannot afford for the opposition to be separate, right? So for now, my job is to ensure that I have a strong party, which is Labour Party, and to ensure that there are bridges that are being built all across the country and all across the state.
So finally, are you ready to help build your party to being an institution?
Certainly.
Because the problem we have seen with the Labour Party as a political journalist is the fact that Labour Party seems to look like a personality party than an institution. Is that something you guys agree with?
No.
Even in Lagos State, it's just about you we know the most. At the national level, it's a tussle between Peter Obi, Alex Oti, and somewhere.
I mean, we have a state chairman that's fantastic. Our state chairman is an icon in herself. And there is a lot of work to come together and build a solid structure. Okay. So take that from me. And we're working very diligently to do that. But we still have a lot of work to do. And by God's grace, this year we will do that.
Okay, we're here to watch and report all you're doing. That's our responsibility. By the way, Rolls Viver is the 2023 Labour Party governorship candidate in Lagos State. And he says he's going to run again, though we don't know what party he's going to run under. Thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a quick break now. When we come back, we will be talking election.
So that's our Rolls Viver then telling you that you'll come back to try again. He lost by well over 100 and something% of the vote. He lost by. I think Sanwo-Olu got nearly triple Road Vivor's votes. So now, who is going to be the candidate? We're going to do a session on the candidate for Lagos State in the coming days, maybe after we've gotten through the weekend. That's to plot and plan that because there's so many coming forward. Who is going to succeed Sanwo-Olu? That's one. And then what chances Road Vivo for that's two. And then the speculations that voter cards are being transferred from the Southeast to Lagos to try and seize hold of Lagos for Road Vivo and the Southeast. So we'll discuss that in the course of that session as well. So hold steady for that session. Let's go on to the next clip to an American glorying in its first experience of Lagos, Nigeria.
Okay, the first cultural shock as an American going to Nigeria is I realized there's no such thing as credit over there. Like, in America, you know, everybody has nice cars, they have nice things, because you can, like, buy it now and pay for it later with good credit. In Nigeria, there's no such thing like that. Like, if you see a nice car or a nice house, that means it's paid off fully. Like, all the cars you see in the streets in Lagos have been paid in full. There's no such thing as a lease, nothing like that. So, yeah. And the second cultural difference I noticed going to Nigeria is they lease their apartments and housing for the entire year. In America, we pay month by month, you know, for our living, like our apartments and houses. But over there in Nigeria, they pay for the entire year. It's actually pretty cheap too. Like what I pay for 1 month in my apartment here in America will pay for an entire year lease over there in Nigeria. And they'll get you something nice too. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Another thing that shocked me about Nigeria is the cost of services over there. Like when I went and got my hair cut or I took my baby to the spa, I was just surprised by how cheap, you know, it was. It might be because I'm transferring my American dollars into Naira, so I get a bigger bang for my buck. But compared to over here, I spend a lot more money getting the same services in America than I get in Nigeria. So, yeah. Okay, the last thing that shocked me about Nigeria is the standard of living. Okay, in Lagos, you got two parts. You got Lagos mainland and Lagos island. So I'm going to talk about the island. And the first time I went to the island, I was just shocked by all the nice buildings I've seen. Like, look at these nice buildings, the exotic cars, you know what I'm saying, the fancy restaurants. Of course, we got it here in America, but they don't really show Nigeria in that light. So when I actually get there and I see the island, I'm like, wow, this is nice. Like, this is like the New York City of Africa. Like, I can compare it to that. And as I said, all the cars are paid for because there's no such thing as credit, but there's some nice things in Lagos that a lot of people don't know about. It's got a nice luxurious part to it. A lot of people don't realize that. Like, it's bougie. I love it. I can't wait to go back, matter of fact. But yeah, the standard of living in Nigeria will shock you. Go to the nice parts, you'll see.
So there it is right there. So that moment that it looks as though it's now happened upon us. And by extension, Nigeria, it takes its full space then in the international space, off the back of Dirty Weekend, all of these travel log content creators. That's the new terminology, by the way. These people call themselves content creators. I don't know quite what that means. They are video loggers, which is more the term. These video loggers go around Nigeria and documenting their experiences, which runs contrary to the general perception of Africa and by extension Nigeria in the westernized space. So there it is right there. The Nigerian age. I think the world has now firmly entered the Nigerian age. And the person that actually brought that Nigerian age upon the world is no less a figure than Davido. I think he opened up that space to internationalize the Nigerian experience. So there it is right there. Wait till December next year or December this year now in 2025, you will see that the whole world, they are already saving up for it because they are already seeing the video clips and they are sharing experiences. You know, I left the stream early yesterday. I had to go to the airport to pick up my niece. She went for the December experience as well. And she was telling me that on the flight back, it was an accent galore. You know, all these returnees returning back. either via Heathrow to America, Canada, etc., etc. It was an accent galore. Word to word, the old aircraft was an accent galore. So that's the new experience now of the Nigerian space. So there it is right there. Let's go on from that to this. This goes back to the southeast of Nigeria and an indigene of that space speaking to his own kind.
Senator Abaribe, he will always come out and shout, Ndibo are marginalized, Ndibo are marginalized. And I wrote something and I asked Senator Abaribe, he will always come out and shout, Ndibo are marginalized, Ndibo are marginalized. And I wrote something and I asked him a few questions. I said, Senator Abaribe, can you tell us genuinely, for 17 years you have been in the Senate?
Is it up to 17 years?
Or 12. Like 12 years. Whether 12 or 17 years. For the 12 years that you have been in the Senate, can you tell us categorically what development or what have you attracted to Ali Igbo? Because some people will say it is not the lawmakers this thing to attract project or to bring development, but this same APC-led government that you have been saying has been hostile to Ndigbo, you have always collected your National Assembly allowance. They share cars, they share jeep that I expected somebody like Senator Abaribe to say, my people are marginalized. I'm not going to take this jeep. You understand? I will not take my monthly allowance and fight. No. He enjoys all these benefits. All we as his people get
he will whip up sentiment.
He will whip up sentiment. Every 4 years he will whip up sentiment and go again. So what particular thing can we say you have done to change this outside just saying it? Because I expected somebody like Senator Abaribe now to come out and say, this jeep, you remember when there was a controversy, when they just resumed, they shared them jeep and other benefits. I was expecting him to say
wardrobe allowance
and the rest of it.
Newspaper allowances.
So Okwesiri Putasi, I am not going to collect this thing. My people are suffering. My people are being neglected. They are this. But we are going to be here hating either APC or whatever it is, hating the federal government. You and your children are going to sleep under an AC. You and your children are going to sleep under an AC house in the night.
Prepared by the same
APC-led government. You are enjoying yourself. You have all your benefits. Everything is going well for you. But we, our own is, they hate us. They do this to us. So it is time we give up this. It is time we go. It is time we go in and see what is in there for ourselves. It is time we hold our political leaders in our league accountable.
So there it is right there. There it is right there. I think what that guy said then, and by the way, can people comment in the comment section to say that? Let me know if the stream is glitching or not. Somebody is telling me that it's glitching, but I'm not experiencing any glitch where I am. So let me know in the comment section if it's glitching. But what that guy was just narrating is applicable to really not just all the senators from that region, but more pertinently, the Labour Party senators from that region. So they were sent into the parliament to go and cleanse the space, but they are gorging in the excesses more than anybody else. So there it is right there. You're a champion of the oppressed until you get into the inside and then you become the oppressor. That's how it usually works. Pay your taxes is what Tinubu is saying to you. Pay your taxes. Watch this.
Great Nigerians. A developed Nigeria is absolutely possible. We can make it happen. Good roads, good hospitals, good schools, they don't just fall from the sky. Our taxes pay for them. Igbo ọkwano wutisi ka ndị na chọọchị ga-eji rụọrọ anyị ezigbo ụzọ, rụọrọ anyị ebe ụlọ ọgwụ, rụọrọ anyị ebe a na-agụ akwụkwọ na ihe ndị ọzọ na-enye ndụ. Biko ne gbalịa na-akwụ ụtụ isi anyị ka ndị obodo on the Nachani, we can outrun on that. Da kudaden harajin da gwamnati take tattarawa ne ake samar muku da hanyoyi, asibitoci, makarantu da kuma sauran abubuwan more rayuwa. Burgewa ce biyan kudin.
My people, the tax what we dey talk about so when government dey collect, now they go take do road, equip hospital, do schools and other better things where the country need.
Sure, my people. Now with your tax, now government go fit do good roads, equip hospitals, schools, and other better things where go make life better for us.
So that is it. You know, we need to be seeing more of those. So those explanatory sort of snippets that speaks to people in a language that they understand, to tell them then how government positions their policies and its impact on the people. So Nigeria now we own, we must do better for them. Nigeria now we own, we must do better for them. The last clip now, nothing at all to do with politics. I saw it in just my mooching around on social media. It struck me as very much a very peculiar Nigerian storyline, uniquely African. Watch this.
Good morning. I just came back from the mortuary. One of my uncle died 2 days ago before New Year. So this early morning, they called me from the mortuary, said I should come. So I went to the mortuary. When I went there, I said, what happened? I met the mortuary attendant. I saw a woman panting, said he wants to seize my uncle's dead body. I said, madam, please, who are you? What happened? He said, because the woman has beer parlor close to the mortuary. They said my uncle came outside yesterday and collected Hennessy. And he told the woman, said he works in the mortuary. He calls his name, that he works in the mortuary, that he's coming back, that he will pay the money, that he wants to give his friend that he works in the mortuary. Not knowing that my uncle is dead. He gave him the name, where he was and everything. Actually, the woman I came and looked for my uncle at the mortuary. They said this person you are asking for, they just brought him 2 days ago. The woman said it's a lie. That this man came to buy anything, not quite long. They said, okay, let's go and check the man. They went inside the mortuary. When they got there, they saw my uncle lying down, dead, but the NEC bottle was front of him. He has finished the NEC bottle. And I told the woman, how much is the NEC? He said the NEC is 1 jar, 50,000, NEC VSOP. I paid 1 jar, 50,000 this morning. My uncle is dead. He went to drink NEC. Today is 2nd of January. I paid debt for somebody, for a dead man. I've warned them in the mortuary that anytime he come outside, they should not say for him. That man is chasing me. 150 gone. 150 gone. That man is a joker. They should come out. They should not say for him again. They should not say for him. Where's the rain?
Oh, okay, so that's clearly a skit, but it speaks to that wider narrative of reincarnation. We've all heard the stories of somebody that passes away in let's say let's say somebody passes away in Ugeli or something, and the next day somebody comes and 3 months later somebody comes in from Jalingo or Adamawa and says, oh, I saw this person and we exchanged pleasantries. He said to give you this. We've all heard that storyline, but there it is, that narrative of reincarnation within the Nigerian space. So now, at the poster on your screen, then tomorrow's session, a session with a conversation with Omoyele Sowore. So that's coming up 7 p.m. UK time. That's the link right there. Go bookmark it. Set your excitement and the readiness for that session with Sowore tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we have Prince Adewale Adebayo joining us. So a bumper weekend on the one-man platform. A bumper weekend on the one-man platform. We play the Kegite music. We send the link again, see if anybody turns up for a conversation. But first, we go to Egbe Elemo, otherwise known as Okay, guys.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water. Water, 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 water. Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Also, that is right there. Iku Koniriwa Gbesheme, deaths have nothing to do with us. Joining us to kick off the session is Baba. So Baba is with us at the moment. People populate this stream. If you want the conversation, Baba hosts the fourth. Good to have you, Baba. Good to be in your company. Good weekend.
Yeah, happy weekend, woman.
Yeah, happy weekend. That it is. Yes, good to have you.
I salute you and upcoming panelists. I salute you in advance too. And our people, favorite brothers and sisters in the comment section, how are you doing today? Happy weekend also to you. And our esteemed viewers, have you clicked and liked and possibly subscribed and shared? Please, if you haven't done so, kindly do so now. I beg. Thank you. And Happy New Year to our favorites, Ajanle Kuku, Larry, Uriola, Rogidigba. We've not heard from you this year, all of you. And of course, Bishop, come grace the platform soon. Yeah.
No, sorry, apologies for breaking your stride right there. I'm not sure if you listened to the session after you left yesterday, but it was quite a riveting session after you left. Aro Gidigba was there, Paddy was there, I think even before you left, BT came in, and then the conversation was just flowing. And I think we may well have discovered a gem in Chioma, because the way she handles it, people, they seem to even respect her more than they respect
I told you, didn't I? I discovered her first. I applauded her, acknowledged her, you remember? And the dexterity with which she handles Tony, I mean, that is sublime. Tony is at his best behavior.
She didn't even have to go all this long speech. Like she just say Tony, and then they'll caution himself.
And he tones down.
And he tones down. But with me, he will just fight me. He might try to caution
Good one, Choma. Okay, one man. Where do we start? Let's talk about Falana first. I think our revered Baba OBJ, he should give Nigeria's matter rest, because some of us are still too young to know his antecedents. Some of us are old, children under him. We know what happened. We know what went down for OBJ too. I always say military, as military head of state, I refer to it as OBJ1. In the Fourth Republic, I always say OBJ2. You know, BJ2, and man, that was a dirty garden. That was a dirty garden. I mean, he presents himself as a saint. There are no saints in hell. I mean, if what Falana is saying is not new, except you are not a student of politics in Nigeria or you don't know what goes on. There are industries you belong. You will know exactly what went down. After all, it's no brainer. He came out himself, he said, by the time he left prison in 1999 or so, or 1998, he had only 12,000 in his bank account. 12,000. And you can speculate today what he is worth, if not by any other thing, at least by the schools he built. Nursery, primary, secondary, university, all in 8 years. They are just not shacks he built. Edifices, beautiful space, plenty of landmass. That alone will make a sane society ask questions. He wants to bring somebody down by saying, look, they made a mistake. I sold this refinery because they were not worthy of anything. But we knew Xenon, Otedola, Aliko Dangote, Transcorp, that's Transnational Corporation of Nigeria, Elumelu. I'm not going to say much about that. People who are discerning can just look at those men when they become multi-millionaire. I mean, when they became billionaire. If not for hairs holding intense charity, Elumelu will have broken the barrier. Will have been a billionaire, Forbes listed billionaire. So they rate him at about almost 900 million. And if you have 900 million in your pocket, as far as I'm concerned, you're a billionaire. That he had blind trust, this thing in Transcorp, it's not new. And for the amount he sold it to them, 750 or thereabout $1 million, prime properties, chicken feed. Let's just thank God that Yaradua bowed to pressure and he returned their check with a good handshake. And ever since, rather than keep quiet, he's always been talking about those refineries. So who is pained? Of course, he is pained. He not even was pained. He's still pained. Maybe those three folks forced him to cough out the money they already gave to him. And coughing out that money brought the pain to him, because why still talking about it almost 15 years later? You still talk about it. And you think people will not come out and then tell the true story of what transpired during that period. You said it earlier this year in passing. Nobody asked you. I remember that was when a journalist, or I can't remember that journalist, went to him in his Abeokuta residence. He just talked about it. The question didn't even come up. Nobody cared. Now that the refinery seemingly, I've used that word advisedly, seemingly seem to be working, you come back with this story, this bad belly story. And Falana has come out openly to talk about it. Yesterday, NNPC challenged you. Baba, we will give you an helicopter to fly down to the refinery and inspect it yourself and report back to the nation. I don't know why he does these things. I don't know. I think the better he let Nigeria be, the better for every one of us. So I will go back.
You know, Baba, if it doesn't take up that offer by NMTC, that will be to his eternal shame. Because he keeps telling us every opportunity, this thing is a failure, it's a scam, it's a this, it's a that. So they are not presenting you then the opportunity to verify this stance. So if it doesn't take up that, which it will not, I think we all know Baba enough to know that he will not take up that offer, then that shuts him up permanently.
I hope so. I hope so. Because he will jump into other things. And of course, I'm enjoying the spat between him and the president. But I know it's a spat he will not win. Because when you fight a younger brother, whether you beat that younger brother, is to your shame. Your younger brother put your back on the ground, is to your shame. But then in this, I know too, the president will not want to be disgraced by the things you put out as facts. He will always work hard to put you to shame. So who benefits? Nigeria benefits. So I'm really glad about that. So what other topics do we have before the whole crowd will start coming? And yesterday, I just wanted to correct a fact. I think it was the Bauchi Governor Mohammed. He talked about the oil discovery in his state and other states in the district. And you said in the last couple of years, the NNPC invested billions in that. No, it dates back to the mid-80s. Mid-80s. NNPC has been putting hundreds of millions of dollars in that region, looking for oil.
But they told us they've not discovered it now, so where is it? I mean,
not commercially viable.
Is that the verdict?
Of course, that's even from the 80s. Everyone knows the little things they have there is not commercially viable. Despite the fact the little ones, it's like for the Kaduna Refinery, is using the oil find in that area. They assume they will find those oil in commercial quantity. So it is made that, okay, they can have it because the blend there is the same thing as a blend of Libya. And like the things they do, they always hedge their bets that, okay, if we can't find sufficient to feed this refinery, we can always pipe from Libya straight. Because in their head, they may be pretending, but they have this thing in their head that
they are preparing for Nigeria's breakup, isn't it? Apart from the Yorubas, only the Yorubas are not preparing for Nigeria's breakup. Or I think everybody else feels that Nigeria has a limited shelf life.
They pretend, but at the back of their head, they always prepare for it. And their intention is just, okay, while it lasts, let us milk as much as possible from the union. And
Baba, let me just ask you this question as an aside, as it just pops into my head. Who do you think anchors after an ethnic nation more, the Northerners or the Southeasterners? We know that the Southeasterners are the most vocal about it, but who do you think is desirous of it more? The Northerners. I know that Southwesterners are not especially desirous of it, but who do you think is more desirous of a breakup of Nigeria into their ethnic compositions, the Northerners or the Southeasterners?
It's the Southeasterners, of course.
You think so? I think the Northerners
yes.
want it more.
Oh, yes. I mean, right from 1966. Right from 1966, it is their desire. I mean, let us put history in its perspective. It is they want
sorry, but apologies, Baba. But would you say that the Southeasterners are very vocal about it? But in fact, not only do I personally feel that the people that want an ethnic nation the most are the Northerners. I don't even think the Northerners especially considers Nigeria as their country. I think they see it more as a business opportunity venture. You know, when they even talk to the Nigerian politics, they say, we the North. So they don't even speak on behalf of the country. They bracket themselves off and then take what Nigeria has to offer. I think they are probably the most prepared for an ethnic nation more than anyone else. But that's just my view.
Yeah, this is why I will cut them a slack. Look, as for them, as far as Nigeria exists, and they have the political power, because late Alhaji Maitama Sule, the guy who you played this black and white BBC clip the other time when he was just barely like 12 years old, you know, he was a leader in the North and ended up being, I think, a foreign minister once or twice. He said it. He said, look, the Southeasterners, they're holding on to commerce. The Southwest, they hold on to administration of the country. Then the North, power, that God has ordained it already like that. So going by Alhaji Maitama's theory, as far as they hold the helms of, at the head of the helms of affair of Nigeria, they are the number one in power. They don't care. It is when they are subjugated, that is where the problem comes in. That is why we are hearing all this hoopla from that region this period around. If Tinubu has been kowtowing to them, there wouldn't have been noise if they are in control of Tinubu. But since they are not in control of Tinubu, they've lost the reins of power entirely. That is why all this agitation going on. But for the Southeast, they want to control the economy of the country. Not necessarily about to control the economy of the country, you have to hold on to power. And that the power, that is the power they sought in 1966. Forget all this revisitation history of they did it to release Awolowo to come and head government. That is blatant lie, bare-faced, kuru lie. Because as soon as they have it, the 1960s they gain upper hand. They instituted unitary government and brought everything. Now it's no more region, council. Everything will come to the center so that they will be in control. But the route they took to get that leverage, they made a lot of mistake in the aftermath of that January 15 coup. And those who were at the brunt of that did not take it lightly. They looked on it as an affront, and the revenge in July, a few months later, and took it back. But in doing so, finding that the regional government thing did not favor them that much, they held on to the unitary government formula. That, okay, good. No more region. We have the kitty now to ourselves. and disburse as we please. And ever since, that's how it's been. And if you look at this checkered history of Nigeria so far, 48 years of it, they've been at the helm of affair. Apart from the Fourth Republic, Obasanjo was the only one who ruled during that period. And it was by accident or hand of fate, not planned. Have any Southerner planned any coup? The nearest is Oka. Oka was from North Central. The rescue we witnessed in Nigeria, all planned apart from the 66 one, all planned by Northerners. So they've held power most. And you would think their region or their people will be so endowed in all aspects of the goodies that come out of leading. Nothing. Everything they enjoy, even there today, was provided for by the federal government, not the states. The roads, the transport system, and everything. But for the East, they don't have to chase power. There is a way, because in Malaysia, the system is like they have the Malays, they have the Chinese, they have the Indians in Malaysia. The Malays, they believe it is their country, but the Chinese are the richest, while the Indians are administrators. So the unwritten arrangement is like, okay, it is our country. You are Chinese, you are Malaysians. You are rich, you run the businesses, but let it stop at that. Don't seek for power. If you want to seek for power, go to China. And that has been working for them. That has been working for them. So if the East can take reins of the business, and by special arrangement, let everybody just don't bother them. Give them the correct legislation.
But the instinct of the Easterners is not to be subordinated. If there's one thing that we know about our Southeastern cousins, is that they don't like being subordinated to anyone. And if a glass ceiling is established in the country that they can reach first far and no further, then they will rile against that, you know. And it looks as though a glass ceiling has been established for the Southeast in Nigeria, that they can only reach so far and no further.
They woke up late to that realization, in the sense that in pursuit of commerce, they forgot power. But they woke up to realize that, look, the man with power is the ultimate. You can be a billionaire today, but the man with power can wipe you out. You will be
we've seen that in China quite often. Like that,
just
that
one
guy
legislation.
Yes, you remember that guy that owns Alibaba in China?
Yeah,
and the government just wiped him out. Yeah,
they wipe you out. So it is that realization that is at the back of their mind right now, which has driven fear into them. And unfortunately, it has made them, they don't want to believe it. But we are all seeing it. We their brothers. We their friends. We their in-laws. We are seeing it that they've become clannish. inadvertently. They are not realizing it. They become clannish. Take the last election. Out of the 6 million votes Obi got in the whole of Nigeria, a little over 2 million was from Southeast. 5 states only contributed over 1/3 of his votes. The nearest person was Tinubu. Tinubu got just about 138,000. 138,000 from the 5 states. You can't say that of the West. Obi got alone in Lagos, part of Southwest, alone in Lagos, 500 and something plus, almost 580,000. I mean,
yes,
547 or so.
50,000 more than Tinubu, yes.
No, 10,000 more than Tinubu.
10,000, yes.
But he got 500,000 votes in Lagos alone. And he got more in Oyo and Osun states. So who is clannish?
In fact, Papa, as much as we like to poo-poo and look down on the North, the northern part of Nigeria is the most sophisticated and certainly the most democratic in the history of that country. If you look at the Abiola elections, they voted for him against their own person. If you look at the Goodluck Jonathan elections, they voted for Goodluck Jonathan. They voted for Tinubu certainly over their own person. In the North, they take a more nuanced and a more strategic position on voting. But in the South, largely, we vote clanishly. Not just the Southeast, the Southwest as well. We vote clanishly.
No, you are not looking at the Fourth Republic properly. Obasanjo was a candidate of the North to pacify.
No, I said Abiola. Abiola. They voted Abiola now over Tofa. Yeah.
And what happened?
Yeah, he didn't get the power, but that's not down to the electorate. It's down to the...
You think it's not by design that he did not get the power?
No, I think it's...
Or you think it's not by design of some power block there to pit Abiola against a minion, which is Tofa? Who knows Tofa or who knew Tofa then? Just know that a very rich man, considerably rich man, and very young, good looking, that was all. That was all he has against a man of timber and caliber, juggernaut like Abiola. So that arrangement actually, from beginning to the end of it, was contrived. It was something that was made not, that they know it's not going to work. The Maradona dribbled himself into a corner and he got tackled viciously by his bosom friend and partner, Abacha. And the whole thing collapsed. So the North don't cede power for anything, for anybody, except they can control. Baba OBJ cannot say for the 8 years he was there, he was controlled. But like in the first 4 years, the go-to man in the first 4 years was ATIKU, Abubakar. And they got everything they wanted, they got. Then the harassment was like, oh, you say you are president. Even they wanted him to run only one term, that the Southwest will have cooled down. The frayed nerves will have calmed for that 4 years. But himself, in his bid to prove himself that, no, I'm entitled to second term, it's like, okay, if your people didn't even vote for you, so what kind of president are you who cannot have his people's backing? That was why Baba made that 2003 election do or die. It was a blitzkrieg in the Southwest. It took everything except Lagos just to prove a point.
Abiola won Borno in 1993. Borno, you don't get more north than that. He won Borno State. You know, he won Jigawa. He won Kaduna. He won Kano. Is Tofa not from Kano even?
I just told you one man. Tofa is an unknown entity, unknown quantity. But people who arranged the election, they knew that that election was going nowhere. If you go back and look at it and look at everything, how that election, that Abiola's from the SDP's convention, you will realize that they worked against him, and yet he won.
But
they were surprised. Yes, yes, sir, Betty.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
Do you know much about, because I love reading about things like this. How much do you know about the NRC primaries and how to fight
NRC
primaries?
The primaries of NRC. Okay, go ahead.
Do you know? I know you ran with Sylvester Ugo, right? That was there. So, do you know how much about the primaries of the NRC in 1990? Do you know much about that? Because I've been trying to read up on that for a minute, but I can't find enough. There was no video or any. I mean, I can't find any books, anything about it. So, how much about the primaries do you know and the emergence of Tofa?
I must confess, our focus priority that time was just the Abiola as a person, the excitement. So I didn't follow the Tofa thing, other than I know he ran a shipping companies somewhere along Wharf Road. That was where his office, you see a lot of Northerners around that area. We just know that there was a rich man here. You drive by, you see a lot of who is here. And one day we woke up to say he won primary of NRC and is going to be president and things like that. So I didn't follow up. I was not paying attention. All focus was on Abiola, actually, I must confess. So that's why I said, look, they just brought somebody that will not, because if he had won, if Tofa had won, the northern political elites will not allow IBB and co to get away with that nonsense. They will not allow. So Abiola won outrightly, and of course, even his vice president eventually became an Abacha minister. So it's so the North cannot do without power. It's like it's like a drug for them. But what did they do with all the power? It's still a mystery to me till today. Still a mystery. Because all the coup d'etat, all the military head of state, everybody, they had control of Nigeria's resources. That is why they ended up milking Niger Delta until tomorrow.
Baba, are you surprised that the Hausas are starting to ask questions now? Because I've been seeing some videos where they're not asking about that. They don't have any senators. They don't have any governors. They don't have any House of Rep. Like, they start to ask questions about the North. Does that surprise you?
You mean who?
The Hausas they're asking questions.
We are opening their eyes now. We've taken the first layer off by telling them that, look, you are the owners of this territory, but you were labeled by the Fulanese invaders and called Hausa Bokwa. Because they were there. They have their own civilization that goes way back. They were aborishas. They have nothing to do with Islam. But today, against the tide of civilization, the Fulanis came and started installing emirs all over the place. You can't find any Hausa that is an emir. All Fulanis, Kano, Kaduna, everywhere.
Oh, do you know I brought this up? Because those asking the questions are not even although they're the use.
They're the use because we are opening there, we are telling them their history. Because they've just forgotten, because they have this lingua franca, which is Hausa language, the general one day the Fulanis met. You understand? So every person, as far as Southerners are concerned, is an Hausa man. Even till now, we also, to generalize, we say, oh, these Hausa people. It's, I think, Nnamdi Kanu era that started using the word Hausa Fulani. Then people started getting conscious that, okay, as Hausa, there is Fulani. So from that moment on, that word became front page word. Everybody is using Hausa Fulani, Hausa Fulani. But this century, we just Hausa. Even they use the word Hausa not. But now, the Hausas who are in numbers, I don't know the figure, but I can say in all of the north minus northeast, we're talking of northwest now. The Hausas are about 80%. I'm not speaking from any statistics, but just off the cuff. So they are now conscious of the fact that, okay, we are in their numbers. How did these people overwhelm us and overtook us and put institution in place that made us forget our own traditions and where we are coming from? So they ask questions now. And even the people in North Central are asking the same question. And I hear people from North Central, but like the Duma, people say, we are not Hausas. Even claiming we are Hausas, what have we gained all these years by serving the Hausa Fulanis? So they are rejecting that label. They are rejecting that label. The Sarakis of the Kwara people, of course, long time ago, as soon as the Sion of that house, Dr. Olushola Saraki, died, because when he was alive, he claimed to be Fulani. And we always asked that time that, Baba, your name is Olushola. Olushola is Yoruba language. How can Olushola be a Fulani? Well, he said, well, we are Gambari. We are Fulanis. So it's so funny because even if you look at the leader, Shehu of Jeba, I think I read it somewhere 2 days ago or so. Shehu of Jeba, he has a Yoruba name.
Yeah, but
his middle name or first name.
But Jeba historically is the border town of Yoruba. That's where Yoruba border ends now, towards the north. Jeba is they have a Oman Jobani Jeba. They have a Yoruba in Jeba.
But today the border there is like fluid.
The real question is someone Jeba ni Jeba, someone Jeba ni Jeba.
Well, this is why I asked this question, because I'm doing my own research on, Queen Amina, for instance. I watched a movie about her a while back, and it's fascinating how the invasion of the North. And this young lady that I watched a video was even talking about the gods of their land. I'm like, gods again, not mentioning all the names of their god that they had in the past. And she was happy about the Kaduna University, the one that Tinubu just approved recently. And she said, finally, they can now research their own history, record it without being bamboozled by the cold North. And so even within that Kaduna space, it's not all Fulani outer kind of dynamics. It's quite different. So it's just for me to study more. So them asking the question and me reading up on that, on their history, to me, it's fascinating, and we should do more. We should talk about them more on this platform, but we don't. But to me, I think it's fascinating to even discuss that dynamic about the North and their history and how they use religion. And because I was talking to an auntie of mine, when they create a sabo, for instance, right, in anywhere in Nigeria, any Saboti plan don't create as Hausa, they will send a plan to come to head them over there. Even though the Sabo is owned by the Hausas, right? But their head
they always come first. But by the time you know it, when they are going to install any Serikin Hausawa, they will be Serikin Hausawa, but it will be a Fulani.
That is crazy. That is to me, is how did that happen? How did they subjugate them with religion?
It's so that's how it is the dominance of the Fulanis, and they are just in minority. So sorry, folks. I said Shehu of Jeba. I think I was going to say Shehu of Bida or something. I
think Kulata is actually saying it's an Oba in Jeba, not a Shehu.
Yeah, I think the Shehu I think is that of Bida also. It's about the story I read 3 days ago. That the name of that Bida something is one of his names, Yoruba.
Baba, I've got a little clip that actually speaks to what you and BT are talking about now. Let me play to you.
The difference between Fulanis and the Hausa is that Fulani, they have their own tribe. They have their own language. Yes. The way they speak is different from Hausa. Yes. If you listen to a Fulani man speaking, yes, with the way Hausa man will speak, yes, they are quite different. Yes. But what makes them to become one is that religion. They came with that religion and they said to them they are one. But yes, it's good that religion make you one. But at the same time, if you people say I want, then why, because of the religion, you later become emir in their states. A state that is supposed to be ruled, governed by a Hausa man. When you go to Kano, when you go to Katsina, they even extended into Sokoto. You even go to Kaduna, you will see it's a Fulani man. Yeah. It's a place that is supposed to be dominated, is supposed to be ruled by the people of that state. By the people of that state, but you will see a Fulani man become. So Fulani man, they are play. For me, it's like they betray them. For me, that's for me. For me, it's like they come with a deception. They come and they deceive you people, they give you the religion and they take over the resources of you people. The thing that you're supposed to be ruling, something that you're supposed to become dominant for it, they are the one who are dominating it. You can see that Hausa man has never become a president in this country. Why? Because Fulani man, they have been deceiving the Hausa people. We are one, because of religion, but they never become president. And Fulani, let me tell you, Fulani are not beggars, to be honest. Yes, let me just say the truth. Why is it that Fulani people are not beggars? It's because they are the one who have been hijacking the treasure of this land to themselves. They are the one who have been accumulating the treasure of this country for themselves. So there are children who are staying in the villages with their cows. They don't beg and they don't marry. They don't marry a lot of women. You never see a Fulani man marrying, having many children like that. But I don't know why they came and they allowed the Hausa Fulani with their cows. They don't beg and they don't marry. They don't marry a lot of women. You never see a Fulani man marrying, having many children like that. But I don't know why they came and they allowed the Hausa Fulani, they allowed the Hausas to marry, to get more people, to get more population. For me, they want the Hausa people to get more children, more population, so that in times of politics, they talk of democracy is a game of numbers. So they need that numbers, and the Hausa people are the one producing those children. And you can see the people that they are using to go and to do this killing, majority are the Hausas. But the one who you will discover leading is a Fulani man. The leader, the gang roll leader is a Fulani man.
The Fulanis are hiding under Islam. They are confusing our people, especially the Hausas. They are confusing our people. All the imams in Nigeria, especially the northern part of Nigeria, all of them are Fulanis. They are confusing our people because they don't want us to think for ourselves. They always want us, anything they tell us, whether good or bad, we should just follow them. This thing, it has to come to an end. Gaskiya. So Hausa people, please and please, my people, you people you have to differentiate between religion and culture and language. We have to differentiate that, because we mix everything together. We mix Islam, we mix everything, we mix religion, not matter of Islam, because they even put hate on us. Anybody that is not Muslim, we should not like him, especially the people that are Christian or any religion that are Hausas. They call us Maguzawa, non-religionists, and it's a lie. Just it's a propaganda, because they want to rule us every day. We are like a slave to them. It's not that enough. Now they are killing our people each and every day. They are killing our people each and every day. And their people are not talking. Minister, everything has to do with politics. They are the one. Katsina is Hausa land. The people that are doing governor, like the one I know since I grew up, all of them are Fulanis. The 4 governors are Fulanis. Why? Kano is only one Hausa. All of them are Fulani. Even vice governor is Fulani.
So, like you were saying, there seems to be some sort of reawakening amongst the Hausa people, just like you and BT were talking about.
And who is causing it? Of Tinubu, of course. It's his time. This awakening is happening. Maybe that's what's giving him confidence to go ahead with everything that he's doing so far. Because whether they like it or not, when people come into consciousness like this, the consequences will be brutal. The consequences will be brutal for the Fulanis. Because in truth, if you watch those that have been going from one station to the other, attacking the South in recent time, they are mostly Fulani politicians, claiming they are speaking for we the North. And now they are asking, who are the North? Who made you our leaders? Who made you our leaders? It's a good thing. BT pointed it out that look, even in the Sabo, I mean the Songos in the Southwest, or we go to all the Songos, it is, we assume, of course, that they are Hausa people. But coming to realization, I realized that every Sariki in those Songos, they are all Fulanis stock. They are all Fulanis. And now they are asking who made you leader over us, which is very good. Maybe that is the reason why they made sure they are never educated. Maybe, who knows?
But what explains the level of docility and servitude of the Hausa people?
Religion?
Religion. Oh, you took it out of my mouth.
Is there no human, you know, that human resilience, that human need to, you know, accept your human. It just seems to me an abject surrender. Apologies, I don't know enough of the history of those people, but there doesn't seem to be a rebellion in them to want to look at all of the royal houses in the north.
One man
is Fulani. This is telling us Katsina is Hausa state, the emir is Fulani, all the governors are ditto every other space. Where is the fight? Where is the compunction? What is the?
No, they did fight back. I read some. I keep reading. I'm going to read more. But there was resistance. But this took hundreds of years. This doesn't happen overnight. This happened over like for 200-300 years, I believe, right? So it didn't just happen. Overnight. So they did try. They did try to resist. But at some point, when people within your own community start to embrace this version of Islam, over time, it permeates the culture, and it eventually destroyed the culture, where you don't even know who you are anymore, and you only cling to that version of Islam that has been taught to you as kids. So it took time, it took years, it took decades, and they've done a good job, to be honest, on these guys.
Okay. Really good number.
I'm telling you. They don't even know who they are.
They don't know. So, even we who are talking now, do we know when we were younger? We didn't know. It's all Hausa, all these Hausa people. all these Hausa people. That's what we always say. It was when this, yeah, Kulata, go ahead.
Sorry, I came. I mean, that kind of topics that interest me. I mean, it's not like we didn't know when we were growing up, because we knew, at least when I was in primary school, when we were doing traditional day, we knew the Fulani traditional wear was that white, like, I don't know, semi agbada or something.
Like kente they wear with
Like kente,
that's a wool of weave they put on black,
with the straw hat, yes.
red.
Exactly.
With Abitia Jackap.
And then we knew the Hausa was what they call Senegalese, something similar to that. We knew that. And I think it's not Tinubu causing the awareness. The awareness came during Buhari. The reason the awareness came was you had foreign Fulani invasion because they were invited to come and affect the election. And then they decided to stay. And then some of the things promised them didn't pan out. And then they started causing mayhem.
They became bandits.
They became bandits. And the banditry was basically attacking Hausa farmers. That was when Hausa now grew consciousness that these guys are not one of us. And the one of us that they're referring to was the so-called Hausa Fulani. But they're now realizing that there's nothing called Hausa Fulani. They're attacking Hausa people. And those people weren't making the foreign Fulanis that came to invade, they weren't making any, they were bold-faced about how they were attacking and why they were attacking them, because they said the Hausa people were getting benefits going to school, that they were poor. So I think that was when they now got conscious that, oh shit, there's nothing called the Hausa Fulani. These are Fulanis, and the external Fulanis coming into the country, getting protected by the so-called Hausa Fulani elites. So I think that's when everybody started looking like, oh boy, they be like, see, we go answer our papa names. Because the people we call our own brothers that are fellow Nigerians, Fulanis, they just kind of like, they basically looked away. Or even to some extent encouraged it. So that's the genesis of like, man, we're getting persecuted. Because I watched a video where Hausa people were trying to use guns to fight those Fulani invaders that came from outside. And those invaders came from different sources. The ones that were, they hammered them in Central Africa. I don't want to say what happened to them in Central Africa, but they basically, it was almost like a general whatever in Central Africa. They drove them away because they were causing trouble. So a lot of them relocated to Nigeria. And then you had the ones coming from Mali area and the different area. But they all came to settle because their patriarch was president. And then the Hausa people, the owner of the land, now realizing that, oh no, there's no joint tribe. It's every man for himself. So I think that's the genesis.
Good for the Hausas in the north. If you look at the northern belt, the northernmost belt of West Africa, from Mauritania down to Nigeria, Cameroon, you will find out that it's all basically Fulanis. All of these countries, apart from maybe Mauritania, if we talk about Senegal down, they did not give them the kind of space the Nigerian Hausas give to them. That was why they have managed to come inland.
I mean, you know what the Dogon does to them? The Dogon tribe. In their own So
it is Hausas.
Yeah, so it is.
Kulata, can we trace this problem back? Forget about the invasion. Even pre-independence, the people that are leading the north, had they not Fulanis? That are
no.
I think one of the problem I noticed that the Hausas are not actually educated early. The Fulanis are more educated than the Hausas.
Yeah, because I mean, you heard what that guy said. They're not educated. They use them. They don't even do polygamy like that because they have the town Fulanis that rule over Hausa people. And then what they do, their strategy, of course, they use religion. So this stuff started from 1807. But before 1807, they had migrated to current day Nigeria for even over 100 years, kind of like living in between them. And Islam was already in Nigeria then. Not just only Islam, Islamic schools were in the north. But the only thing is, the Hausa people practice Islam the way Yoruba people practice Islam. They didn't really take it that extreme, and they didn't ditch their gods. So when this guy came in 1807, Danfodio came with his political Islam, the people that fought and killed and fight the Sheikhs are the Hausa people. It's the same thing that happened in Ilori. It's the Yoruba people that Alimi wasn't that bad. It was his son. I forgot his son's name. That used the people that they kind of like brainwash people that we're kind of like heir to the Islamic text or whatever. And people just give it to them and bow to them, and then they use that to subjugate. So they have a way of using your locals to drive their own agenda.
Kulata, even in Ilori, up to the present moment, they still view Fulani dominance in the name of religion. And that is why if you see anything Yoruba coming to Ilori, the Yoruba indigenes of Ilori will resist it, because they always see everything in the prism of Islam.
Yeah,
because 12 of the local governments, 16.
It's not that with the Isheshe Day now, that they remember that Isheshe Day just last year.
So the number they've done is to make any reference to Islam, make it a Fulani superiority thing. I don't know how they played that game, but they succeeded in doing that.
Kulata, sorry for interjecting you. And you know what you now see is that even the Hausas now, they now find ways of now associating themselves. They will now find a way of linking themselves to gain power, to get anything. Okay, let me give, for example, one man's friend. You understand? You know, there was a day he came here, he said, my father from was somewhere, or my mother is Fulani. They always find one association to be associated with Fulani.
Yeah, it's the elite, because they've used the religion to create an elite class that is exclusively Fulani. So they've created societies whereby people strive to be Fulani or strive to identify with Fulani.
Yes,
thinking that
aspirational figures.
Yeah, aspirational figures, thinking they're aspiring to be better Muslims. I've never seen a game that brilliant before.
Can you guys let me know who is woman's friend that you're talking about?
H.
Who?
H.
Yazan now.
Oh, that the guy from. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So it's a game. They played a serious game, and it's going to be hard to reverse that game, because once you associate religion with anything, you're brain dead. You're already brain dead.
It's mind control.
You're brain dead. You got to separate.
Who are we bouncing off? I think
it's rational man that got his virus. You see?
Go out
and come back here.
Yeah, maybe go out and come back here.
So
I'll send it to you directly. I'll send it to you.
So man, I'm so confused myself. My God. Can you mute him, man?
Yes, I can, but I'm sending the link to him. Hold on. Let me do that first. All right, carry on, BT.
Okay, so I just wanted to understand like that Ilori thing, like it starts to permeate down to the Southwest, because we always say, culture over religion, and I'm trying to see that shift that people are trying to gravitate towards religion. I won't say right now, I'm mostly moving. It's starting to change. That culture over religion dynamic is starting to change now, where people are now what is my advice in than even the Yoruba, their Yorubaness, because what in my link here with like Orisha worship that they don't find comfortable within that space. So can you who's that?
No, not me. But I can talk about it though.
No, go ahead.
In the Southwest, there are two dynamics. There's the Pentecostal dynamics, which is also creating the divide in the Southwest. Let's not deny that. The Redeemed, the Oyedepos and co. And everybody tries to take advantage of the Southwest. So you do see some hypobia and trying to use the Pentecostal part to divide Yoruba on religious grounds. They also tried that during Jonathan's election. And then you have the Islamic part, which is essentially this punk, this idiot guy that they made the Oluwo of Iwo. I think that one is getting paid. They're using him. And you also have the Murik guy. Those ones from the Islamic side. And then Oyo State has a nasty population of backward people that practice Islam like they practice in the north.
Beyond the Badon.
Beyond the Badon. They don't go to school. They don't. I think they found like a cache of a lot of them. Just almost like Almagiri, honestly speaking. I think the government busted it. But they have that growing population, especially in Oyo State. So between the Oluwo,
especially in the Okeogun axis of Oyo State.
Okeogun axis.
All those Shaki, Yoho, saying all those.
Our Thomas people.
Our Thomas. That area. So there's some backwardness, but I mean, it's been going on for long. It's just Yoruba.
Even before the separation of, that is right from time of old Oyo State. And that was why Osun State had problem when Osun State was created. Now, because most of the elite and the civil servant in the old Oyo were actually from Osun, because the Oyo people didn't go to school.
So that exists, but I mean, the Yoruba will survive a lot of this because it's not today. Like Pentecostals have been doing it, Islamists too have been doing it.
Kulata, what you are noticing is not actually the same thing like what is happening in the north. I think most of the Islamic fundamentalists that you are seeing, they are rising because of the Pentecostalism in the Southwest. It's just a fight.
There is that reaction of the Pentecostalism in the Southwest, but there's also a deliberate move of people trying to divide the Southwest or trying to make, because if I don't know, like I said, I don't know how we ended up giving Sultan of Sokoto the leadership of Islam. I read about it. It was just it was just a conference that they had, and then they elected to have him, and then they have one representative in the Southwest.
The Irish scholars, they are the one that did that.
So that stuff is not. I mean, I don't know why we can't even take that to court. There's so many things we should be able to take to court to fight all this soft power. But anyway, it is what it is, right? So I mean, people are trying to use the Southwest and trying to. But the thing with the Southwest is we enjoy life. We like life too much, and that is even built into our lexicon. Like my dad's Syria, that means it's Sharia. It's not Syria. It came from Sharia.
I never thought about that actually.
Yeah, it's Sharia. My dad's Syria is a reference to Sharia.
No, Kolata, there are a lot of Arabic, words in Yoruba. A lot. Alubarika, all those things.
Adura is Arabic. Adura is not Yoruba. It's Arabic. It's Dua. It comes from Dua.
Even sugar, the Yoruba name for sugar is Sikiri or something, and it's Arabic.
Even
the word Alafia.
Alafia is not Yoruba. It's not Yoruba.
But are these words, are they are not northern influences though? They are Arabic, they are Islamic influences, and I think the Southwest actually came across Islam independent of the North. Is that the understanding?
Yes, you are right. One man.
We got it from Mali.
Oh, hold
We
on,
got it
Simba.
from Mali.
Yeah.
We got it from Mali. I think the first mosque in the Southwest was in Iwo, 1770.
Yeah.
We got Islam before Christianity, way before Christianity. And it's due to trading exposure to Mali, essentially Mali. And that means you could have gotten Islam
Even
exposure.
if you look at the Yoruba Empire at that time, there was a lot of trade between Yoruba Empire and the Malian Empire at
It's
that
a
time.
trade route which they used to go to Mecca.
It'd be interesting, you know, if they
There's
did
nothing called
it.
Yoruba Empire now.
I mean, Oyo Empire, sorry. Oyo Empire, yes.
It'd be interesting if they did a DNA of the Yorubas and the Hausas to see just how much of each other's genes.
Well, man, I think for now we don't. I need it now. Let's just
not the Hausa one, man. We don't really have that much admixture with Hausa. We have a lot of admixture with Bariba and Lupe and Baggy. We have a boatload.
Are they not the same guy? Bari and Fulani, what's the difference?
One man.
Mala is Mala now.
You see what I meant? One man, by saying we don't know the difference. Gambari, Fulani, Kulejono, OBASANJO.
I like to say something about this Fulani.
Can you put the link up? I'll put the link for the words that we borrow from the outer language. They have the list of all those words.
All right.
There are many.
Coming after Baba Oriola. Yeah, after Baba coming. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, I said the legion of words we took from the Arabs through the Hausas. There are very, very many. Even even this money changing thing, it's not today. This money changing thing dates back to the British colony known as Lagos. Because if you go to Iga Kusoko today, as soon as you descend the Kata Bridge, you will see where the Hausa started money changing activities through Islamic. And that's where you find out that most of the people, the families who call themselves Seriki today, most of them actually are the Fulanis.
Yeah. Actually, when you say Yoruba word, is it wow? I didn't know that.
No, Ashuri is not Yoruba word.
Wow. Ashuri is not Yoruba now.
That's it. Okay.
Wow. Ashuri is not. It's legion of words.
Go ahead.
We took from them. So most of the so-called, I always call them Kwara Yorubas. They are really not. They are like Fulani or mixture, Seriki, Saraki, and a lot of that. And that is why people like who allow this dominance, Kulata was talking about, of the Emir of Sokoto gaining a preeminence position in Islam, dictating everything. It's true. Baba Dini of Nigeria, Alhaji Yinka Folawiyo, the secretary to the so-called Islamic something in Nigeria, Dr. Latif Adegbite. And then
and even this man, Arishekola Lao.
Those are the three people that subjugated the Yorubas almost.
Baba, in the 80s, they were the ones. Nobody.
Sorry, would it surprise you that Gari is a Gari?
Even Tolo. I mean, Tolo is not Yoruba now.
Even Gafara. Ga. When you say Gufeshe Ga, all those are not Yoruba words.
Dansaki is not Yoruba.
I think Oriola wants to come in. Oriola, come in. You wanted to put a position, Oriola.
Oh yeah, I want to. Oh, all right. I think we kind of like simplify everything, and I don't because back maybe even 10 years ago or even more, I have watched videos on YouTube where a lot of young people, especially from Northerners, they refer to themselves as Hausa Fulani. So it's not like yesterday or 5 years ago or 10 years ago those young kids, especially those that live abroad, they've seen themselves as Hausa Fulani. And people that live in Ilorin today as well, they are majority of them, even Yorubas, that maybe they were born to Yoruba, they already see themselves as Fulani Yoruba or whatever. They already mix
Mhm.
and they see themselves as half Yoruba, half Fulani. So that's one. Two, I remember maybe a year or 2 years ago, I think I was speaking to my dad and I was asking him a question, and he told me that Fulani already, I mean, they already in Southwest and they already have establishments where they have houses where they can become kings in our land already. So it's not like they've become they knew where they're from, even though they bears like Yoruba names, they know they're Fulani and they still answer Yoruba names, and they are institution now where they claim to a king to kingship in Yoruba land itself, especially Ogun State. So I think we're taking it like the way we're simplifying it is already more than that. And also, I think the Boko Haram existence is not what they claim it was. Basically, was the Fulani and Hausas fighting one another. And here's how I can back that up. I believe one of the military guys, I don't know the defense, I think his first name is Musa. He was saying that all the fights that they were seeing in the northern part of Nigeria is between the Fulani and the Hausas. So I think this is a lot of things are going on that a lot of and I believe that it's very hard for you to know everything that goes on in Nigeria because Nigeria is big. So whatever they tell us is what we know. So when it comes to that northern part of Nigeria, I don't think it's really what we think it is when it comes to Boko Haram. It's just people that own the land trying to fight the people that came to invade. So that's another thing. And another thing that I would like us to also think about is the fact that majority of West Africa countries, you've seen Fulani rule them. Like they claim ownership to those places. And if you see any Fulani abroad and you ask them, especially those that are not from Nigeria, they claim to be from West Africa, meaning they claim the entire West Africa as where they're from. So it will be very hard for
No,
us.
Ola, it's only in Nigeria they gain political prominence. If you look
No,
from Senegal,
Gambia.
wait, let me finish. Let me finish. If you look from Senegal down to Nigeria and up to Cameroon, for instance, if you look at the leaders in the 60s, if you starting from Senegal, Leopold Sédar Senghor, you go to Guinea, Sékou Touré, you come to the Sierra Leone. I've forgotten the leader of Sierra Leone. You come to Liberia, Tubman. You come to Cote d'Ivoire, Houphouët-Boigny, and the Benin Republic and the rest. No Fulani except in Nigeria.
No, Baba, that's a misconception. Baba, like 5 years ago, my friend and I were having a conversation. I was arguing the same arguments that you're saying. That was my stand. He lectured me and he corrected me. At that point in time, there were Fulanis as either president or vice president in most of the West African countries. I'm not kidding. I went to
That's
check.
correct. Yes.
Like
You
5 years
can Google
ago,
it.
almost every West African country had either a Fulani president or a vice president. I'm not.
I just named the presidents now. They are not Fulanis. Maybe they are vice presidents.
No, like I said, this was the conversation like 5 years ago.
No, it said about 5 years ago.
About 5 years ago.
I think even in Sierra Leone, their president is a Fulani man, is it not, or something?
I was shocked when I found out.
What period was that?
This was like 2018 or 2019 that I was talking about. Is either their president or vice president in most West African countries.
I would say the vice president.
Well, go check. I mean, do your research. I was shocked. I argued this argument.
Kulata, when we say 10 years ago, let's start from Benin Republic. Benin Republic was what was that?
Not all, but I said most, not all.
Okay.
But their strategy seems quite straightforward, though. They just go to the top of whichever society and take ownership of it. And they take ownership of it, and then of course they then own that society. And that's their lifelong strategy.
But using what as a tool?
They use force and then religion. They conquer you by force and then hold you in permanent abeyance with religion.
But this, something. There is a variation to this Fulani thing. Some Arabs, I think they call them Shua Arabs, and they all hide under that Fulani banner.
No, Papa, those ones do not call themselves Fulani. Those ones are Shua Arabs. Those are the dominant ones. Those are the ones playing the role in Nigeria Republic, and we have them in northeast Nigeria. Those are Shua Arabs. They came from Borno Empire, because Borno Empire stretched all the way to Libya from Nigeria. So those ones have been with us forever. They don't call themselves Fulani. Fulani is separate. Shua Arab separate. Yeah, speaking about the people that kind of like dominate our space. Those two groups, they dominate.
The former president of Niger, the one that they got rid of, Bazoum, he was a Shua Arab.
It was a Shua Arab. Yeah.
Are they linked to Kanuris then? Are they like?
The Shua Arabs are linked and mixed with Kanuris.
Okay, mixed. Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm reading up on this thing, so don't worry, very soon I will. But again, it's interesting to know because it affects the country as a whole. If you don't understand,
But at what point did they come to gain dominance, almost total dominance on Nigeria?
I think it's from Danfodio. I think we have to pick it up.
It's Danfodio's 1807 jihad, and like I said, it was the locals. Their strategy. It's not like they come one time. They've been in your societies for hundreds of years. They've been in Yoruba land before Alimi came to Ilorin because they move around. They're our own gypsies. So they've been there.
I just told you now they're even in Lagos. I just told you.
They've been there. You've gained trust in them. They're your neighbors. They surrender their language. They surrender their names. So they'll be part of your society. But they never forget where they come from. So when this guy came, the locals joined him. It was the locals. When I read it was the locals that actually buyed all the hills. Same thing with the lorry. It was the locals.
No. Sorry. The locals that mixed in with them over time, or the locals.
Yeah, they will call. When Danfodio came,
right,
and was preaching or whatever, it was the Hausa locals that actually killed their own ogas because they convinced them that the ogas were evil. They're following the wrong path. They worship idols. They do this. So those ones were like, our guys are good for nothing. And then they slaughter them. And then they just replace them with the pure, the ones that could read Arabic. And we're where we are.
Interesting.
Well, the funny thing though is that they are not especially good at governance. They don't develop anything. They don't enhance any space. All they do is to harvest the resources until they hemorrhage it completely. We've not seen any giant leaps in development anywhere these people have ruled.
Oh man, are you taking it? Because I saw a video when one of their heads was saying that they want to leave Nigeria. Do you take that threat seriously, or you just think it's just?
No, I think that's a nonsense. The pearl, the real gem in the Fulani strategy is Nigeria. Once they get a complete hold, and I think, by the way, they want. I think they may well want actually to insert into the royal houses in Yoruba land for that permanent dominance. Even the Oni, they are laughing.
Amugbo man, yeah. Don't use Yoruba as an example. That guy is Amugbo.
He's mighty Fulani now, so he has a Fulani half son now. He has his son is half blood Fulani now. Oh, my Fulani no funny.
So my
no, that's the first. I think that's the one I had the boy for him. That's the first son. So
Nigeria is central to their strategy because once they get Nigeria, they can use the weight of Nigeria to take the whole of West Africa. Easily done.
Sorry, one man. What you are saying, they are most dominant tribe in West Africa now. In fact, in some countries like Mali, Guinea-Conakry, Burkina Faso, I think they form like 40% of their populations. But the issue is that they don't call them Fulani. They have different names in different countries. Like I think in Guinea-Conakry, they call them Pew. Even the full day that we don't call the full day, that one is more common in Niger Republic, in Mali, but it's only in Nigeria I call them. Even they extend as far as the Blue Nile areas of Ethiopia. So they are already dominating. They are dominating already. So it's not something, and it's not today. So I don't know what we can do about that.
But you guys know the funny thing, Niger Republic, the soldier
yeah, we can hear
there
you
is
now. Come in after Plata. Yeah.
the man leading Niger Republic is actual ethnic Hausa man. I don't even know how that happened. The current the Gianni is a ethnic Hausa person. I was even surprised. So somehow Niger is the only place where Hausa has managed to come tops.
With foreign help now, of course.
One man. You see, Ajekalano, Omokuleni, Talama, Ajekalano, no Pomoleni.
Count down till this turns to Tinubu. Count down.
Tinubu ló tún fẹ́ leak ẹ̀ mọ́ nìyẹn. A máa change gbogbo ẹ̀.
All right,
yeah. You see, we know where all this talk is going. When Agbado people come on platforms like this and start spewing things like this, we know where they are going with all these their narratives. We know where they are going. You know, yesterday when I said that Yekalano, Omokuleni, which day was that? I was here. I was on your platform here, and then I and Pukulata were going head to head on this thing.
I wasn't here yesterday, guy.
Not yesterday. Okay, not yesterday. Maybe.
How old are you that you're forgetting stuff?
Whatever. How old am I? It's okay. All right. So, he was here, and then the thing is that we should carve out the central Nigeria. I mean, middle belt out of far north, so that they can go on their own. I mean, when you start hearing narratives like this, you know that there's something going on. The Agbado people have started their narrative. They want to spin narratives, and they want to achieve something. Was it not you, Kolata, some few days ago? Here, when I was here with you, you were saying that Tinubu should focus on North Central and leave those people from those their Sharia North or whatever you call them. And now we hear Baba came here and he was now spinning this narrative of Hausa Fulani, they dominated the thing, because the whole thing is because this current issue that Tinubu is having, problem is having with this tax bill. The people who are opposed to it are the Fulanis. Right here, some of you gave submission here, like the one that called himself Agbado Einstein here. That is Kulata. I mean, he gave some good. I mean, he gave us history. But this is the same Kulata. Hold on, no Kulata. This is the same you when we were doing Yoruba Nation on one man's platform here. You came here, you were debunking so many things that we were saying here. When we were saying that the Fulani they were attacking the Yorubas, you and your fellow Agbado people, some of your would-be Agbado then. You were challenging us. Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? But now you became an intellectual. Now you became an historian. Now lecturing us about how the Fulani have tried to dominate other tribes. But when Buhari was there, we were here. We were making noise that there's an agenda. There's an agenda for you. So suddenly now that Tinubu now is dead. Now the same Tinubu that was telling us where are the cows?
I told you guys that it's going to Tinubu. You see, I warned you guys.
Now, Tinubu, when they were asking him, when Fashionati's daughter was killed, he was asking, where are the cows? Where are the cows, right? And now, suddenly now, Tinubu has now, all the continents. Now, you see, suddenly now, you people want to play the card of it is we now versus dead. It is the Fulanis now. Yeah, because this Tinubu's bill, the bulk of people that are against it are the Fulanis. Because they, like some of you have already said here, they believe that Nigeria is owned by them. The Hausas, they are the low. I mean, they are the what was that word? They are the miserable people among the northerners. It's after you see a full Fulani man that is living in penury. It's very hard. You find that the Almajiri kids on the streets of different parts of northern Nigeria, they are typically Hausas. The Fulanis are well educated. I mean, some of them that are well educated, they are well educated. But my point is this: is that the people that are opposed to them, this whole Tinubu and everything that is going with Tinubu, is because of is this same Hausa Fulani. I mean, this Fulanis. Let me not call them Hausa Fulani. They are Fulanis because they know that if Tinubu should go ahead with what he wants to do, which I don't believe that he's really sincere about what he wants to do. It's not because it's some kind of like a tokenism, like what we're seeing with the. Let me just leave that. What we're seeing with the what's it called, the local government issue. That one I even have issue with that. So that's one of the things that brought me on one man's platform today. Now the same thing we know now, because you know that the Hausas now, I mean the Fulanis now, they are the people majorly opposed to this whole crap, and they are rallying their people, the so-called Hausas, to support them so that they can oppose Tinubu. They are the most intellectuals among the Northerners. Now suddenly now some of you came here now like Papa and Plata. God us now to start hating them because the other day when they keep Papa Shorty's daughter, when we're making noise, Igbo was making noise.
Question. Let me ask you something real quick.
No, don't ask me anything.
Hold on. Let him land this thought. Otherwise, you know this thing that we chop off people. Yeah.
My point is this: is that we know when Agbado people come on your platform, one man, and they use this kind of narratives. They want to now bring us. It is now us versus them. No, it is Tinubu versus them. Don't bring us into your Fulani crap that some of you came here and talking about. It is Fulani. I mean, it is Fulani versus Tinubu, not Fulani versus Yoruba people. Because when we're talking about the Fulanis the other time that they were killing us, you people came here. Some of you, like people like Agbado, I mean, like the Kulata, they were here that time. They were making mockery of us. Yoruba Nation. Now you know that now it is Hausa, I mean Fulani that they're against Tinubu's government, right? You see, we know you people. When you want to spew, you want to start your narrative. This is what you do. You will come here, like a bait, so that people like me will not buy it. That is why I'm here to talk about it, so that people should not buy into this your crap of Hausa Fulani or Fulani. They are dominating the whole thing. They've put themselves in a strategic area so that they can dominate the whole country. Yes, we know that. You don't need to tell us that. Don't come here and be telling us this your conjured history that you want to like spin just to make us look and say, oh, they're against.
Sorry, rational mind. Are you saying that you agree with what is being said?
I don't agree, Mama. I don't agree.
You said it's consistent with your position. What are you writing again?
Kilo agi.
Kò yé mi.
No, kò lè yé yín náà, kò lè yé yín sà. Bó yé mi, èmi tí mo sọ̀rọ̀, mo yé mi. Àwọn tí mo dẹ̀ ń bá sọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n mọ̀ kan tí mo sọ.
Nìkan náà lọ̀rẹ́ ara ẹ̀ máa ń yé náà.
My point is this, my submission is this, that don't come here if you want to talk about Fulani.
Repeat everything.
If Fulani people wants to go against anybody, they're going against Tinubu, not against Yoruba people. Tinubu is not Yoruba people. I've said it many times on this.
Okay, one man, can I respond now?
I come in and then after your real.
Okay, after that shower of spittle on everybody with incoherent on everybody, just let me talk now. Can I talk? Can I talk?
I'm speaking to you. Woman, can you go back
to
what I said some few days ago here?
Can I talk? Can I? Maybe you allow me to talk now, Abi.
Did I lie against you that you said we should allow North Central to
okay. Do you want to continue? Do you want to continue blessing us with your spittle? Okay, thank you. Thank you now. Okay. When you're done, let me know. So after the unfair showering us with whatever, it's just saying nonsense. First things first, you can look at what we've said in the past. Who were the people advocating for bringing in what's it called, OPC, doing this in the mix? And do you know what two things can be simultaneously true? you're talking about Yoruba Nation. What's my business with Yoruba Nation? When did I ever tell you I wanted to join Yoruba Nation? And what sort of logic means that if you don't support Yoruba Nation or you support the Yoruba Nation? Excuse me now. You are the one. Can I talk?
We're not looking for people like you. Don't come.
You are the one that said what you said, and let me talk. So what does that have to do with anything? Are we talking? I mean, are both positions mutually exclusive? That if you do things, then you automatically the other. Like, two things can exist at the same time. And when you now come here and start saying, oh, because we're talking about North Central, we're talking history here, which you agreed is correct history.
This is how you begin.
Can we talk? Madaro.
Can you talk?
I didn't. You talked. I didn't disturb you. Can I talk?
I'm challenging the crap you're talking about.
There's nothing you're challenging because you agreed with the history. You agree with the history. So if you agree with the history, just keep your mouth shut. So
you are spinning it. You're spinning it.
Keep quiet, please.
To make your case. To make your
keep quiet, please. I'm begging you to keep quiet. Sit in the corner and keep quiet, please. So you agreed with the history and everything is consistent. People are getting awareness of who they are, of their culture, their background. And we're speaking about the situation where people...
One man, please, can you go and dig... During that time
can you sit? Can you keep quiet?
You this very culata. You were here when we're talking about...
Can you keep quiet? I'm not Yoruba Nation, so don't... I will still make mockery. I'll still make mockery of you. I don't understand. What does Yoruba Nation have to do with anything? I do believe in North Nigeria now. Have I told you I'm still believing in one Nigeria?
People like you, I don't like.
So if you talk about shut up, national mind, please. If one is talking about history and what is going on, then automatically you must support Yoruba Nation. Screw your Yoruba Nation. So don't tell me rubbish. And when we're talking about things, history that is correct, that is consistent, you agree with it. Just say you agree with it. But you shouldn't be turning everything into, oh, it's Tinubu is this, it's Tinubu that. If Tinubu is attacking you at night,
there's something to that effect.
Excuse me. If Tinubu is attacking you in your dreams, please keep it to you and your psychiatrist. Don't bring it to a national platform.
Tinubu
And be allowed, don't allow Tinubu's torment your life to bring it to the public. It's unbecoming. Just look. Rational mind. Do you listen to yourself? Do you listen to yourself?
I know what you said.
So let me guide you.
It's just a stone.
Let me guide you. Go and play back any of your sessions and then take it to your psychiatrist and tell them you need help.
I cannot stomach you guys. You guys are here.
So if you can't stomach us, why are you coming?
You said what? Why am I what?
If you can't stomach us, then why are you coming?
We need him for balance.
Woman, can you please moderate?
Rational mind, Afibato padà dá session in Russia.
All right, let Oriola come in. I think Oriola wanted to insert himself into there. Oriola.
Yoruba Nation, call Yoruba motherfucking me.
Be careful. Be very careful about Yoruba Nation. You're not about Yoruba Nation.
Somebody else can go, please.
All right. There's Oriola is put on the helmet. So that's Oriola putting on the helmet.
I mean, first of all, we were discussing Pofa and the history of how did we get to Tinubu?
I don't know how we got to Tinubu, but we were discussing the infusion of Hausa Fulani language into the Yoruba language, and I'm seeing here that we keep saying these people, did these people actually civilize us and not the other way around? Because if you are looking at this, the entirety of our language, Sokoto, which is what you wear, is from them.
I'm not trying to stop you from talking, but one man.
Yeah, go on.
And when I came into this session, it was just you Babati, and what's it called? Babati,
Yes.
and you. I think I was the third or fourth person that came in. Now, I heard all the conversation. I kept quiet. You see, I draw inference. I don't come here. I don't go by what you people talk about here as such. I draw inference and I link them to previous or whatever action or whatever things has been said. That's what I do. I don't go by whatever you people really want to talk about. Baba was talking about how Abiola and Tofa and that's what he started with. But when he was now linking it so that, oh, the Hausa Fulanis were dominating, and this guy that calls himself Einstein, the Kulata, he came in, and then he was now talking about them like as if he was some kind of historian. That was why I became so enraged that this guy, he should not be talking. Because I know where you stand, because I know when people start narratives like this, it's because you want to rope some of us in to come and say, oh yeah, we support it. Yes, let the Hausas Fulani be on their own, and the Hausas be on their own, because we know where the whole thing is leading to. Because of this crap with Tinubu that he's doing. Because he said it last some few days ago, when he was saying North Central should be separate from Northern Nigeria. That's why I'm coming into it from that angle. So, Babati, you need to understand something. When I come here, I talk, there's an angle I come from. I don't come maybe basically on what people are talking about. I'll draw my own inference, and whoever is talking, I will attack it or I will challenge it. That's what I do.
All right. Let me ask you this, though. Setting aside what agenda might lead to what you are concluding that Kulata's intentions are, do you agree that it's time for the Hausas to grow a pair and assert their individuality within the greater mix? So do you think the time has come for the Hausas to break the shackles that the Fulanis wrap around their ankles?
Woman, you see, when you ask me a question like this, I know you want to push me into one corner, you want to box me to a corner, but I'll answer your question. Yes, I believe that, but not in the. So
you agree with what Kulata was saying?
No, I don't. No, don't make it sound like I agree with Kulata. I don't agree with.
Of course, he agrees with me.
I don't agree with Kulata because I know where he stands. What he does here, they send him from Aso Rock, or I don't know who is paying him. Who is from the what was that about? This guy, it's okay. I mean, who is bankrolling him? That's what I'm trying. I don't know who's bankrolling you.
I'll pay you your share after the show.
That's why
they tell me that I already have my share anyway.
So you come here and you're spinning that narrative. We know you very well. I mean, I've read you very well. Many other platforms have had you. I know where you're going. I know what you're
answer the question they ask you now. Why are you?
I've answered the question. I said yes. Every tribe should come to a table and, define their territory. Yes, this one that these Fulanis are having ruling supreme in northern states, it's all for political power, and they've succeeded. And some of you have already said it already. Not even only in Nigeria, some other African states like in Guinea, and in some part of Mali, even in Senegal, Guinea-Bissau is also there, even though they are Portuguese. So my point is this: is that I'm saying is that I don't believe. You see, okay, I'll give you an example. Look at what is going on in Edo State. A sitting president that was championing local government autonomy. Look at what the stupid idiots. I will never go to that channel anymore. I was on one guy's channel, and I was talking about this guy. We're during the election, and when I'm passionate like this, I'm talking about this guy because I'm passionate. I was trying to discuss this guy. This guy shut me down, all because he's his candidate. You see what we're talking about? And look at the idiot now. He became a governor in Edo State, and it's going against the rule of law. A Supreme Court has already said it that local government.
Why do you care about Edo State? Are you from Edo State? Are you Nosa?
Yeah, we go again with your crap. You see, here we go again with your crap. Don't bring it to side talk. I'm telling you about the sincerity of this APC demonic party. They just come and just scatter Nigeria and just scatter the political scene in Nigeria. Look at the sitting governor, the one that could not even talk. We were even thinking that is a Domboro. Look at what he's doing. He removed the local government chairman that were elected the same way he was elected.
RM, point of correction. He did not remove them.
Oh, come on.
The state. No, let me.
Man, this is not the topic I came here to talk about. I swear to God.
I'm going that topic. So what I will leave very soon. Don't worry. I'll leave you so that
Ekpebolo did not remove them. The State House of Assembly suspended them.
Okay, so
these are laws, regulation, procedures.
At whose instigation? What was
No, that is in the realm of clairvoyance. That's what you are going now. But on record,
no, this is not
on point of law, it is the state assembly that suspended them, not remove, even suspended them. It's allowed.
No, it seems you are not even in the know of what happened recently, some few hours ago.
I'm in the know. The two of them have declared for APC chairman.
You see, hold on, Esa, this is Mike, I'm convolute the whole thing. Let us not convolute the whole thing. Let us take in. We understand the role that the state assembly played. It was because they said that they were being rude to the governor. So they had to do what they did, like you said. But now we have had some few hours ago that they've impeached them. I don't know, maybe they were able to succeed in bringing the local government councillors of their different ward to impeach.
It is the councillors that can impeach you, which they did rightfully.
But at whose institution?
We're debating too sharply from.
Is it not part of the topic? It's not part of the topic.
No. Now we're in Edo politics, but I thought we were with the Tofa Abiola and the infusion of northern words into Yoruba language, and even if they civilize us. But carry on, have that conversation, and then we'll navigate back.
So my point is this: is that Fagbemi was saying to this guy that what you guys are doing, it's unlawful. The Supreme Court has ruled that these people, they are autonomous, they are separate from you, but you have no rights. But look at what they are doing. Fagbemi, who is an APC.
How about we don't care?
You don't what?
We don't care.
You don't care. So if you don't care, what's my problem with that?
We don't care. You want?
If you don't care, what's my effing problem with that?
Nobody cares.
So
get a clue.
What's my problem with that? If you don't care, that's your problem.
So you're speaking to yourself.
I want, yeah. So you look at this. Stop this.
If can they go to court? Let us discuss it. Can they go to court?
Who can go to court?
The chairman. If it is unlawful, can they take them?
Let's not get too locked in Edo politics. It's not
going to court or not going to court. There's a Supreme Court. I said, one man, can you go and dig that?
One man doesn't care.
I am. One man. Here's my point to Aaron. Where are you going with this exactly? I don't. Where is he going?
This is where I'm going.
Okay, tell me.
This is where I'm going, Babati. I doubt anything that Tinubu does and his APC does. They're not sincere.
We already know that. That's not news.
So anything they do, they only just pay lip service to wanting to do something. But we don't look at this same Tinubu was the same guy that was talking a few days ago that was saying that, oh, I'm not trying to take your local government away from you. Well, I can understand the context in which he's saying that. But you know the ramification of what he said. Because the Supreme Court has already said that these people are autonomous, but you say they're not taking. No, tell them as it is that local government, they are on their own. You people have you should not be taking anything from their allocation. But if made it sound like it's a light thing, like I'm not trying to take your local government away from you governors. So that's what he said. It's in the page of the newspaper. So a few days ago, he said it. I don't know if I quote him out of context. I said maybe those people are lying. So my point is this: that when people, these mediocres, when they become leaders and they pay lip service, they just want to dangle some things in front of us like they are doing something. But the far-reaching consequence. So my point is this, Babati, is that if we were saying that everybody should delay Babem, I mean, all his own territory, let Hausa be separate from Fulanis, is it Tinubu that's going to do it? Yeah, you people are living in the moon. If you think Tinubu is going to do that, and even
but the topic is actually even bigger than Tinubu. What the conversation seems to be evolving into is that the Hausas especially, but the northern subsects that are overloaded by the Fulanis, they are reaching somewhat of an epiphany that now, because the weight now is so burdensome that they want to unbuckle themselves from
that was the
Southeastern.
conversation.
Yeah.
That was the topic we're talking
Exactly.
about.
I know that was the conversation. But I'm taking it, but see, I'm taking it to a different angle. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to go. I'm not trying to...
Angry you, Danny. Problem. Angry you, Danny. That's
all right. Let us try and navigate back.
Go on with your stuff.
All right. Let's navigate back somewhat with this. Hold on, about. Let's navigate back somewhat with this. Super chat by RD, which speaks to what you brought in. Babati. It says what you have up is a Jami script, Arabic, than Hausa language. So even these words, they are not even indigenous. It's more from the language of the religion than the language of the northern tribes. This is what the party is saying to us. BT.
But it just shows that there's more to our history that we need to study. So
yeah, but how authentic are we even as an ethnic stock? If everything, if we're a bit of borrowed from here, borrowed from there.
No, it's a good thing, by the way. Look at Lagos, for instance. Like, so that means we have something like a Lagos back in the days, like 300-400 years ago, where people were coming and trading. So that story, somebody needs to. I don't know if we can find it somewhere where we had all these major trading areas in Yoruba land, and how much did we integrate people into our culture, and how much?
You see, BT. The thing is, you see, the Yorubas are basically traders,
right? Okay.
You understand, and we follow. In each household, like maybe in Kulata's household, RM and the Simba and everybody.
RM is not Yoruba, by the way.
You will find out that you have Iyasaro, Baba Kongo, Iyoke Okun. You understand? Iyagana. The Yorubas travel selling Efun, Osun, Iyere, and Alom, and a host of other things. So the Hausas too have the things they bring down south to the near the ocean here. They come by road through riding horses and things like that. And we buy those things and take them elsewhere. So I think that is where the mixture came in.
Yeah,
the French language.
Hold on. Let me add to that. Sorry, Baba.
Yeah.
There's trade, and then there's conquest. A lot of what you think is Yoruba or should be Yoruba are not. For example, the town of Shaki was not created by Yoruba people. It was created by Bariba people. A lot of people, Abasharon Ga, for example, was a Nupe man. Well, most of the Ga people are from Nupe land. So a lot of what you think is Yoruba originally, or that are now Yoruba, they're not. They're either Bariba. There's so much mixture between Yoruba and Bariba.
No, you are right, because when my grandmother was still alive, or my our own daughters, when they see me, it's like Akombi, Omoyan Damejo. You understand? Omoya, that is Bida area.
Omoya, Bida, Oya now, River Niger.
That is where they came from before they settled finally in Ekpechedo area. So the like you said, the history. I mean, the Yoruba history is so I don't understand.
Sorry,
no. Carry on, please.
See, when I come here some years ago, when I first came on One Man's platform, I want all those people that I just heard that somebody was saying that, and I was saying that I have about 3-4 different fibers of kind of blood in me. Some people doubt it, like, boy, I mean, you are everywhere. I mean, that was Kulata. Is he from Edo State? I could be from Edo State, possibly. Yeah, I could be, because the thing about you need to understand about history is that people travel, people move from place to people migrate. This so-called even Odua, whatever the crap they call him sometimes, the guy they call him Odua. And when I say the crap, I mean it's just the legend around it, because you hear different version of how he came to Yoruba land. So people will tell you that he was from Lela Rubawa. People say it's from Mali. People said it's from somewhere in
It's from okay, all right, in Ife area. That's the academic. That's the academic take on it.
Yeah, but they
It's
also
not
said
from.
it's from Saudi Arabia now.
No, that's the Islamic take. It's from okay, all right.
Lamurudu, and then it's that you see those kind of stories. So all kinds of stories. We don't even know which one, because it's
Oral history.
So that's why we don't have anything written down. But let's leave that. My point is this: is that some of you might be surprised that I call it also Yoruba, you see, some of you sometimes I don't even know. By the time you trace your link, if maybe you were able to find your great ancestors, some of them will tell you that they are from this side of the world and they migrated down this way because they felt maybe they just have to go migrate as good. Some people were saying that people were selling F, they were selling OB, they were selling all kinds of things to different, even as far as Togo, or even as far as Mali, or even to Cote d'Ivoire. And yeah, the Yorubas there, if you go to Cote d'Ivoire today, you see Yoruba people there, all these Ogbomoso people there. You see them there, a lot of them. So my point is this: is that you'll be surprised that people, some of you that are saying that I'm real, or you're your man, like one man will say I'm a your man. You'll be surprised that you are from one Hausa, Fulani, whatever.
I will be shocked. That one, I will not be shocked. The woman is a Fulani man.
Just call me Dan Laddie. Just call me Dan Laddie.
So my point is this: that you see that area between Ekiti, Ondo, Edo, or modern day Edo State. Those people, like Kole or Benny Kole, somebody was telling him here. He even said he admitted to it that it's also possibly from Benin area, from Edo State. That's what he said here. I mean, if I said I quote him wrong, let him come online and come and tell us if I quote him wrong.
He is online. He is there.
So my point is this: is that some of us will be surprised that all those things are just crap.
Rational Mind. There was a time about a year or two ago. There was this wave of all these multi-tonality sort of international people doing DNA tests to see where their origins are, and they will come online and say, "And I'm something Bantu. I am 10% something. I am 50%." So maybe it is time we did that as well, just to know just who we are.
I have done mine.
What's your Hausa blood? How many Hausa blood?
I am 100% from Yoruba land.
But I've
done mine now. I am 100%. 100. You may be no south, but this one
one man, I've seen Caucasians here that are telling that they will tell me that they have African blood in them. These are full white. I mean, you're looking at them. I mean,
yeah, but everybody does, though. Everybody does historically. So even the Chinese.
They trace. I mean, if you go to southern Philippines, there are black people in southern Philippines. Really, really dark people like you and I. I mean, I don't know if you're dark.
They are native to that area now. They migrated there a long time ago.
So that's the point. People just migrate, move from one place to another. Look at the gypsies. They call them gypsies in Europe. If you go to France, you see a lot of them in France, or you go to Austria or some part of Germany, you see them all across. They're originally from India. These gypsies, they call them, what they call them? You live in Europe, one man. Some of you live in Europe. These people
Romano gypsies.
Romania, yeah.
They are Indians originally. Those Romanis.
They are Indians originally. They migrated.
No, Romanis are not Indians, or no, they're not. They're not Indians.
They are. That's their historical backdrop.
No, Romanis. I've checked it before. Romanis are not. They're not Indians. They're I mean, I'll look for where they come from. They come from somewhere in the ancient continent, but they're not Indians, though.
I think they are Indians, but of a particular stock. I think they are from the Aryan stock of the Indian blend.
They have blue eyes, green eyes. Some of them have green eyes.
They're the original Aryans that the Germans tried to fashion after. Yeah.
This guy, intellectual.
They're not from India. I've checked it before. Romani people.
Maybe we'll check that in the course of this session, because that's always been my
I've read it. Okay, go and watch one recent GWTV documentary they did recently about India. They were there. They were even interviewing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, I stand to be corrected. They're from Rajasthan.
Come on.
No, that's fine. You know, of
that's
course,
fine now. I went to check.
Double down on
Me
here,
argue now. I'm not doubling down, stupid.
All right, let's bring Paddy in because I think Paddy may have come especially for this topic. Paddy, I suspect that this piqued your interest. All this finding roots, Kunta Kinte stuff. Paddy. Good evening to you.
Yeah. One man is fly, new man have
before Paddy starts, if anybody is going to be Nupe or Bariba, one man is actually going to be you because you come from Oyo. Me, I'm Eastern Yoruba. You are more exposed to that side.
I was actually thinking that as we were talking, actually, that because of the historical blend of that Oyo space with the North. If there's anybody that has a chance of having northern blood, probably me. But Paddy,
Ola even said you look like Sudanese.
No, you're possible now. You're possible. Yeah, I take offense to that. But Sudanese, Ethiopian,
Jubilee has the
Sudanese.
No, but I was just enjoying the conversation. Rational man came in to do.
You sound faint and distant, Paddy.
What about now?
A lot better. Carry on.
Okay. Oh yes, I said I was just enjoying the conversation until rational mind came to do what he knows how to do best, to rile up Kulata, or Kulata rallying up rational mind. So there's this book. I think I shared it with Kulata via IG, and I was, and my other just came, and there's actually a map that shows the trade route between Mali and even to the old Onife. I was trying to look it up before one man called me up. One man, can you give me like just few seconds? I'll mute. I'll find the page. I'll speak back right afterwards.
All right, if you can post the link as well. Yeah.
I shared it with you before, but you thought it was too far-reaching. Some ancient map that shows the Ogene of Uwe. That thing I've always been saying here for a long time, arguing with World Peace. I shared it with you, said no. But let Paddy bring it out.
All right, as Paddy is looking for that, let me implore, we're looking for a minimum of 10 new subscribers in the course of this session. If you are not already subscribed, then just reach for your whatever device and click on that red subscribe button, turn it to gray. We need 10 in the course of this session. I'm pretty certain that at least 10 people listening to the light that Paddy is about to bring you now are not subscribed. So please subscribe if you haven't. Click on the like button as well whilst you're doing that. So all those, are we still within this northern space? Because it seems to be what is engaging, especially the interest of there's nobody that likes to beat the chest more than the Yorubas, but just how indigenous are we is the question we now have to ask. The ad mix, certainly the language, how much of our language is even indigenous? How much is because the English language is like that as well. The word veranda, I think that comes from the Persian cusp, or is it India? The word camera, that certainly comes from from Iran. So baguette, all of this. So is that essentially what the Yoruba
assassin is an Arabian word? Assassin.
Yes, is that essentially what Yoruba is really? A mixed blend of all sorts. People. Is that what we are?
Because I always wondered, because even I with my Egba accent, because we sound different from the Oyo, and I was wondering where Egba people, it's just a conversation. But I do my research. I study, just try to figure out where we are, But we keep searching, we keep learning.
But the funny thing actually is this Yoruba thing. I think like we read is from Samuel Ajayi Crowder, because I get fascinated when I hear Egba people speaking. Ijesha man, when they speak, you can identify them and enjoy the language. Even if Ekiti Toba Dakpo Lensing, you may not even hear one word of it.
Baba Ife is worse. Ife is worse. If you go to Ife, you not understand anything that they are talking.
In fact, I need to
How about now, Simba? If it's simple to understand,
No,
know
it's because it's close to Gesa. That's why you think like that. Whenever they are talking, I don't understand what they are talking.
I wish that you buy like this. Well, sorry.
Ondo people, they call it going again, not that kind of business. Yeah.
So
Egi is friends, not a Egi is friend.
Egimi. That's what my wife calls her sister or her elders. Egimi, Egimi.
Because we call my friend Egi. But Ondo is one of the most difficult to understand. And Igembu.
Even Egba, if Egba says Berry, I mean, if you have like my child, what's Berry? But that's well done.
Well done, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think the Central Yorubas are speaking. I think it's Oshun and Oyo, some part of Oshun and Oyo that speak what looks like a Central Yoruba.
No. We speak what is called Yoruba Jumolo. It's what we all speak.
The Yoruba we speak now is a blend of
like
Lagos Yoruba and Oyo Yoruba.
It's like the broken Yoruba, like I'm calling that. Like the broken English, like we speak broken Yoruba English is what we speak right now.
Pidgin Yoruba.
They call it Yoruba Jumolo in that's what we
yes, right, but it was largely influenced from Oyo as well too. And when the Saros came, they picked up more of the Oyo Yoruba than even the Egba Yoruba that they were closest to. So the modified version of the Yoruba we are speaking is the Ajayi Crowder related kind of Yoruba, which is an Oyo based Yoruba. So the Ijebu Yorubas, the Awori Yorubas, the Egbas, the Ondos are still very somewhat distinct, but it is not like that uniformity, which is more of what Oyo has influenced down. But 1 month, anyway, to the map. If you can Google...
Paddy, sorry, before you go on, Paddy, but I think it is common to most languages in the world. Even, let me tell you, even Arabic, they are not the same. There are different versions of Arabic. And I'm very sure English also has their own. There are so many languages that are not actually pure.
Yes. The thing is that as language moves further from, either from one region to another, there's always that code mixing, there's accent based, there's the language shifting. So language will always evolved. Even English is still evolving, especially how different people speak it. And one man was right. English that came from the Germanic language is influenced by some French, there's some Latin into it. Yeah, there's some Latin into it, But 1 month, the name of the map is a 1325 Catalan map of West Africa. If you can Google it, you will see the trade route. And you see two prominent kings there. That's Mansa Musa and Organe, which is probably like the old Onife. So the Onife then was also referred to as Organe, and you see two prominent trade routes between Mansa Musa and Organe. So the influence that the Yorubas have and the same influence that the Hausa have is more of the influence trade from Mali than Hausa. So when one man said maybe like, and yes, you're probably right, we've been adulterated. The vast majority of the Yoruba culture is a blend of trade influence. What Lagos is today is probably like maybe the 8th or 7th time out when Yorubas have had that very blended culture. So if we've had that Ife was a very blended civilization. We had very many people from different routes, even as far back as the Arab bodies of Mesopotamia were also coming to Yoruba. But our largest trade influence was from Mali. Even when Islam came, with not once in any time did we refer to Mali, did we refer to Islam as a Hausa religion. Is Mali. So that's what Yorubas call Mali, that's what Yorubas call Islam, which is the religion of the people from Mali. And so Mali is what Yoruba refers to as Mali. So that influence that we talk about is more Malian. Even the Abetiaja that we have and co. The Abetiaja influence that we have is actually what horse riders usually use to wear. So remember when these chivalrous horse riders are riding the horses from the desert, right? The wind from the horses, when you are moving in speed, the way wind blows into your ears. So those caps were made to cover their ears because they supposedly, you know, the folktale then was those you would hear the sound of dead people that would die in the desert. So those abetiaja that we use was a way of using the cap to cover their ears. But of course, over time, when we stopped being very cavalier, I mean, it was a chivalrous with our horse riding. Yoruba started folding their own abetiaja up, so it faces up. But the Hausas and the Northern and Fulani still face theirs down. So those are some of the cultural blend nuances. But I think maybe even Kolata would know. Long before we even went abetiaja, the Yorubas dressed like the Malians. We wore turbans. We wore, we tied, or we dressed like Arabs, or maybe on the Oyo Empire.
Were we largely uncivilized before we came across? Did they civilize us?
No.
One man, you're a foreigner now. Be careful.
Okay, so to one man's question, and here's my very honest answer. We had a blend of both. So whilst we had people who were actually forest dwellers in places like Abeokuta, in some places like some places like Ondo and Co. In fact, even up to much more modern history, into the 16th century, many of the Egbas that were converted by Shodeke and Lishabi, they were actually some from hill dwellers, people who dwell in high hills that were being much more nomad, and they became, so there was the blend of both civilization. But remember, the Yoruba culture didn't just happen everywhere in Yoruba. It was a culture that moved from the north down. So where Ife is today is not where Ife was. So the Ife today is the Ife, the Oyo today is Oyoro. The old Oyo Empire, the old Oyo Ile, is even as high as Bogu. Plus, like, it's very far north. There were more deserts. They were inclined towards the Sahel. Those people were.
Katunga was still south of. The thing is, Katunga was south of Oya, but there were many incursions into Nupe land. So there was a time we sacked them. They sacked us. We sacked them again. They sacked us. They also came down south before we pushed them back. But I don't think, from the area where we were north of the Niger is the current Kogi state. That's where the Ife used to be.
Yeah, that
Kogi area.
Oyo Ile itself used to be up close to Bogu, where Bogu is today.
Sorry.
Used to be not Ife.
I had a quick question. That Kogi side, can you close to what city if you had to?
Well, all the current local Jan now used to be Yoruba. It wasn't. Exactly. It wasn't. Let me put it this way: the current these people, Igala. Sorry, the current Igala and us, we used to be the same people by a long time before, and we had immediate exposure to Nok culture.
Yes.
Let's put it that way. Mm-hmm. And Nok culture is Southern Kaduna. So add one or two things together. So between us and I'm sure the Gwari Nupe people were kind of like the, what will I call it, intermediary between us and the direct Nok. But we were way up north.
But you said Bashorunga was a Nupe man.
Yeah, Bashorunga was a Nupe man.
But then, it became an Alafin at one point.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I know.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
Shango's mom was a Nupe woman too.
Shango's mom was a Nupe woman.
Yeah. So do you remember that Oyo and Ife are there's actually a clash of civilization. One of the things that Oyo did is also what Ibadan was doing too during the Alimi period as well too. Even during the Kikiriji War, many of these civilizations had to bring in other people to become stronger. So the vast majority of who the old Oyo Empire were not just one unison tribe. It was a blend of multiple civilizations. In fact, there were Hausas who joined to become part of Ibadan. There were even some Fulanis that joined to become part of Ibadan. Same thing as Nupe Bogu that still fought Ekiti.
Most of them are hired mercenaries, actually.
Yes, exactly. So, and once you join, you also become part of. In fact, there's actually there's an 1891 census of Lagos State that you see many Hausas, Nupes, that were residing as far down as Lagos. And these were people who were just trading. I think I don't know who mentioned it, whether it was Baba or
did.
Bata. Yes, they mentioned that the Hausas and Yorubas are actually traders and are trading. In fact, one of the things that made Oyo Ife very prominent, that Ife was selling glass. So it was glass and beads, and this were probably like one of the biggest exports that if I was selling, and people were actually very trading. There's also that salt sale as well too, which was very big, which was also very big influence. But what Oyo was able to do was to have a more, an Arab influence or an educated influence over Oyo. When Obatala, which is actually from Okigesi, was the is it Alafin? No, Onife which was probably on Supreme. There was actually a war that brewed between Oyo, the old Oyo Empire, and Ife, and that conquest.
Sorry, Paddy.
Sorry,
Azan, please, if you want to come on, I can go backstage for you, Azan.
No, Baba, hold on. Yeah, Hassan coming, but Baba, unless you're tired, you don't have to leave. I think we have room for Hassan.
No, I'm enjoying the session, but I counted and we are.
Let's move. Let's bounce out of our mind. Let's bounce.
Hold on 1 second. I think Ogbeni wants to come into that space, but before Ogbeni comes into that space, let me highlight for the people joining us now. We have Omoyele Sowore joining us on Saturday. That's the link to the session right there. I spoke to his team earlier on, and I have the assurance that it is still on. So Omoyele Sowore joins us. So everybody present and correct for tomorrow's session. Have your questions ready. Let's sweat the politicians hard. Ogbeni, you wanted to come into that space, Ogbeni?
Yeah, one more, please, sir. Good evening. Ogbeni na master now. Ogbeni na master. Ogbeni na master.
Please. I want to do
I think it's Tony that needs to go.
Yes, you were not doing this with Choma.
What I'm trying to say is that Ogbeni is a master. He has to speak last. I don't know
why don't you let me moderate the thing? How about that?
No, I know, because he's a master.
Your permission, let me moderate the thing, please.
I will not speak tonight. No worry, I'll just be listening.
All right. Just you will speak, but let me coordinate it. Otherwise, it'll be chaotic. I saw how you were with Choma yesterday. You didn't give her all this back chart that you give me. Ogbeni, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, no, I just want to share my own understanding and knowledge about this Yoruba, those kingdoms and others. Just some readings I've done in that respect.
We are all ears, Ogbeni.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So if there's any tribe in Nigeria that is most studied, I think it's Yoruba. Any language, any tribe, any history of a tribe or ethnic in Nigeria, or even in West Africa, I think it's Yoruba. Yoruba happened to be the first ethnicity in West Africa to have a whole department dedicated, at a university department dedicated for its studies. And that was SOAS in London. That's School of Oriental and African Studies in London. You will find a whole department, and I'm not talking about module here or course. You find a department dedicated to the study of the Yorubas there. And when you get to some universities also in the US, like University of Georgia, Brown University, and some few universities like that, they dedicated some departments to the study of the Yorubas. Then if you drive it down also to West Africa, University of Ibadan, Premier University, established 1948, happened to have a whole department on the study of the Yoruba. That's a department on the Yoruba studies on its own. If you go to University of Ife. So why am I saying all this? There's no confusion about the history of Yorubas. There's no confusion at all about the source of our language, our fashion, trading, wars, history, our dance way of life, our taboos, do's and don'ts, our punishment, penalties, our virtues, ethos, what we believe in and what we don't believe in, our political structure, and generally our history. There's no, it's been studied thoroughly, and there are academic findings and outcomes there for anybody who wants to study it to look at. I appreciate and I enjoyed the last speaker who was talking about the Kiriji War and all those wars and the Tumbulu, the Mansa Kingdom and all those kingdom. One thing I've gained or garnered from my reading so far is this. Never at any time where Europeans came to enlighten us in Africa, or let me say West Africa or Yoruba race. I don't want anybody to see us like we're in one very dark place or no civilization or enlightenment as at the time the Europeans and the Arabs, which were the two major people that came to us, the Portuguese, then come the Spanish and then the English, then the Arabs, coming down to invade our space. No. Why? Because as at 1500 BC, with archaeological fact have shown that in the Yoruba land, we've had terracotta, which were finely, how do I put it now, structured, okay? And that is a sign or an artifact to show the
So sorry, Ogbeni, but the historical documentation is that those artifacts were from the lost wax technique that the Arabian world brought into Yoruba land. So it wasn't an
No, man, it was indigenous, nothing Arab about it. That was actually what convinced Oyibo people to believe that Africans had advanced civilizations. We convinced them, one man. Don't say that Arab stuff again.
Stop pushing this, you've been pushing this for, okay, go ahead. Let me see where I want to say. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead, Ogben. Sorry.
Roma, they were empires. The modern day Mali, Mauritania, Senegal used to be major Ghana empire. About 1200 CE or BCE, they've have established political structure. There were three major things you used to gauge or understand civilization in a space. Even when archaeologists, when they try to dig out history artifacts to understand civilizations, when you see, the problem with Africa, which I've come to realize, was that we couldn't write our history in the modern way of writing history, but we were actually documenting our history. Because don't forget, the first place to even write things down was Africa, that is Egypt. So we were documenting our own history in our artifacts. Okay, when you have Shango, the best way we could do to depict what Shango looked like was to mold a terracotta Shango's head, okay, keep it in the upper palace. But over time, we've had a lot of wars and a lot of other kingdom coming to conquer this kingdom. They will shut away their artifact and keep it somewhere. And over time, we've abandoned so many of our artifacts. And because of that, we may not be able to trace our history in the Western way of tracing history. But thank God now that we have, geological and architectural artifacts that have been able to help us to trace our destiny. Now, with the last speaker, I agree. Mali Empire actually had a lot of influence on us. But when you pick Mali, don't think it's the modern day Mali alone. That's another thing about the way these societies, metamorphose, really. Mali, when you say Mali Empire, that's about between, I think, 1200 to 1600 or so. Mali Empire today happen to be Mali, Guinea, and Senegal put together. That was the empire back then. Just the same way you put part of Mali, Niger, and part of Nigeria as the Songhai Empire. That's the same way we had Mali Empire then. Okay, so we've had influence over one another across board. For instance, let me give you an instance. Now, if you're traveling to the northern part of the Yoruba land, if you're going away from Ijebu-Ode, you're going down into Ilesha, you're going up across Ilorin, and you cut the section of it by a way. Now, you start seeing the Nupe around that place. You get Bida, all those Mokwa.
Sorry, who's the one typing? I don't that keyboard.
Sorry, I'll mute myself.
Okay. Kachabara, all those areas, even Tilabaji, close to FCT, they had a lot of influences of Yorubas. You can't call them Yoruba land because you always have a border. It's just like you pick Benin Empire and you want to draw a line between Benin Empire and the Oyo Empire back then. It's very difficult for you because you had people who happen to be in the borderline who will be part of here and part of there. And that is where we have our languages mixed together. Okay. But to define what exactly the Yoruba, I don't think it's a difficult thing for us to define because it has been studied thoroughly and there are so many artifacts to prove us as a race, as an ethnicity that have been, Let me give you an instance and I'll close it on this.
Sorry, before you give that instance, Ogbeni, the question is how authentically indigenous are we? So yes, of course we're indigenous because we're an evolution of people from a particular sort of a space with a peculiar sort of culture. But the peculiarity of that culture, how indigenous is it to our evolution, or is that evolution, did it consume other culture to form a greater whole? Because if you look at what's on your screen there, a good, shall we say 20% of Yoruba words are from the north, Sokoto, Alafia, so that's really what we were querying. Yeah.
Oma, let me tell you one thing I read. I can't remember. I read it in one of these papers. When Odudua, that is, yes, we all agree from horror, tradition and historical account, that Odudua was actually the progenitor of Yoruba people. When he arrived at Ife, because he wasn't indigenously Ife, he wasn't native of Ife, and we all regard Ife as a cradle of Yoruba civilization. When the man got to Ife, he met some indigenous people already living there. I hope you're aware of that. To tell you how native and how indigenous the Yorubas were to their
land. Let me make a quick correction. Let me make a quick correction. Oduduwa is not the progenitor of Yoruba race. He's the progenitor of modern Yoruba royalty. Yes. And I say modern.
Modern, yes.
Yeah, let's correct that. There were people governing way before Oduduwa.
Should I even chime in? Should I chime in?
Under what system? Sorry, come in after this or answer it. Under what system structure, though? Because the system structure that we know as our backdrop is the Obership structure. Which places to
Obatala was before Oduduwa.
So in actuality, Obatala was an Oni in Ife. Yeah. And there was a war between Obatala and Oduduwa at the same time. And the reason Obatala lost that war was because Obatala Omutini. So there were people, and in fact, during the time of Obatala, there's already that Obership. There were the Yellow Days, there were the what's it called? There was a kinsman already. There was Ogun and Shango. So Obatala era, there were already blacksmiths who were already trading. Oduduwa came in and made a civilization, and of course he was a little bit more of a warrior person. So I'm trying not to when Obatala. So there was actually a battle that was Obatala was supposed to go and settle, make a peace treaty with Oduduwa, but they went there because of Mutini. So if you remember, in fact, if you remember the old story of how Olorum made the earth, and he said Obatala, Olodumare sent Obatala, and he said Obatala Mamoti.
It's my understanding.
Yes. So he had so Omutito Jayan, that's why he lost the battle to Oduwa. So what, to Kolata's point, Oduwa now made the modern Oyo oligarchy, that's new, that's Ife, that style of kinship that we have today. Oduduwa, Lushawa refined it, but there was actually an entirety of a kingdom existing already with the Ogun, Oya, and the likes who were blacksmiths, who were already trading in metal. So there was really a battle between also Obatala and Oduduwa existed at the very same time, but Obatala local rule. So there was a battle of supremacy, and there are very many people from Ife that now joined and sided with Oduduwa to overthrow Obatala.
Okay, So this is my understanding of that area. So if you read this man's book, Professor, I think Fakunle, his own understanding was that Obatala had been in that land, but it wasn't a political head. It was a spiritual head of the Yorubas. So they've had a settled, what do you call it now, society, okay, in that space, and it's on pockets of lands around Ile-Ife. But there were no political head like what Oduduwa brought to the Yoruba land. So
sorry, Ogbeni, quick one. The Oni title is actually spiritual title.
Yes,
but go on. It's a spiritual title. It's not like kind of like Oba like that. It's not political until Oduduwa.
True. So, and that is why some people will always still regard Oduduwa as the first Oni in Ile-Ife. Why some will tell you that no, they will still refer to Obatala as the first Oni, and they will tell you Oduduwa was the third also in that assertion. But in any of the two, when you see what academics they've gone back and forth on this, and the two sides was some believe that there was a battle and there was a serious battle, a war between Oduduwa when he came and Obatala lost that war, but there was no bloodshed. Obatala didn't die from the war. Oduduwa became ascended the throne and then established by military conquest. There's another part that said no, it was just a mere diplomatic, a peaceful resolution between the Obatala was spiritual head and Oduduwa, and that when they resolved, Oduduwa became the political leader, and Obatala still retained his spiritual status. And to date, you find that they still worship Obatala, or let me say, because some traditionalists now say they don't worship, that what they do is what do you call this? They
venerate.
They venerate, yeah, they don't worship. That till today, so they still venerate Obatala to date because they believe he maintained his spiritual status in Ile-Ife and he never at any time bowed to Oduduwa. But in any of the two you want to pick, the point I'm just trying to make, which everybody agree with, I think, is that there had been settled society marked by three major things you use to look at civilization. Okay, sustainability. We've had our own tools for farming before European or Arabian or any of them came around. We sustain the society. We have political structure on ground without any influence by any other society at all. Settled down, and we have our own spiritual, structure also on means of punishment, do's and don'ts, taboos. We have our history, maybe not written down like the Western way of writing things down, but we wrote our own things down in our in our artifacts, okay? Our sculpture, all these things. We wrote our things down also there. Then we have established trade, and we have trade routes, even before they came at all. We have trade routes, and that's why I agree with Baba. Our people had been traveling across to the Nupe land. They've been traveling to Fulani land, Hausa land. Sorry, Fulani, they don't even have land. Hausa land, Nupe, Bariba, Igara. We've been traveling all over, down to the Benin part, Shongai, the Manzam. We've been traveling, and we've been bringing things home, spices. We've been doing a lot of things across before the European arrived in our space. So we shouldn't mistake that for anything to think that they came to enlighten us in any way at all. That's the point that I've just come to make.
All right. Who wants to come into that space? Do you have any thoughts on that space? Oriola, you wanted to come in, Oriola?
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts in my
So now you forgot me now. Now you forgot me, woman.
I was going to come to you, Tony, but Oriola then Tony. So apologies, Tony. I could never forget you. Oriola.
Yeah, so from my understanding, Oni is taking a position of OMOKRI Arole Odua, correct? So meaning he's just holding the post for Oduduwa, whoever is taking on the position. So meaning that Oni is just a spiritual leader for us. and the one that owns the Oyo Empire. I forget the name now.
Alafin.
Yeah, so that one would be the political guy.
Daddy.
Give me a minute.
I want my biscuit now. Or whatever it is. All right, take a moment. Let's hear from Tony. So Tony, coming to the space, I thought it was so Yoruba centric. You might not want to. But Tony.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. I've been a good morning. Okay. I'm only here just to drop the truth, all from my own, from my own side. Anyway, just to, I'm just trying to be natural and organic. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to make any, to compete with anybody, but just to say the fact. So first of all, Yoruba is not a tribe. Okay. You need to get that. We need to get that. Yoruba is not a tribe. I think the guy that spoke earlier on, one of our new guys here, it was very close to the truth. You know that the Jebus, the Egbas, the others like Ikale, the Edos, all these people they are made up of this Yoruba. What that is, Yoruba is made up of various tribes. Or today we can say Yoruba tribe, comprising of all these ethnic groups, including the Edos and the Deltas and some Ijaw, and then all these Kogi, all these Igbira people, but once upon a time, a guy called Ajayi Crowther or whatever, with his team, they decided to invent this language, Yoruba. But Oyo is the actual, the real Yoruba language that we are using today. If you go to Ibadan self, we not use too much all these punctuation marks. If you want to say she, like a she, you can just say E-S-H-E. You know, but this Yoruba is not a tribe. Yesterday also, you also made some, or you read some something that where one of Iboma talk say that the Benin people are also part of this race. You know what I'm saying? So people from Wari, from Lokoja, from Igbira people, they're all inclusive. But to be said that Yoruba is a single tribe is lie. Even the Benin people, now they even get more space there in that Yoruba area. If you go to Ondo and Ekiti State, these people they are more similar to the Edo people. Like one guy was also saying about Ife also. If you go to Ife place, there's space there. See, some of their languages are very close to the Beninese, native tribes also. Although we don't understand each other, but at least we're very close. You know what I'm saying? Look at Lagos, the history of Lagos, many things like that. How we even form the Benin Kingdom and later go and form Oyo Kingdom. You know what I'm saying? Probably to be able to ward off all those people coming down from the north to come and attack our people. Look at all these Ibadan wars, how the Benin and the Ibadan people collaborated to ward off all these Utmadafoto people also, right up to all those Auchi area and everything. Look, the collaboration. You see, we're all the same people. But somebody came and formulated that language so that for us to interact. But just because the Lagos train is working now, so we are now saying that okay, we are not the same people again. You know what I say? After all, we're not going to live here forever, and then we should be doing our best to make sure that after us, our future generations will work together or they see each other as one. But all this, the same thing people of Republic of Benin, some of them. If you look at Egba people, they also migrated from that place, from that space. And then this will do one question, please. Lastly, look, is it logical to say that somebody just jumped down, from the sky to come and be? No, it's not possible. I think that Benin version of this, of the narrative is the nearest or more logical that at least made some senses, more senses. Apart, if you take out this Lagos state is, Lagos train is working. So we're now fighting over who owns Lagos. You know what I'm saying? So I always say that the Edo people should buckle up, should start getting their ass together because we have the resources so that people that our people, they're not running away from us because we are unable to make our our state look better. That is why people are not saying no. So that's why I was saying that so long ago that Ogbeni was at home, was in the house, I was very happy. Because when Ogbeni comes in, he's a historian and he knows so much, he's a master. And then he's a very, and then he's a man of truth. it doesn't matter who is being hurt, but he always talks the truth here. The relationship between more relationship with people of Edo, of Edo, Ekiti and Odo, more than to the Jabus. You know what I mean? More than to the Jabu, more than to the Egbas and all this. So just excluding Edo, or try to corrupt this history. It's not going to do us any good. So you look at the carving, all these artifacts. You call it artifacts. You see the similarities. This why is it not that if it's from Ife now we come out, if not be the other way around? Why come say I can get more so-called artifacts more than our brothers and sisters in Ife then? If not that actually we. See, if not, if not actually that we actually went to Ife, our prince, who was to be sacrificed, that ran into the bush, and then was discovered in an Ife bush, and they say, okay, this is a man that will be our own ruler. That's how this Oduduwa came about. And later on, there was a oracle, people in Benin, after so many years, some 60 years, 70 years, the man was already old. Then that oracle said that we should go and bring that man back to Benin. That is how that's how Oduduwa. Sorry, not to do. This Oronyo. I will say Oronyo now. Okay.
All right. One man, can I come in, please?
Yeah. So let me join now, my brother Kolata. So then from there, this man came back to Benin, established the kingdom, and went back to Oyo again. Because that one, that's where you can be, if you say that you want to say that Wama may be coming from a north, no. Wama may be coming from Benin, because these people that left Benin to go and create Oyo kingdom, after creating the Benin kingdom, that could be one of Wama's family also from Benin that joined the Oromiyon to go and form because when he went back to, he cannot be the king again. And for the Ilefe, Oni is nothing but a chief priest. That's where we end it.
All right, thank you. Whatever Tony just said is what is considered apocryphal history that was created in the 1970s after the politics. But one man, I want to address something. The glass industry in Ife started from the timing, it was around 10 AD from carbon dating. And the glass produced in Ife cannot be found anywhere in the world. It means they created their own indigenous way of producing glass. It is high lime, high alumina glass, HLHA. It cannot be found anywhere in the world produced. But they found evidence of trading. They found some of it in Mali, because we traded those glass beads in Mali. They even found some in Igbo Uku, those glass beads that came from Ife. So there was a lot of trading in Ife, and there was a lot of ingenious technology. The brass casting in Ife, that was a heavy industry, but you can say we borrowed some of that from Nok culture. And from carbon dating, Nok started it, Ife picked it up, and then they transferred it to Edo. These are academic papers I'm talking about, not some fancy. And now, when we talk about the Yoruba people, or I'm going to call it the proto-Yoruba people, they extended everywhere. I mean, a lot of the land in current Benin Republic and current Togo, all the way north to, I'll put it up to North Kogi, and the Igala people right now, they're also proto-Yoruba people. Niger, the Igala people now are proto-Yoruba people because their language is 60% Yoruba. But we created our own indigenous civilizations. We had city-states.
Sorry for pausing you a bit. You know a place called New Buza in Niger?
Yeah, of course, I know New Buza. Yes.
You know they speak Yoruba in that place.
I know. There's a lot of lower Niger now used to be Yoruba land.
I was going to say that as well. Like a lot of Nupe and Tapa people that migrate to Oyo, they're Yorubas.
And one thing I'm going to say, the Fon people in Dahomey was created by the merger of the proto-Yoruba people and the Aja people that now created Fon, the Dahomey people. The original Yorubas. So we shouldn't be saying, oh, I mean, like any big civilization, things will be borrowed.
Dahomey was under the control of of the Benin Empire, and
Nah,
Igala
I'm
also
not.
we
No,
took over Igala also Benin Empire.
Hold on, Tony. Let Kulata land, and then after Kulata lands, I want to bring Hassan into the conversation. Kulata.
So when we need not sell ourselves short. Is one of the is like I said, like I keep saying,
Yeah,
there's no.
Should we embellish who we are though? Because it's
We're not.
there's a heavy embellishment in our,
No, there's no heavy embellishment. It's like it's English language embellished. When over half of the words you speak in English language is either Germanic or French or Latin or Greek or even, I mean, now some even African languages have made it to the English language. You don't say that.
Languages. It doesn't make you who you are.
So language change. I mean, when you're talking about all this stuff, these are contemporary words they're even talking about. These are words that maybe were started using after 19th century. You probably will not find it in Yoruba land in 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th century. So no, a few of this we borrowed due to trade. But don't diminish who we are. Songbo Eribo in Ijebu was created separately. The wall was massive. There's still evidence of that wall till date.
Till today, even more than the Benin wall.
More than the Benin wall. We created that on our own. And I mean, so if you had forest Yorubas, they were tiny. We organized ourselves in city states. They met us with city states. I read what they wrote about my own hometown, Elisha, what they found, that they've not seen a city in Africa with so much straight lines and planned. It was planned. If you still go to that city, the ancient part of it is still planned till to date. So I don't like when we try and put ourselves down for what? When we're one of the few indigenous African cultures that is there's no African studies in the world that doesn't study Yoruba language.
None. Just 2 minutes to
sure.
Speak a bit before Hassan, particularly on the issue raised by Tony. I agree there are some pockets of space within Yoruba land that migrated from Benin, like Ado Ekiti, for instance. Our history is that we came from Benin, but on getting to Ado, we met people there. And that is why when you get to Ado today, you find it in two parts. The indigenous ones that they met there, who were the Oduduwa speak guys, and then the ones that came from Benin and settled there. But unfortunately, the present king, or let me not say unfortunately, but historically, the present king now that is sitting as the king there happened to be the one that came from Benin and took over the kingship. But does that mean that land is owned by the Benins? No. Because those ones that were there originally, indigenously, they're still there. They met them there, and they are still there, and they are still maintaining their identity today. Now, where I'm going is this: when Tony said, "Oh, Yoruba is not a tribe," Yoruba is no. It depends on what you see as a tribe. It depends on your understanding of a tribe. It's a race, it's a tribe, and it's an ethnicity. Now, how do you say that? Now, when you say a tribe, apart from the contemporary way of using tribe, now, what do you mean? People that share common identities, and they are probably same progenitor, and then they settle in a particular space and shared things together in that space. Now, don't make a mistake and think language is what indicates a tribe. No. Many Hausas that speak, many Fulanis that speak Hausas today, they are not Hausas, they are Fulanis. The fact that they can speak Hausa doesn't make them Hausas, they are Fulanis. So what are the indicators? How do you understand that this person, when you pick and you say, okay, this is actually a Yoruba land or Yoruba race or Yoruba ethnicity? One of the major things is their ways of life. And that is why these are things that they change with time. They metamorphose with time, but very slowly. But the core of it, the main one, will not change. For instance, you get to Yoruba, when you say Yoruba race, what you won't find in another race, no matter how close they are to Yoruba, is the way of life, the naming of their children. What do you name your children? How do you name your children? What their religion and their deities? What are the deities they believe in that particular land? Those neighboring lands will not share the same deity with them. Okay? What are the tools for your trading and farming? the tools for trading and farming in Yoruba race or ethnicity or society, they won't share it, or the neighboring society that settle beside them will not share with them, right? What is the trade you know them for? For instance, when I talk about naming, when you say Ige, it's only Yoruba land you find that name. When you say Ojo, you won't find it outside that place. Okay, Haino, etc. Why? Because they have meaning that is indigenous to the Yoruba
Thank you
race.
very much. Thank you very much. You just crown it up. You know, that is all this okay, Uju, also funny Bini. We're all the same people. Really, thank you very much. I know that you are a master. That's why I call you master, because you always see the nail on the on the center point of the head.
When
You know, you are a good guy.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
When you say okay, what's the meaning of okay in Benin?
You know, I cannot say, because we have even popular musicians in Benin that are okay. You know what I'm saying? And those Uju family is very much in Benin.
Pregnancy. This
all this Agbeni, a lot of names. So we are the same people. I'm not fighting you, Ogbeni. You are very correct. We are the same people. What you find in Benin is what you find in Ibadan. All those kind of local, all those kind of what would they call Ogbanje people? Ogbanje.
Tony,
we are the same people.
Yes, we are similar people. Is probably more what it
We're
is.
similar.
You see, those are Uruku Amutoronwa. When they say somebody's I know, you know exactly how it came into being. Okay, Ige, and a whole lot of other names. They are really pure.
Ojo, yeah, Ojo.
And they come with their own special Uriki. Okay, Jagbada. Oluweyo.
Ogbeni.
Can I say something real quick before?
Let Rational Mind come in. Hold on, everybody. Let Rational Mind come in. Come in after him, Oriola. Ogbeni made that point. Hold on. Let's do it in this order. Rational Mind comes in. Come in after him, Oriola. Ogbeni makes his point, and then we go on to Hassan. Rational Mind.
I'm not going to finish. This was an interjection.
Sorry. And then we go back. Okay. Let's just, so that we are structured. You know, sometimes we don't pay to the audience. They're actually listening, and then sometimes this guy has been talking. This guy hold on. You have that say. Let Oriola come after you. Kulata makes his point. Ogbeni makes the point. Kulata runs it up. Then we go to Hassan, because I want Hassan to come in just for what is on the screen here, the blend of our Hausa Yoruba language. That's really what I'm
I still have a few words before Hassan.
All right. Okay, we'll do the round and then we'll land on Hassan. So, Rational Mind, Oriola, Ogbeni, then let's start Rational Mind, Oriola first. Rational Mind.
I just want to chime in with what Ogbeni was talking about in Edo State. You see, when people talk about that present day Osun State as being the birthplace of it's more like the cradle of the Yoruba race. I mean, let me even say race. There's only one race, the human race. I mean that ethnic group or that tribe, whatever. You people understand what I'm saying. So my point is this: is that Osun State, that area called maybe bigger than that, maybe extending to modern day or your state. But I just say that Oshogbo axis, Elisha, Ife area seem to be the very how do I say where everybody just spread across into other parts of the modern day Yoruba states now. But my point is this: is that when Tony was talking about talking in Edo State today, you hear people bearing like those names that you mentioned, but then one of those names is Osha, Osarati, in Edo State, you hear different kind of name that start with Osa, or they call it Osa. But in
Osarati, that's God's power. And then if you go to even Lagos, Etiosa, local government in the Lekki area, the others, many places there.
It's okay. My point is this: is that the word Osha in Edo, it's more like a deity, a god. Now in Oyo State, Osun State, you hear Oshabumi, Oshadele, and all this kind of Osha. So you can trace those links that even in those states they precede name with Osha, and then Osun State, this is like Oshobo and that Ilesha area, they name their kids Osha before other names they are attached to it. So my point is this: is that we can understand that there is some kind of a link in some ways to these different ethnic groups that even though they claim to be different from Yoruba, as the case may be, but I believe there's just a link. I just put it out just to corroborate what Ogbeni was talking about.
All right, thank you, Oriola. I think his daughter has his attention at the moment.
Yeah, I'm still here. Okay.
Okay.
So I want quickly, let me make this from my own understanding. So race is different from ethnicity, and ethnicity is different from tribes. Race is all black people are one race, all white people are one race, all Asian people are one race. So that's what race is. Ethnicity, Yoruba is ethnicity, it's not a tribe. English is an ethnicity, it's not a tribe. Italian, their ethnicity is not a tribe. Under those ethnicities, they have their own tribe. So Egba definitely fall under Yoruba as a tribe, or Oyo as a tribe under Yoruba. What is it? Edo probably is also a tribe under Yoruba, like Igala, Fa, Ga, all of those people, they just tribe under Yoruba. So it doesn't technically mean that. So because when you look at it, like us that we speak like the plain Yoruba, technically, most of the time, especially those of us that have like grandparents or great grandparents, if you speak to them, if they're from, so like my grandparent, for example, from Egba, for example, when she speaks, it's very tough to hear because she's using the Egba dialect. I have another grandma from Ijebu. When she speaks, you can definitely, they're speaking the original, which is Yoruba they're speaking, but it's very hard for you to understand. So that might technically also goes to Edo, for example, that if Edo people speak, because it's their dialect, it's hard for like typical, especially most of us now that we just speak plain Yoruba to understand what they're saying. So
thank you.
The confusion, even the Gala, they're all like they're all Yorubas. But what it is I believe that, and that's how the word goes. Like as we, for example, now, like some of the people that have kids abroad, by the time, let's say 50 to 100 years from now, the way they will speak the Yoruba, especially if you teach your kids your language, the way they will speak it, technically, it will not even, the accent plus the dialect will be a little bit different. A great example would be if you hear the Trinidad and Tobago people speak Yoruba, because they do. Some of the ancestors, they still instill, because they still practice some of our religions. So they still speak it when they're praising the Orishas. They still speak it, but the accent is a little bit different. Same with the people from Brazil, people from Cuba. They still praise the Orishas, but it's just like the accent is a little bit different. And some of them might actually have more knowledge than us that we're in the Yoruba land, because we are more contaminated. And this is why I say we're contaminated. We are already we went through slavery, even though we are not part of a lot of people that are still there. They're now slavery, they didn't take them as slaves, but we went through that slavery era. And we also, on top of that, we went through the colonization. They didn't really went through colonization, because our ancestors that actually went through the slavery era, they were able to instill it. The way we practice things, they instill it in them. That's why you will see. Just listen. Okay, just listen. We in Yoruba land, we never celebrate, well, as a collective, I don't even think we celebrate our ancestors. Like the Yorubas in Brazil, or the Yorubas in Trinidad and Tobago. Maybe older people, they do, but we see how they celebrate it and how they praise the ancestors. They still speak Yoruba in doing those things. When was the last time you see Yoruba people that lives in Yoruba land do the same exact things. We don't.
They do now. They do actually.
They said. Well, I've
no,
never seen
hold
one.
on. Let me reply. They do, but it's not like on TV like they do in Brazil, where they make like a big event in the stadiums and other things. But they do.
Well, most of us don't want to associate with it.
No, that is different from saying like we on share now. That's a different different question.
Have
you landed? Can I say something? Okay,
no, I'm almost done. So, but I take your word for that.
Make una they consider Hassan network.
Tony, I beg you now.
But the point I'm making is the way they celebrate, the way you see all of them do and celebrate when it comes to our the Orishas, the people before us, is way different than the way we carry it. Like the knowledge that I have when it comes to the Orishas, like I didn't get it from while I was living in Nigeria. I didn't get that. I had to I got those things from watching those people and from reading about it out here. That's how I learned about it. But the main point I was trying to make is basically that tribe, ethnicity, and race is different. It's not the same thing. Yoruba is ethnicity, and all tribes in like Yoruba tribes like Egba and so they fall underneath. That's one. And number two, which I won't go in depth, I will just make mention of this. I know there's a lot of people that want to talk. Is the fact that because we are so, imagine 15th century, which is 1400, up to now. That's about 700 years ago. A lot of things has contaminated. And we saying that we don't have anything written down, I don't think that's technically right or technically correct. And here's why I say so. When you look the way computer was put together, I'm not saying if I is computer, because that's what a lot of people always say. But from my own knowledge, having an engineering knowledge, I understand that it's like the computer the computer itself could take the way I think it's Okpele.
The binary system of coding is based on IFA. That's what.
No. It's not. That's what I was trying to tackle right there. The way we save our information, because when you listen to those IFA, they will say that we have like they will use binary system, and they will say inside 1 and 1 there's another the bits. Because in the technology way they will call it bits. Those bits, they have more information. They store more information. But basically, the point I'm trying to say is this: what they were able to accomplish with IFA system is what in today's world they're still trying to they're trying to tackle. And when you look at the supercomputer and the quantum computer that they're trying to get now, that the one that quantum computer that Google just came out with, you will understand that when the IFA people were saying that, okay, inside 1, there's more information that will store about 265,000 more or something. That's what they're trying to get. So that in a way, I don't know if a lot of people will understand this. In a way,
let us this pseudoscience. I beg. Let's talk about.
Wait, please. Hey.
All right, bring it on, Oriola. Bring it on.
This guy don't disrespect here, man. You just listen. If you can't get it, you don't have to. But the point I'm just trying to say is what they are trying to accomplish today is stuff that we already accomplished, and all the information that we needed. Actually, as a race or as a group, as a Yoruba ethnicity, all the information, every single thing, it seemed like it's already accomplished. And all the information we're looking for that we were saying we probably don't have those data is already there. The only thing is us being able to analyze or get exactly the information that was safe for us is where we're having problem. I know it's a little bit difficult to kind of like understand, but the point I'm making is more like we already have what they're trying to accomplish today, but because we are so lost in ourselves, we don't know those information exists and it still existed. So
all right, brilliant. Excellently put. All right, thank you, Rela. So let's have that insertion from Paddy, and then we go to Kulata, and then we land on Hassan. I think the audience wants to hear from Hassan. Yeah.
Why do you remove me from that area?
I did. You can.
Oh, your chairman. When you said 2 minutes interjection.
Yeah, you know, a lawyer's 2 minutes is different from an average man's 2 minutes.
Talking when I interjected. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
No, all right. All right. So sorry if I'm skipping to Hassan. It's only because I want Hassan. We have something on the screen which Hassan counterweights in terms of where the conversation is. So and you know Hassan, an excellent orator. So Paddy, then Kulata. We go on to Hassan and then we move it around a bit. We know you're there. We're keen to hear from you as well, everybody. Paddy.
All right. Okay. Well, man, I'll try to make mine pretty fast. So I think I probably just understand clearly where your question was coming from in asking that, you know, if the Yoruba were probably in, I mean, how did you phrase that question? That are we not as authentic as we believe we are? And my answer to that is we actually, yes, authentic. There's actually a DNA that was done on the Yoruba group. It's actually called the Hapla Yoruba group. It's an E1B1A EM2 DNA that is very unique and synonymous to the Yorubas. So we actually have our own structural DNA that, that if except for maybe rational mind, every other Yoruba person would have that DNA structure. And I think another thing that that's unbeknownst to you is that even
you're using me as an example, Abi.
Yeah. So another thing that's probably unbeknownst to you, man, is that even the Ife Empire started before the Malian Empire. That's how far back as the Yoruba Empire started. So of course the Ghana Empire first, then the Kanem Bonu, then Ife Empire, and then before the Shanghai, then of course Oyo and Dahomey Kingdom. And even during this trans-Sahara slave trade, the might of Oyo Empire was so strong that even the Arabs couldn't even invade Oyo and use Yorubas as slaves. So that's like how strong the Oyo Empire. Oyo Empire didn't start collapsing. In fact, the Oyo Empire didn't collapse due to external influence more. It started collapsing due to internal strife, succession disputes. Of course, internal strife was what broke down Oyo Empire. Of course, the rebellions were way long before, Uthman Danfodio tried to bring in the jihad a little bit, and then Dahomey also rebelled. Even at that still, Oyo Empire was already even having some sort of protectorate collaboration under the British Empire. So even when the British came, they did not even invade Oyo. They were collaborating because Oyo was their gatekeepers even to the north. So that's how prominent Oyo Empire was. And it was when there was that internal strife, that was when Dahomey. And in fact, it took Ibadan, another because Ibadan was striving to be another empire of its own. So the same way Oyo became an empire from Ife, Ibadan was also striving to be an empire outside of, because Ibadan was already a kingdom, trying to be an empire outside of Oyo. And that was where the internal strife came. So it was Ibadan war that gave Dahomey some balls. And then that weakened. So in fact, the war between Ibadan and Oyo lasted so long that, and it took the British, to get involved a little bit. That was when Uthman Danfodio was able to even penetrate. So Oyo is that big. So when you ask that, are the Yorubas, are we who we think we are? Yes, we are who we are, and even much more than that. And the only people that could destroy us was ourselves. I just wanted to add that in. So when you ask that question, are we unique? Yes, we are unique, even to our DNA.
All right. I'll take what you said up to the last point, that DNA. But that DNA space I'll be tackling with Hassan. We go back to Kulata first, then we go on to Hassan.
Yeah, to even talk about the DNA, the Yorubas and the Mende people have some ancient special hominid DNA that you really can't find anywhere. It's some traces of it. Between 2 to 19% of our genetic material comes from a ghost population of a different kind of ancient human beings. Anybody can go and verify it. And to round up, one man, it's just because of you that I'm saying this. When you think about an advanced society, we have our own spirituality, which is a very, very complex Orisha. We have a very complex social system. The checks and balances in Oyo Messi, I mean, we just don't have a king. There's a checks to the king. The people checking the king, and so on and so forth. We develop metal works. We have bronze casting. We have an appreciation for art that we created ourselves that they're still discovering till today. We had, I mean, are you familiar with Oyo architecture? Go to Obafemi Awolowo University if you want to see what Oyo architecture looks like. This, what's it called? Is it not square? Triangles. Those kind of like triangular designs. So by every definition, Yorubas ran a very complex and advanced society on their own. They had their own civilization, and their civilization is competing with Western civilization. That's why you have people that are not leaving it alone. Go to Cuba, go to Colombia, go to Panama, go to what was the name of that oil producing place that's now broke? Go to Brazil, even Argentina that developed. Go to Argentina that they even wiped out most of their black people. They still worship Orisha.
You mean so Venezuela? Venezuela.
Yeah, Venezuela. Thank you. They still worship Orisha. So let's not belittle who we are. We should be proud of who we are. It's what's kept us where we are today. It's something we have that a lot of other groups don't have it. And I'm proud, goddamn proud to say it, that I'm proud to be a Yoruba person.
Yeah, but
people
conflate that as jingoism now. That is a big.
I don't care what people say. I'm proud of my ancestry. I love it.
You are a big God.
And rational mind. No, sir. Anyway, let us
all right. Leave my friend Osage alone. No, nobody fights Osage. Osage. Yeah, but let's bring Hassan into the conversation. So I'm not sure how much you've been listening to it, but it's been quite so much riveting. I walk through history to identify who we are. And the one thing that, and by the way, anybody not yet subscribed, please subscribe. We're looking for 10 subscribers in the course of this session. The one thing that we cannot escape as son is the intermixing of relationships between the Yorubas and especially the North, not stretching all the way to the Fulanis, but especially the Nupes and another subsect there. And we're finding also in the language especially, we find a lot of infusion of words and phrases from that space into the everyday Yoruba language. And we're speculating as to how deep that intermixing is, even probably to the DNA of it. So that's broadly where the conversation is, Hassan.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Compliments of the season. I did not get to wish you guys Merry Christmas. I know it's belated now, but anyway, here it is. Happy belated Christmas. Happy New Year. I hope everybody is living his best life. That said, one man, isn't it ethnocentrism an interesting thing? It is an interesting phenomenon, because if you know human beings at their core, this tendency to always look at your language, your culture as the most superior one. It's just natural. It's just a natural thing. So I do not fault Kulata when he's saying he doesn't care about the fact or whatever it is that people should call him Jungoist or whatever. That is to be expected. Like, I would defend my own language the same way. However, there are also certain realities that you have to contend with when you look at history and you try to make sense of where people are coming from, the influences that have shaped the culture and what they are. And even right now, if you study cultures and languages are just like living things. They are born, they grow old, and they die. so Yoruba is not different from any other culture. It has borrowed, and also has, been the reason why other groups that have lived close to it, have adapted some, culture. So it's usually a transfer between different ethnic groups living in close proximity with each other. We say this a lot, that the name Yoruba itself, the name Yoruba itself is an exonym. It was first bestowed on the Oyo people by their northern neighbors. There are these people that they call them the Batanu, that is the Bariba, people of Borugu. Because what was actually happened is that was that before it was even shared with the Songhai, because there is a scholar from Songhai. I think his name is Ahmed Baba or something like that. Yes, it's Ahmed Baba.
You're right. It's Ahmed Baba was the first
Yes,
to
yes.
write about it. Yeah.
Yes, yes. He was the first person to write about it there in print. So the name Yoruba, well, it's written Yariba as at that time. I think it's in 1613 or something like that. I think the name of the essay is Al Kashf wal Al Bayan lil Al Ansaba wal Sudan. It's in Arabic, because and there is Usman Danfodio's son, Muhammad Bello, who wrote like a rejoinder. I responded to that. Even in that essay too, he made reference to the people of to the Yariba people. Now let's look at it this way. As a collective identifier, the names that people have, usually.
You're breaking off, Hassan.
Yes, a call is just coming in.
Yeah, we heard it. You should have a more interesting ringtone. Go and get Ashakev as your ringtone. But yeah, carry on.
Okay, and so as the name is, it embraces as a collective identifier. It owes depth to this historical fact. In other words, Yoruba is not a Yoruba word itself. It traces etymological descent from northern Nigerians. That is just the reality of it all. And what I want to also point out is that you see, even if we look at
Hassan, quick interjection, 5 seconds. First thing, when we say northern Nigerians, as of the time, Bariba, I mean, there was nothing like northern Nigeria. Bariba and Yoruba people were allies. They worked together.
Yeah, let me finish. Then we can talk about those peculiarities. I understand where you're coming from, but let me just make my point. Okay. When you look at it, the truth is that there are historical, cultural, sociolinguistic ties between northern Nigerians and Yoruba people, and this is irrefutable. The connections run so deep and are impervious to political grandstanding or any identity cherry picking. That is just the reality. There was somebody I once had talking about that. When you look at Arewa and Odudua, these people are more alike than unalike. And when you look at it critically, like the way of life of the typical Arewa person and the Yoruba person, there is a lot of similarity. There is a lot of similarities. That we can agree, because centuries before colonialism and even the British supervised formation of Nigeria, much of what we know today as northern and western Nigeria have had robust relational and cultural encounters, evidence of which still endures in contemporary linguistic and cultural artifacts of the people. The centuries-long trans-Saharan slave trade between Arab and the so-called sub-Saharan Africa, which passed through much of what is now northern and western Nigeria between the 8th and the 17th centuries, brought traces of Islam and cultural interchanges in both places. Thereafter, Both regions witnessed massive migrations of the Mande people from the Mali Empire, who brought more concentrated expressions of Islam and, notice this, monarchies. This is why much of what used to be the Oyo Empire was actually ethnically syncretic. Historians have shown that people that are today known as Northern Nigerians played central roles in pre-colonial Yoruba history. For example, the Bashoru, whom many people equate to the prime minister and de facto power behind the throne, was often of Borgu descent. And the Alapini, another high-ranking official, trace its origins to the Nupe people. Well-regarded Bashoruns like Magaji, Worudua, Biri, Yamba, Jambu, and Ga, who helped extend Oyo frontiers, were of Borgu origin. More than that, several towns and villages in Oyo were founded by Borgu people. For instance, Ogomosho, a major town, was founded by a Batanu, that a Bariba prince. The title of the town's monarch, Sowu, is a corruption of Suno, the Batanu word for king. So if you look at it, Yoruba sometimes swallows middle consonants over time, which explains why Olorun sometimes becomes Olorun, why even Yoruba itself, a foreign word derived from the Batanu, becomes Yoruba.
Hasan, I have to correct you. The word Yoruba comes from Orioba, meaning head king.
That is revision,
not revision. Hold on. I just allowed you to spin your narrative.
You are proud of your
no, but I just said I said that you inject it so you know.
I allowed
but continue.
him later because when you say Bashorun, what do you know? What if it comes from Baruba area? Because you say Bariba, how did that infuse that as an Hausa language or an influence from Bashorun? Alakmini. I mean, people are really rewriting history.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can I finish?
Oh, all right. Let us carry on and then debunk him in the.
Real quick to Baba. I mean to Azan.
Hassan.
And then Hassan, yeah. Baba. Everybody that was talking. You see, there's a French writer. I forgot that French writer. In French West Africa, they know the Yorubas as Anago. So, and the earliest writers among the French, the French colonialists, it is what reported that they refer to them as Anago.
Even in West Indies, they are called Nagos.
Nagos. So
they're still called Nagos today in Benin Republic now.
So this Yoruba thing, I think Azam might be right, but this one that you're talking about, that you
Baba, do you know a town called Kishi in a major town in Oyo State?
Which town?
What?
Kishi.
Shaki, and it was created by someone on Batanu. I already said that earlier in the day. It wasn't created by Yoruba person.
It was founded by a Borgu priest. His name
by someone from
Kilishi Yeruma. That's the name of the person.
Someone from whatever. That's Merogi's tribe.
The Kilishi is the Hausa word for rug, which symbolizes the throne, and Yeruma, that is the corruption of the Kanuri word for Yerima, which means a prince. But Kilishi Yeruma is a fossilized, time-honored title in all of Borgu, which is a cultural melting point for heir to the apparent throne. In fact, if you look at it critically and you do your homework, you will notice that even Ibadan, the administrative capital of Western Nigeria, was founded by a Northern Nigerian of Borgu origins. Oluyole. The founder of modern Ibadan, is the senior.
Oluyole is from Bordeaux. Is that what you are saying? I was just leave Ibadan alone.
After this, you guys should go and do your research. I just want you guys to just get a reality check small, because the way
this reality check is out of order. I mean,
it's a check that
I
has
know
bounced.
it will hurt egos. I know it will hurt egos, but at least once
it's
in a
not
while,
about hot because I know you are wrong.
No, you don't. Actually, you don't. Because
Hassan, Lagelu, Hassan, Lagelu founded Ibadan. Lagelu.
That's revisionist, my man.
It's not revisionist, it's in the history books. Lagelu. Ibadan is not old. Ibadan was founded in 1829. It's not an old city.
It was a camp even before. Originally, it was a camp for warriors.
It was a war camp. It was founded by Lagelu.
I noticed. Hold on, Hassan. Hassan, hold on. Kulata, hold on as well. I think the two may be true. What you're talking about is the formalization of Ibadan as an entity. But then Ibadan, of course, it predates when it was formalized as an entity. And what Hassan may have been speaking to is actually what even predates what you made.
No. Ibadan was a forest. It was not a town. It was not a settlement like that. It was a forest. And it was during the Oyo. It was during the Oyo wars that they started camping there. And it was Lagelu that founded it. It's coming. If you talk about Ogumosho, yes, it's Bariba. If you talk about Shaki, I can agree. But Ibadan is Lagelu.
One man, people have access to information, and let's not waste time. Let everybody go and do his homework, and then we'll talk about it maybe in another time. But I just wanted to talk about these things. Especially as a matter of fact, that town of Igboho, which Sunday Igboho was the symbol of Yoruba nation. That town. And
Igogon. You mean Igogon?
Hold on for him. Just let him have his throw. Yeah, Igboho. Because I think who's that that guy that is always on telly? He went there, didn't he, to try and claim Igboho at the town. Remember that clip? But carry on, Hassan.
Yeah, so that town especially, because apart from a large number of Fulani people in and around the town who have lived there for centuries, some of whom have become culturally and linguistically Yoruba, there is a major neighborhood there called Boni. Boni is the generic bad order name for the fourth son. For those who know, but those who don't know may not understand it. So, and what has a historical account has shown us is that during the trans-Saharan slave trade, many Hausa people worked as intermediaries between Arab traders and the Alafin of Oyo. Most didn't return to their places of birth, and their descendants are now Yoruba people. Similarly, we did, does anybody know Professor Abdullahi Smith?
I'm not aware of the name, but tell us about him. Go on.
Is he a professor of history?
Yes. He has done a lot of work on history, but he has usually focused on the Songhai Empire. Sometimes he delves into the Kanem-Bornu.
Which university does he sit?
I think Dar es Salaam.
Okay. He's dead now. A long time ago.
Yes.
What's the name of the professor again?
Abdullahi Smith.
He died a long time ago.
Abdullahi.
So those are two words that doesn't really cohere. Abdullahi Smith. Can you imagine that? Abdullahi Smith.
Yeah.
Why are you like?
No, Abdullah is as conk as you can get, and Smith, you don't get more English. How can the two compete? Abdullah is Smith.
Why Abdullah is Arab. So
yes, there is an account. There is an account from that same professor of the tiff between Afonja and the Alafin of Oyo, that a large chunk of Afonja's army called the Jama'a was drawn from Hausa slaves who escaped from the Alafin's palace. And the Fulani presence in
that's true.
The coming of Mu'alim, that is Alibi, Salihu, to Ilorin by several decades, perhaps centuries. You understand? So the way things are, when you look at it, some of Afonja's followers with whom he fought the Alafin according to Abdullahi Smith, who quoted the Ta'alif, a pamphlet written in Arabic by an Ilorin Yoruba Muslim cleric about the events of the time shortly after they occurred, were Fulani pastoralists who were never Muslims. The pastoralists had lost their cattle to say fly bites and had nothing to lose, according to Smith. So they became Afonja's mercenaries.
Just yesterday.
So they became Afonja's mercenaries. So one of the Fulani pastoralists whom Alimi couldn't convert to Islam was a man named Ibrahim Olufade, who spoke perfect Yoruba and Fulfulde and acted as the interpreter for Afonja in his initial interactions with Alimi. In other words, Fulani people had been bearing Yoruba names in Yoruba land at least a century before Nigeria was formed. So I wouldn't be surprised if descendants of Ibrahim Olufade are now Yoruba nationalists, and maybe there are some of them on this platform.
Yeah, but as we alluded to that earlier in the show, that Fulani had been settled in the space called Nigeria before Danfodio, like hundreds of years.
So are we considering then that the Northerners civilized us? Are we considering that the Northerners civilized us?
No, one man, stop it.
Civilization
One man, one man, when you do this thing funny now, you need to stop.
The civilization part, one man, I think most of us here can understand that the way civilizations form is, a kind of coalesce. People will coalesce, ideas will coalesce. That is, ideas that work and are accepted by the majority of people. That means society is progressing, forward. And it's a lot of borrowing and discarding that makes civilization. If you look at the Western civilization, or you look at the Chinese civilization, whatever you see, you can find traces of Greek, even Babylonian, even Egyptian, civilization. So you cannot just come and claim that you did everything on your own. You have everything on your own as if you are on an island on your own. It doesn't.
But we created glass and we created the computer system. We created glass and we created the.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I didn't mean to laugh. See,
now land grabbing you can't do tonight to my brother Hassan. Happy New Year.
Anybody should beat his chest.
You have to come whenever we're discussing about the tax reform.
You see the Benin people.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Archaeological evidence and things like that.
Hold on a second. You are doing one thing. You are taking Bariba and just kind of like northernizing Bariba. Bariba and Yoruba at some point in time, you could even hardly make a distinction between both of them because they were so close.
They were pretty much the same thing, yeah.
They were pretty much the same thing. So
Ilorin and Bariba is the same thing. Ilorini Bariba.
Hold on. So when you are now like, there are some slaves that are Hausa slaves that Oyo Empire captured, of course, that Fulani actually sold to Oyo or Oyo captured on their own. That existed. And we also had a lot of intermixing with Nupe. Like I said, Pajoronka, Wamiga was a Nupe guy. But the Bariba Yoruba were so close. Probably closer than Yoruba and even Edo. So when you're now kind of like northernizing it, it doesn't really work that way because that structure, hold on, that structure that we have today simply didn't exist then because we're talking about two allies.
To add to your point, Kulata, even the old Yoruba was even northern of currently Nigeria.
Yes.
Even geographically. So I don't even understand what you're about.
And we already said that earlier in the show.
If you can have Ilorin in North Central, the old Oyo was above of Ilorin.
Is this some sort of anti-Yoruba history that they're teaching in the North? This revisionist stuff that Hassan has brought here. Revisionist stuff.
It's
Hassan is trying to smoothen things up, and I'm trying to make clear distinctions.
No. The simple mistake he made actually is thinking that Baruba, Bida, all those areas are not as they are presently known today. Yes. They've never
middle belts.
They are middle
belts, and they're in the south.
I still do not concede that they are not north.
Can I say something?
Sorry, yeah.
Because I
Ogoni,
don't
come
see
in.
how Nupe is
Let
Yoruba.
us
I
land
don't
and then
see
come
how
in. Yeah.
Yoruba is Yoruba. I don't see how. If we go that route, then we may say then Ijebu and Egede, they are different languages too.
All right. Let Ogoni insert and then Asan bring it home,
Okay.
and then we'll
No
go
one
to
just
Agbe.
put something
So
in
let me
their
tell
head.
you about
tweeting it out.
Hold on, everybody. Let us Hassan, let Ogoni come in and then pick it up off the back of what he says. Ogoni.
So, Wama, I've listened to Hassan.
I'm not through with my point. I just wanted to
No,
finish.
you still have the floor.
I'll let go.
Hassan. Yeah, go on.
Okay. So I've listened to Hassan and his own account of influence of probably some societies from the northern part of Nigeria on on the Yoruba society. The account he has just narrated is not new to me. I've been hearing these here and there, and I think I've read one or two, but they are mostly in blogs. You won't find them in a real academic findings. And I've said it here today. One of the most investigated and area where you've carried out research in any ethnicity in Africa is Yoruba tribe, not even Hausa, not Fulani tribe. And I've given examples of universities that you can find as early as early 19th century have dedicated a whole department to the study of the race. I know Oriola doesn't want it to be called a race. He believes it's not a race. But to me, I think it's one of the Europe, what do you call this thing, that you find in a place where they don't want to use the word race. I use the word race as Yoruba race. Why? Because I don't see anything called black race the way they put it, because an average Moroccan and Yoruba, we don't look alike at all in terms of skin color, whichever way you want to paint it, or an Egyptian or a Mauritius, or we don't look alike. We know in West Africa you find black people, whereas do you really find in North Africa or in East Africa? So, but he has raised some few points I just like to address. One of the things he has raised is most of his. I've said it here today that societies that find themselves in the border between a major tribe or ethnicity, now that Corolla want me to be put in a major ethnicity and the other ethnicity, they do always have influences on either to their north or to their south. And rightly so, you should expect that because they fall within the borderline of major ethnicity. And I've started some example. All those New Buza, Mokwa, Kudu, even down to Sungeri in Mina, even Mina, Lokoja, and all those areas, you won't class them as real Yoruba. And the then Baribas, don't even think of Baribas as maybe outside. They are not even Northerner. Back then, they used to be within the Yoruba space when you want to look at it in terms of their influences. Now, those tribes now that fall within those lines, they used to have influences on either here or there. But when you look at the histories that Hassan tried to pull out, you realize that they are most of yesterday history. You can't talk about the history of the Yorubas and you're talking of Usman Danfodio. No, Danfodio was born when? 1745. That's 18th century.
I actually started from 1613. From 1613.
Even 15. Yoruba had been. I'm talking about 1500. BC. Yoruba had been. Don't use AD. One man be prescribed Yoruba.
You see, that is we are going into the realms of archaeology.
No.
Now,
And it's
the problem with archaeology and carbon dating.
Yes. For instance, if you are talking of Afonja War was just 1817.
There is no part of this country that do not have archaeological record to suggest some of civilization. You come to Borno here, there is a boat that was excavated recently, and it was dated to 3,000 something years, over 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago.
Do you know why I believe it, Hassan?
That suggested that
Do you know why I believe that?
There's
one
nothing
mic.
exclusive about the Yoruba, just as ordinary as everybody is. Let's us just agree that yes, you are special in your own way, and there's nothing wrong in being ethnocentric, thinking that your tribe is superior. But then let's not look down on others.
No, nobody said superior, Hassan. Nobody used that word.
Colata, please let me quickly address that. Do you know what?
You are the one that made me want to.
I'm feeling inferior now. Nobody said.
I said I am proud. I didn't say you are inferior.
Now it's Tulata's chest beating.
I'm proud.
Sometimes it's not what you say. You know, we are human beings now. Donation, delivery.
Yeah, I'm proud. Why shouldn't I be proud? Why? Tell me why not.
Yeah. Be proud.
Why are you feeling inferior? Is the question really? Why are you feling inferior? That's the question.
Inferior. Okay, it's a house of inferior. It's not in his DNA.
Why? I don't even get this. So because I'm proud for being a Yoruba person, that means I'm saying others are bad. I didn't say that. I just say I'm proud.
I overheard you making a comment about Edo, and I didn't really like the comment.
No, because it's factual, and I'm going to send the documentation. I'm going to send the documentation.
No. Edo is part of the Yoruba's colonial outpost now. They're like our, our food farms or something. They're they're like the Australian.
Everything you guys know, you owe it to the Edo people.
No,
let me number one. Edo is number one in Nigeria. The only country that existed before the colonization.
I approve that.
Let me tell you something. Even before the Obaship of the Edo, the so-called Ogisos. I'm going to send if look, I collect all this stuff as a hobby.
The only authentic Oba where the social is
Look, let me say something. I collect all this text written in 18th century, whatever, and also academic text that actually proved how the royalty, even before the other Obaship that the Yorubas established, the Ogisos was started from Ile-Ife. And if you push me tonight, I'll bring the document and one man will read it.
The first 13 Obas of Benin were all Yorubas. First 13.
No, yes, I think it's already known. I think Hassan just wanted to use that as a koboko to flog the Yorubas a little bit. Everybody knows that the Edo people are chattel to the Yorubas. But what is your submission essentially, Hassan?
My submission is I just want to say.
Let Hassan land a point, then coming after him.
There's a point he made I still want us to address.
My submission
is the origin of the word Yoruba. I'll still get to that. Let him land.
All right, let him land, and then we come in. I'll be coming on that.
My submission before I say anything further is Oba Gato Peye. Somebody to answer me. Now,
thank you. Now we'll be number one.
Given the depth and breadth of the relational interconnectedness that we have, it is no surprise that northern and western Nigeria share an extensive repertoire of cultural vocabularies that are derived usually from Arabic, sometimes from Songhai, because the Malians who brought Islam to Hausa land and Borgu and Yoruba land actually abandoned their language and spoke a dialect of Songhai that is called Dendi. And there's always mutual borrowings when things like this happen. So in both Yoruba land and Borgu, the term for an unmarried girl in some version of the word Wondia, that's a Songhai word for an unmarried girl. Bere, a title of respect prefixed to the names of older people in Borgu and parts of Yoruba land, is a Songhai word. The word Karambani, which I was shocked to find out it also occurs in Yoruba. It's a Songhai word that is now integral to the lexis of many languages in Borgu.
Okay, Hassan, before I speak, where was Songhai Empire in the present map?
Today?
Yeah, in today's map, where can you say
more like Mali, some part of Mali?
Exactly, you got it right. Have you heard the word when Yorubas call Islamists Imale? Imale are people,
Yeah, from
that word
Mali.
is coined from Mali.
Yeah.
People
Yes.
of Mali practice Islam.
Yes.
So if Yoruba people call them Imale and they know about Islamic religion, then so you shouldn't be surprised of the interaction of the languages. It's not like
Esa. Imale does not. Hold on. Hold on. Let me say this to Baba. Baba, Imale does not mean Mali. Imolile. That's the
no. Imale. Imale.
Oh my goodness.
It's just the way you pronounce it.
The religion of Mali.
Never mind.
Hold on, Hassan. Hold on.
Okay.
When Yoruba people say Imale, it's not why Imolile. Because of
no. Wait. Let me tell. Wait, see. Now you go need to for me.
Hold on, everyone. Let's not hold fast to that space. I think Baba may be right.
No, Baba is not right.
No, where we want look. Wait,
hold on.
Woman, let me help further.
Everybody, hold on. Everybody,
let me help further. You see, when they say in Yoruba do derogatory. Okay, woman, carry on.
Yeah, everybody hold on, because I don't want us. Sometimes we sidetrack into, so I don't want us to sidetrack too heavily into that. You may well both be right. The originality may be in more Mali, and then the corruption, the colloquialism, then what our rational mind understands of it. If we agree that as a middle ground, then we go back to our sound.
That's the meaning of it.
That's all right, man. Don't give us the translation, please. It's Mali.
Let me just.
All right. Is everybody happy for us to go back to Hassan, and then Ogbeni will come in after him? He wants to push him on Yoruba as well.
2 minutes, and then I'll finish. Okay. So this is the way I'm going to finish, right? I'll be engaging Babas because Baba is, he's the most, he's an elder, and the way he deals with issues is very, very, very mature. I enjoy it very well. So Baba,
you know, I enjoy it too actually when Baba is
Baba, what is the Yoruba word for secret?
For
secret. Yes.
Ashiri.
Okay. And do you know what Asiri means in Hausa?
It's not Hausa, it's Ajami. Yoruba also write.
What is Ajami? Who is saying that? What's Ajami?
Yorubas also used to write and speak.
What is Ajami?
Ajami is a scripting language. It's a version of Arabic that was written in the Shanghai Empire.
Sorry to burst your bubble. It's not.
One man, do me a favor. Yeah.
Ajami is.
Hold on.
Hold on. One man, just click on that word on that page right here that you are. Click on actually to tell you it on this link right now.
Okay, Baba, can we continue?
You can know.
Yeah, I'm not
Baba, please let's finish.
One man, just 5 seconds.
Let's have an engaging conversation if we manage it.
Your 5 seconds. First of all, this Ashiri word is not a Yoruba word and is new to Yoruba language. Ikoko is the Yoruba word for secret. Because if you go to Cuba now and they tell you they speak their own Yoruba, they will never ever say Ashiri. Because that didn't exist when they were still in Yoruba land.
You shouldn't really say this because language is functionality.
Language.
Hold on. It's right. Sorry, it's right there on the screen.
I'm trying to make a point.
We borrowed it.
Yes,
hold on, everyone. The etymology of the word Yoruba, of the word Ashiri. So this is it. At least according to this, it gives us an Arabic spelling. And then it gives us the etymology from Hausa, Asiri, ultimately from Arabic.
Ajami. No. Ajami. Go. Just put your cursor on that Arabic word. No. Hold on. Now put your woman on that word.
Yes.
No. Go on top. The one
on the Ashiri word.
No, above. Yeah, that one.
This one here.
No, the Arabic one. Yeah.
Yes.
It says Ajami
spelling of Ashiri secret.
There you go. So
but what is Ajami? Let's check what Ajami is.
Please let me educate him. Ajami is not some form of language or anything like that. When you write Hausa language or any other language using Arabic Arabic alphabet. That is what is called Ajami. So if I like write Yoruba with Arabic language, that is what is Ajami. So on our Naira note, you see it is written Naira Goma, Naira Ishirin, Naira Talati. It is actually written in Hausa, but using Arabic.
It is
That is what is called
Ajami.
Ajami. It's not some form of language. So the way you are trying to put it, that it's not that way. Take note today so that you won't make the same mistake again, please.
The way you define it, Hassan, Kulata, but 1 second, please. The way you define it, Hassan, maybe might not be very clear. Ajami is simply using Arabic letters to write a non-Arabic word.
And what did I just say?
I said maybe the way you read might not be very clear. But one man, do me one favor. Check your DM. I forwarded something to you. You will see the Ajami version.
You guys are interrupting too much. I wanted us to finish with
asked
Baba.
for a second now.
Go on.
It's not going to hurt. All right, just carry on.
Hassan, Ashiri is used in Nupe, Hausa, Igala, and Yoruba. So it's not like it's an Ajami word that got included in our lexicon. But continue.
Oh God. Okay, let's finish. Baba, are you there?
Hassan, bring this thing over.
I'm here, Hassan.
Okay,
I'm all ears.
Okay, I'm ready to engage me.
Okay, Baba, what is the name of a poor person in Yoruba?
Talaka.
No, one man. That's
your
instinct.
You see, one man, your instinct is to say Talaka. That means that is the usage. That is the actual today's usage of the word. And that is how
I've said so many things tonight.
Exactly, Akushe. Not Talaka.
It's not.
Language is just I said.
Hold on, Azan. You said so many things.
No. Only to feed that to you.
Hold on now. The man asked a question. Let's reply. Akushe is not foreign. Akushe, you can literally break it down to what it means. So unless you want to say we have more words to describe a poor person, but the primary word is Akushe.
Or Otushi or Olushi.
Yeah, it's not enough foreign now. You can add more to the meaning of the
word. Baba.
Yeah.
Let me just say this. What do you think will be, on average, what the common Yoruba speaking man will answer? Is it not the same Talaka that one man just mentioned? Is it not like the normal
instinctively?
Hold on, Tony. Let this conversation take place between Baba and Hassan, just for the for the audience. Carry on.
You see, Hassan, the Yorubas they don't call an item a name. One of these days, I think I talked to Rational Mind. Take for instance, Take for instance, when I say Erin, all the Yorubas here will say they will know exactly what Erin is. But if I want, on the other hand, I can say Ajanoku. And when I say Ajanoku, many Yorubas will not know what's Ajanoku. But Ajanoku is still
elephant, yeah.
It's still elephant. Yeah. You understand? Like many things like that.
Wants you and this guy to continue. If no, I wanted to interject you.
It has two, three
names. The sanctity of the conversation.
So the one that comes naturally is the new words. So if you ask me what a poor man, I will say Talaka. But then that is what is being in use in the last 50, 100 years.
That's what is in common parlance now. That's the
common parlance. But then in the real Yoruba, you can say Akushe, Olushi, Otushi.
All right. I think he gets the point. He's leading you somewhere, so let him carry on. Hassan, yeah.
Okay. But you do agree with me that languages do evolve, and that Talaka could actually replace the original word, say, in the next 100 years, to such a point that other word.
But you should know. I mean, hold on. You should know that there's
possibly, of course. I won't deny that.
Please, nobody else. Let me just.
But Azan, do you know there's something they call etymology?
What?
Do you know about that?
This is not the time for that.
George will is the same.
Hold on, just the same way that Arabic influenced Hausa and this language spoken in Central Africa. I mean, East Africa. What's the name of that? Somebody remind me that the general language that sounds like Hausa. what's that language now?
Swahili.
Swahili.
Swahili. So just like that, Swahili is heavily laden with Arabic words.
Well, let me just finish up the one man.
You see, some of the things you're saying here, hold on, some of them is curated, it's just revisionist kind of, but then I agree with you on some premises that you
no, Rajlama, it's even the religion, the Islam that brought those languages into Yoruba. The Yorubas practicing Islam.
But that you're saying that Yoruba people are borrowing language, borrowing words from Hausa. No, Hausa itself, it's heavily laden with Arabic languages and words.
Like when you say labari. Have you heard of labari too?
Yeah, labari.
Are you hearing my labari, my story, my preaching?
Yeah, it's Hausa.
Yoruba use labari.
Yeah, it's normal. You know, even English language, when you take dictionaries, new versions every year, you see it is being updated with new words every year. That's how languages evolve. And Yoruba is no different. And it must take influences from the languages that surround it. Let's not make it as if it's some kind of exclusive thing. It borrows from everywhere, just as others borrow from it. It borrows. Well, to round it up.
You are right, Hassan, because if you listen to spelling bee, when they say spell the word derogatory, and they want to help you, they say it's Latin word from this century and that century, just to help you spell it out. Languages evolve and there are influences.
I'm rounding up. I need to go and pray.
I need to engage you.
Go and praise Suba here. I need to go and praise Suba. So let me just say this. You see, history is rarely as malleable as we would like. And identity, once examined, often reveals far more connection than division. I rest my case. Good night, everybody.
All right. Before you go, do you want to hold on?
Ogbeni, they wait for you. Wait for Ogbeni. Wait for Ogbeni.
Can people consider? Sorry, everybody. Can people consider? Oh God! Everybody, can you consider the coordination of the conversation to me? Otherwise, it'll be all over the place. Hassan, if you're still there, Ogbeni waited to take you on that Yoruba space a little bit. If you're still there, have a mini conversation with him, and then we move on. Hassan.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, carry on. Put it to him. He's still here. Ogbeni, put it to him and then let him respond. Yeah.
Quickly, 2 minutes, Hassan. First and foremost, yes. You see, everything you've talked about Yoruba linguistic today, I've heard it severally before. And I can tell you that they are not correct to say that those lexicons that you brought out, that they came from the Hausas to influence the Yoruba language. Why? Because if you go deep into the study of linguistics, they look at which language is more sophisticated. And I'm not deriding the Hausa language. When you go into the study of language, the Yoruba language is far sophisticated than the Hausa language. And how do you get this thing? You've been able to even demonstrate it to us tonight. In a language where you find something, and that thing...
I just let this slide back because I don't have time back. I just let it slide. Okay. This saying that Yoruba is more sophisticated than Hausa.
It's a more sophisticated language.
Those are shots fired there, but I will let it go because
I will demonstrate it because you've just demonstrated it tonight. And just one simple question I would have asked you, but because you're going. Now there's something they call polysemy in linguistics. Polysemy is when you pick one word and they use it to gauge how sophisticated is a language. It's not derision. It's not denigrating anything. But these are facts that academics will bring out and they will tell you these are facts. People are doing research on it day by day. And that is why research has shown that the Yoruba language is more sophisticated within Nigerian space. Now, polysemy, you find it more in the Yoruba language. And what do I mean? It is in the Yoruba language you can pick one word and that word can mean 1,000 things. Why? Okay, depending on the mid-tone, high tone, and low tone from which you pronounce it. That is one. Depending on the spirituality you give to it, changes the meaning. Depending on the space within which you're using it and the mood within which you're using it, changes this meaning. Within the Yoruba language, that is where you get sophisticated diphthongs. Your vowel harmony is most sophisticated within West African space in terms of languages. And these are the things you can go and fact check me. The lexical variation, which I have just demonstrated just now, about Talaka, Akushe, and there are so many still used for one single thing. There are languages within the West African space where they are even still struggling to get their own established lexicon to express something. What do? They must still borrow, either from the spirituality angle to it, from a religion or from another tribe. So as a result of that, the finding is a more sophisticated language tend to be the one from which the other language borrowed. And I'm not saying this is absolute. Languages do evolve, like you said. I agree with you. And languages do evolve with time. But there are fundamentals to it. And that is why I said language is not what you use to determine the identities of people. When you're talking about how indigenous or how native are XYZ people in a space, you don't go about language. There are things you look at, and I've mentioned those things today. One of the things is the way of life. And that is why I brought in something. I said, does anybody know the meaning of Ilori? When they say Ilori, Ilori simply means in Yoruba, it means a child that was conceived without the mother menstruating. It is only in Yoruba language within the space of West Africa that you have such a name attached to somebody like that within that space. You don't get it in other languages or in other space. Those are the things that make that talk about the identity of the space, not languages, and that's why I agree with you. Languages do change, but a lot of other language come, they influence it, they change. Agogo we use in Yoruba, wristwatch. Outside we say agogo.
Ogbeni, I think Hassan gets the broad strokes of it. He has to go and do his prayers, but he's just waiting to respond.
That's okay, Hassan. That's okay, Hassan.
Hassan, go and pray. Go and pray and come back.
Okay.
I want to flog you. Come back. Go pray.
Okay,
come back.
Excuse Hassan. Let me just land on my maybe next 2 minutes. I'll land.
So, let him have the final word before he goes, and then you can pick it up.
Okay, Hassan, you can have your final.
Yeah, on the polysemy things, while there is this thing with what Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo has done to other indigenous Nigerian languages, to the point that there isn't enough access to real research on other languages. I believe that there are a lot of languages that are perhaps even better at polysemy than the Yoruba language, but because the studies have not yet been done,
like French, you mean?
Know which French now language. We're talking of real things, real people of the soil. You're bringing France.
Why would you say French is a language? You know that English is from French. You know that English is from German is from French.
A bit of it. Yeah,
it's a very rich language.
English is a fusion of
you say what?
English is a fusion of Germanic and French.
That's what I just said. Because English is an offshoot of French, and then German is an offshoot of English.
All right. I'm very conscious that Hassan has to go and do his prayer. So
of French.
Hassan, go and come back. Don't forget French. Go pray and come back. There's other things we want to discuss with you. So quickly go and pray. Come back.
English came from German language. Rational mind, please.
One man.
Yes. Okay.
Is your VIP guest going so that we can speak now?
All right. So my VIP guest Hassan. One of these days we must have Hassan as a guest. We'll start having the panelists as guests.
So he can speak and tell us more lies, right?
But I found a very good professor of Yoruba from the University of North Carolina. I want to bring on this show. He's a professor of Yoruba language.
Are you able to make the arrangements? You've made promises.
I'm going to try. I'm going to try because he has a book out about something like this. I want him to come here so we can just.
I would love to have that person.
Yeah, his name is Professor Akin. Let me find Akin Professor. No, Professor Akin Obundiran.
Okay, I don't know. Which university does he sit?
It's a UNC, not Carolina University.
Oh,
in America.
right.
I'm gonna so that way you guys can come here and we can just because he's a professor of this, so we can dive in a bit further into this. Yeah.
I may know that guy who, on the way you mentioned it. Did he go to Ife?
Let me give me 1 second. Let me.
All right. Whilst BT is yes, whilst BT is checking that, let me bail out. Hand over to Chioma.
Do you mind checking your before you run, woman? Do you mind checking your XDM, please?
Okay, yeah. Let me do that.
And while one man is there, when has it become a crime to be proud of one's culture? Well, I mean,
people
I'm shocked.
from it.
You should understand, Hassan. It was when you started comparing.
There's just something about the way
we went to guys. Guys, hold on.
Benin. That was what you were talking about. That your comparison with Benin.
It's not a comparison; it's academic.
But hold on, please. We went to Awolowo. From Awolowo.
You went to Ife. So the name sounds
like that now.
Yeah, so I will make the effort to link him and bring him on the program so that we can, rub minds.
I better bring the man. No, it's only fair you find people like that.
You are proud of your culture, and then it becomes a problem.
The English actually suffer that particular. I'm not too sure how. In England, you are not allowed to be just overtly proud to be English. Otherwise, they see it as a form of jingoism. I think. Yeah. It's a form of supremacism, isn't it? Or supremacist or whatever the term. Yes, they don't like.
How can it be? You didn't say you shouldn't be proud of yours, or you are putting others down. You, based on what you know, advancement, civilization, complexity, appreciation. I like the culture. What is wrong with that?
But okay, the point is, so that has with their own inferiority then. More than your own superiority.
BT use that offensive word. They don't like.
No.
You are layering it up.
Somebody feels inferior.
Baba, can you people talk about army? And then
right, before you talk about sorry, Simba, I wanted to leave, but Paddy help me back. So Paddy, this is what you sent in. Do you want to speak to it and then Is this what you wanted me to bring up, Paddy?
Yes. If you can click on the images, it's like you can blow up a little bit.
All right. Before I do that, let me acknowledge the super chat as of course, kicks it off. Spellcaster, our American Nigerian, he picks it up. That's Ola right there. Who bats it off? And that's Choma right there. Who catches it off? And then here is Paddy right there who puts it in his pocket. And there is Ola retrieving it from his pocket. So thank you to those. Keep the supporters coming in, and especially we're still after. Hold on, just 1 second. Let me just say this. We're still after 10 new subscribers in the course of this session. I think only 1 or 2 people have hearkened to that call so far. If you are not already subscribed, please do help us get over a particular hump in the course of this session. So please subscribe if you haven't.
1 second, please. Let me just add. This guy is also an Oyo Empire archaeologist. I didn't know they had people like that. That's interesting. Okay, go ahead, woman.
All right. Rasna Mandi wanted to say something. Then Paddy takes the floor.
I was trying to say, I've not seen Ola for a long time. I wanted to ask about
Ola is here now. I thought Ola was here. Did it drop? Ola was in a moment ago. There were 2-3 people in the background. So I want to remove myself so that some others can come in. About Paddy.
Yes, thank you, woman. If anyone can actually see the screen, you see. So these are actually words that were written in Arabic words that have Arabic versions in the translation, and then you also see the Yoruba physiology of such words, and then the meanings. So you see words like al-afia, which is alafia, and then of course you see what it means is health. So that's just me trying to make. When Hassan was talking about those words being Hausa words, and if you go to the next page. And the next image, that's even fuller. You actually see vast more words that are very popular. You see fitino, tumfulu, kadara, labari, keferi, ashiri, fari, which are like fashion. And those are actually Arabic words that both the Yorubas and the unfortunately, many of the Hausas have now made their own language more Arabic. And I think one thing that Hassan keeps forgetting is that Yorubas have as much Muslims as we also have people who are actually non-Muslims. So those when you find words like talaka and you say, oh, it's what Yorubas have used, those are the let's say Malays of the Yorubas. We use those words because they're Arabic related words. And one thing they also forget is that Yorubas and Hausas were the ones largely writing in Ajami script. And Ajami script is pretty much, you've learned Arabic, you've learned those Arabic letters, you now write your language using the Arabic version of it. So if they say, if I want to write Baba now, I'll use what B-A-B-A is. And that's what Ahmed Baba did when Ahmed Baba wrote the Yoruba, and they made it seem as though it is them, it is the Northerners that named it. No, they only wrote down what the Yorubas already called themselves. And I think Uncle Lata raised that point as well too. For some, so it is what Yorubas call themselves, not that Northerners gave the name to to Yorubas. That history.
Thank you. And the point I want to add, I didn't know Hassan left and it escaped my mind. So the first people to write that name as Yoruba were not the Hausas or the guy you mentioned. It was the Portuguese. If you go back to there are researchers that have, and that's why I said Yoruba is almost like the most studied language in that space. The Portuguese were the first because the Oyos were the one using the name, and because they couldn't get what exactly the Oyos were saying.
Come on, let's not do this now. We've been living side by side with the Hausa people before the advent of the Portuguese. What are you talking about?
You don't understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying
you said they called us Yoruba first.
The first people to call it, and I said that's not true. The authority cited to you were 18th century. They've been calling Yoruba before 18th century. When did even Islam got to Yoruba land? That's just 15th century now. Right? Or 14, it was 14th century. But they've been named Yoruba before 14th century. That's the point I'm trying to make here.
If I may say something.
Let me log off.
Wait, let me say something.
For these people to come in.
Let me say something real quick.
Okay.
Even all these words that we have other Arabic meaning to it, Yoruba has their own word for all of these things. It's just that because of the modern and the use of Islam's, it looks like we are taking those words over. But the Yoruba people,
exactly my point. Few minutes
ago, Yoruba people, they know the right word to say.
If you guys check Ajayi's Crowder's first dictionary, you will not find a single word, all this Arabic words. You won't find it in that Crowder's dictionary. But the thing is, with time, all those ancient Yoruba words will stop using them. That's just how language works.
Good night, everybody. And then Oba talk. Good night.
All right, thank you, Tony. Join us again. Join us for the show red session, Tony. So that's Tony. Thank you, Tony. Gives us the room to bring Remy in. That's Choma right there. Two Nigeria joins us. So I'll shuffle myself out.
Don't bring that guy now.
Don't worry. Choma will be coordinating.
Let me put money down for your favorite charity to remove him, please.
All right. So we're doing it Kaizo style. We can do it Kaizo style. So
yeah. One man. Hold on.
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Did they have nuclear weapons in the 18th century in Yoruba land?
If they had it, they would have prevented the slavery now.
No rubbish.
Or the Western people are your enemies. Go and fight your enemies.
You guys, let me tell you, this thing that Paddy brought.
I just wanted to leave. So thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Well, we're still after 10 new subscribers today. So if you're not subscribed, please do. So I'll shuffle myself out. I think we got Chioma already. So let me ease out. Sorry, sorry, Paddy. Do you still need this in this
No, you have two handles on Twitter though. I'm trying to add you. There's one cloth, or is that you? Cloth one or something.
Cloth one.
That's you, right? On Twitter.
No, I have a boutique. So
Okay,
His one
so
man went to Mo with the blue tick.
okay, I'm gonna try to get him, maybe within a week or so. I'll try. Okay.
All right, brilliant.
No more. No more.
On the funny check mark, on the funny check.
No, you know, Mo can explore and ended up paying for it. You know, it's this is that South African guy just wanting to. What are you making of this? You know, he's starting to attack UK politics. Elon Musk.
That guy,
You know, we have created a monster, American, but there it is. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow. 10 new subscribers. Yeah, if you're not already subscribed, please do. 10 new subscribers. Thomas takes charge as I shuffle myself for Nigeria. I thank everyone. Hopefully, Hassan comes back to push on that conversation. Thank everyone. See you.
Okay, sorry. Let me ask Paddy. Is Paddy there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you know, let me tell you now, all these Arabic words that now presently, they don't even pronounce them the way they put them in that state that you show us now. They don't pronounce them any longer. In fact, their own language now even might not even have some of these things that you put, because their language is also adulterated.
So are you talking about Arabic itself or Ajami?
Yes, Arabic itself. Yes.
Oh no, yeah, of course, yes. So no, these ones that I display actually Ajami, which are more like versions of more like maybe like broken or pidgin Arabic. So they're not even like actual.
But most of the if you hear them speaking, they speak pidgin Arabic. Most of them they speak pidgin Arabic. In fact, if you see a Nigerian that really learn Arabic from Arabic school, speaking Arabic, most of their citizens here might not even understand what they are talking about, because it's totally different. You know, it's likely Yoruba that we speak is different from the one that we write.
Yes. So for example, lamp in Arabic is karuf, but lamp in this Ajami is actually fitila. So the one I displayed here, even though I think Hassan was trying to make it seem as though it's Arabic, it's actually Ajami itself. So Ajami was just way of writing down what they
don't you think what we might be missing is the fact that just because they speak Arabic does not mean Arabic is just does not mean that they don't have different dialects. So I don't understand Arabic, but I know like every languages have dialects, meaning they were English now. Like America, for example, if you go to every part of America, they have different dialects, different tone to how they speak it. So if you're not really from there, you probably won't understand it. And I'm sure people that live in Britain, for example, too, will see that every corner of Britain or England, like this different tone to how they speak it, just exactly like Yoruba, for example. Every tribes in Yoruba, if you're not familiar with that area, you probably will have difficulty picking it up, even though they're still speaking the same language. Don't you think that might be the same thing with the Arabic as well? Arabian, like Qatar people and Saudi Arabia people, all of those people, they might speak they're speaking Arabic, but because they're from they have different dialects. So don't you think that's the reason why some of this word might be missing in their text? Don't you think?
I think Simba is off.
Okay, okay. Yes. Yeah, borrowed the rate.
Àfáwà ní Ìlọrin.
Oriola, what you are talking, you are actually very right, because here now we have the Sudanese, which also speak Arabic. We have the Egyptians, even the North African countries. Their Arabic varies from one country to the other. The Tunisians, the way they speak their own Arabic is different from the way the Egyptians speak their own, and it's different from the Algerians and the Moroccans. Also, even within Saudi Arabia, we have variation from one region to the other. So you might be right. But the question I was asking earlier on, Baba, what about the army, what you call army in Yoruba, and then those days people used to speak in one intonation. What do they call it now? Gigi logo, all those things.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that
that's a secret code for us now.
yeah. So that eno and whistling was something that people just used to actually like decode themselves. But I think Baba was onto something initially, that Yoruba itself is a very tonal language. I think even Benito mentioned it as well too, that Yoruba is a very tonal language, right? So whilst we have the tonal version of Yoruba, which is the A, E, O, O, and then we have different, like A or A, we know you use those tones to use it. But those are more like the modern day written version of those names. But there's something that's very consistent. Either even when Yoruba is written Ajami and when they're writing with the modern day, lettering version of the Yoruba language, in fact, one thing that was constant is that the Yoruba language does not end in consonants. So anything that ended with a consonant, Yorubas always add a vowel towards the end. They did that back then, and they say do it now, because that's probably just one of the ease of. So you see something like people like fitil, they will say fitila. Something like maybe like wakat is al wakat. Yorubas will call it wakati. So they always add that even in the names. So Yorubas will not say Lukman. They will say maybe Lukman or something like that. So even the Arabic names, they always add those vowels towards the end of it.
All those rats and cats. Karimotu. Desmonu. Airatu.
Yes.
Oh, cat.
Yeah. So you will see that even when Yorubas borrowed those words, or more like converted those words, they still added the what's it called? The rules of the Yoruba language to it.
We Urbanized them. We
Urbanized
urbanized
it.
Yes.
You know this name, Aliyu. There's nothing like Aliyu in Arabic. It's Ali. It's the same thing as Ali. But they had in Nigeria, they added you to it.
Yeah.
Wait, but that's Hausa. So they do that a lot in
No,
Hausa as well.
Yoruba
Like
versions of the Yoruba's Muslim also bear Aliyu now.
Yeah,
in fact, the
but
way they spell their own is ALIYU.
The Yoruba, actually, when I see people say this thing, for instance, if I want to talk to anybody in the panel that is well grounded, and I want to talk about maybe Simba. Simba is on the right of Kulata now. Okay, I can say Kulata, Atankpako, la fin juwe ọ̀kan, orí tí lágbájá ń sọ. When I say Atankpako, la fin juwe ọ̀kan, I don't want to mention the person's name, but I will use my thumb to point towards the person, away from the person. But my thumb will be directly pointing at Simba. Do you understand what I'm saying? The inflection. That's how the Yoruba language is structured. Ordinarily on the street, I would say Oson. But if I want to talk Ijinle Yoruba, I will say Orombo. And the person listening to me, if he's a non-Yoruba, he will not know that the same Oson is what I'm calling Orombo. Same thing for Hausa. I can call it Asala. So
or moi ole.
Ole. You understand? So these things are double. Whether the ole comes before the moi or moi comes before ole, maybe they evolve as a language. I don't know. But hardly you find out a Yoruba item just bearing only one name.
Yes.
Yeah, but don't you think?
Toriola, please, pardon me, I beg. One man, if you even notice one thing with one thing that's very unique about the Yoruba language is that we actually have very few words in the Yoruba language. Majority of the words that we've created are actually the verbs of those words. So the moi moi, the akara, the ole they're talking about is actually the verb or the action taken towards those things is what birthed the name itself. So akara or akaraja, as they call it in Portuguese, is actually something you count to buy. Ole is actually the way it is folded. Something we maybe so majority of the Yoruba was the compoundness of Yoruba was actually verb based. Was into something except for maybe like so even the names that you talk about, the Ige or the Ojo or whatever it is, those ones might be actual. But majority of the things that we've used to build our words, our vocabularies, are actually verbs.
No, those ones you mentioned, Paddy. I think that it would be a day I want to take on the medical people because I'm surprised with all these things I know, Ige, Ojo, Ilori,
Yeah.
You understand? Take for instance, okay. Okay is the child that comes in a bag.
No, amniotic sac did not rupture
Sack,
before the child
yeah.
was delivered.
Okay, I'm not a medical person,
And then
but when a woman
I
has
think
that kind of birth,
breech delivery is actually, is it the one that comes with the leg?
yeah, that's I know, and
Yes,
so I can't remember.
that's breech delivery. Yeah.
Which one has umbilical cord tied on it, around his neck? Isn't that
Ojo.
Ojo?
Ige.
No, it's Ojo. It's Ojo.
Ige
It's
is
Ojo.
leg,
It's Ojo.
exactly.
Okay.
Simba, well,
I think Ige is the one that comes with the leg first, right?
Yeah,
The one
that's
that,
how I
But
know
then
that.
all these things are medical, and
right?
they
But
come in a special name. But those people that takes delivery of them, they use divinity to take them. Take for instance the child that is bringing the leg. The
I
modern
like your
people,
thinking.
they have a way of using the divinity to make the child to turn and come back and bring the head.
Yeah, I like your
And then for the
thinking.
okay one, they divine and you find out
BT, you
like
can
that.
see how Yorubas are doing it. You know,
So,
that one
so
is a
so
medical.
that Ige
before
might
you say,
mean a medical term as someone that comes with leg is a medical term. Is that what you're saying? Because that would make sense. In the medical
Is
term,
it breach now?
presentation
Breach.
comes.
Look,
Yes,
it's
it's
twofold,
presentation.
Oriola. Twofold. They are medically, medically derived name.
yeah.
Two, equally also, like we say, Oruko Amutonwa. That is the circumstance of the birth. Give the name to the child, or the child adopted the circumstance. So when you see a child called Aino Ige, you know exactly the circumstance of the birth. I'm just using that as an aside. So I'm just using that as an aside to look at how the language even marries the medical profession in Yoruba circle, or if I may
even
put it
beyond
that
those,
way.
but even beyond those names, those people, those kids, children who are born of different conditions, even just their position itself comes with names. So the Taye is the one that the Akayinde, Akoni, the first one.
Idowu, Alaba,
Idogo,
Idobe.
Alaba, yeah, Idogo. So almost like even all the names we give ourselves, except for maybe like the
So,
first name.
sorry,
all our names have.
sorry. Simba. So when you do your GPO thing, Gemi Prava, and so can you use those words as a replacement for the Gravapemia, Gravida, all those kind of things? Do you replace? I wonder.
Now, Nasabi, I'm just telling you guys that Yoruba teach medicine.
But we don't have English name for all those things now.
We don't. They don't have. No, they have English name for Ige now.
What is it?
They actually do
I
now.
can't
Front
remember.
bridge.
I have to look it up now.
I think they call
There's
like
an
Frank
English
Bridge.
name.
Yeah, Frank. They use bridge names for all of them, and then there are different definitions of bridges. So you can like footling bridge, complete
Footling bridge.
Frank
Yes.
bridge. Yeah.
Yes. Shoulder presentation, all those kinds of.
You see, the Yorubas know.
And in fact, Baba, and they know the complication. That's why they usually refer to Ige as Omotofe Payai.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's where I will before we got to this one, I was going to say that don't you think the common, because Yoruba, for example, you have a commoner Yoruba that we speak, which is different from those that come with the dialect. Don't you think those words that they were deriving?
No, all these words
Wait,
are
let me land.
it's the same all over all the dialects. There's no
No,
change.
it's not. It's not correct.
No, it's difficult. Look, Oriola, as old as I am, do you know I don't know what is Atari?
No, before you go for Baba,
I struggle with the word like Atari because at times I ask people that what's Atari.
Baba, one second. Baba, before you go for there was a point that Ola made. So I just wanted to quickly talk about it before we move away. That's the reason why Yoruba say Ekwe Womo. The Ewomo is so Yorubas don't see childbirth as something. They see the childbirth as women doing something that is very dangerous. So it is.
Yeah, yeah.
So when you say echo a warmer, it is we are greeting you for overcoming something that is very, grievous or whatnot. I just wanted to land that point because I think it was Ola that mentioned it, saying that when you give birth, people, so Yoruba don't see birth giving as what's it called, as pleasantly. They see it as something that is very dangerous, irrespective of how that child will come. I just wanted to
But
quickly mention that.
it is, Paddy. It is, even medically, it is.
Yeah.
So, BT, if you say it's Ariori, what is Ikmori? What's Ikmori? If you say Atari is Uriori. So it's complicated. Even me.
Ogo is easy now. Ogo is the back of your head.
The back of the head now.
What of Ikmori now? And Atari?
Ikmori is the front of your head. Like, you also call it Okpon. You know, when you have a friend and they call that friend headache, that means that person get Okpon or something.
So BT, you know that even medically we have different type. We have the parietal lobe. I mean for the skull. You understand? Different names for the different side of the skull, like Yoruba also did.
Yeah, frontal, like the sigma, parietal lobe, and all this frontal lobe. Yeah, I'm interested in. I'm kind of okay. Let's move on before I dive into something else. But yeah, I'd like to know all these things, guys. Honestly,
I think maybe because I think there was a kind of arrest of our development in everything.
I didn't know why, because I saw this thing online. They were doing, it's a chemistry in Yoruba. I follow them on Twitter.
Yeah,
they do all this. They do all these things, chemistry in Yoruba. They write all these things in Yoruba.
I've been seeing them doing that too. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Well,
that's great.
There's
That
more
is
research
great.
that needs to be done to that chemistry. I watch it too as well. They still use a lot of English in some of the technical words they're
But they're
saying.
not English words, though. Those words are not English words.
Potassium is counter.
Yeah. So, but those are
No.
The words they're talking about are not English. They're using their
what is Yoruba for distillation?
It's not me asking. Like, you guys got Benny or Baba.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, they
you say what?
English for those technical crystallization, distillation.
But have in mind that
using those words.
But have in mind that
what word did you ask exactly?
We don't have
distillation, crystallization, evaporation. What is the Yoruba for those?
But here's the thing.
Distillation, crystallization.
I think I know distillation, but it's just escaped me now.
Distillation is ifofo.
So you get that Yorubas don't have one word. It's going to be the verbs together.
Colata, really? I didn't know you were. Wow. Okay.
No, it's power of Google.
No, that's true because like the cyberspace now, I hear them saying Oforan. That's what they call cyberspace. And I started to say, wow, how did Oforan come?
I googled it.
Baba, what is Yoruba name for book? I mean, for paper, not book, for paper.
Paper
is not Yoruba word. That's English.
Paper I'm asking for the Yoruba name.
Check Iwe
is book.
Iwe is book.
Iwe.
Okay.
No, let me. One of them I saw Yoruba.
Iwe to one in Iwe.
No. That's incorrect. That's not.
So what would it be then?
I don't know, but Konata is wrong.
I think it's a way.
Yeah, but
I think it's a way.
I'm very sure there is. Come on, Owa. There is a word for it.
She a way orikeji. I think it's a way also. Right? I'm not too sure now.
That is the page.
If it is a way,
Baba,
they just use something close to it. It's not real.
Is your book.
It's something that just look like it.
Baba, please, I want to ask you a question. Like we know that our great grandfather that they were taken as slaves, and most of them are in the Caribbean or maybe Central America or South America.
Do you think some of them that can still speak our language, Yoruba language, do you think they can have like 3 or 4 words for one Yoruba meaning? Do you think they can understand it to that core?
No. Even if those in the diaspora, those from the Nagos, and except you listen intently, you can't hear their Yorubas. You can only pick some words there because it's like a chant when
The
they speak.
accent is so different.
It's accent, yeah. So the accent makes a lot of
So
sense.
what you are trying to say is that they just know about how
But
to
to their credit, no.
They speak Yoruba, but their accent is different.
To their
It's
credit,
different,
yeah.
but it is in the place of worship. They come very close to what we speak.
My question is not
Baba,
the way,
Baba, to their
they
credit, yeah,
worship. Sorry.
they've actually retained more of the authenticity of Yorubaness than us. That's actually shocking.
Yes.
Particularly in worship. Particularly in worship.
In worship, yeah.
So my question to you,
Ojuewe is page now. Ojuewe is not paper. Ojuewe is page.
I have a question for you guys.
So, Paddy, when you say they retain their identity and everything, so do you mean they can
Authenticity
understand
of the language, yeah.
Do you think they
I
can?
have let me ask you the question now. What do you
answer my question?
Tokpe, high blood pressure is Ejeruru.
So Baba and Paddy, my question back again, because Paddy said that maybe they can understand language very well, even more than us. So I'm trying to ask that: do you think they can use like 3 different words that mean the same meaning? Do you think they can understand to that?
No. So in particular, what I was inferring is that they've been able to retain their own authenticity of their own word because they didn't have any other competing language to dilute with it. So if they all went to let's say, for example, or your version of a particular word, that's the word they all stuck with. But here, we that we're in Nigeria, we've mixed with almost everything else. So you found that the Benanoas, the Nagos in Benanoa, or even the Sabes, have been able to retain.
So are you trying to say? Are you trying to say the Yoruba spoken in like Trinidad is quite different from the one they speak in Brazil or other?
No, hold on. The Yoruba spoken in those places is actually more pure.
It's more pure, exactly.
Speak.
That's the point I'm making. It's more authentic because they've been able to retain it, not as infused it. The one we have has been infused with Islam, has been infused with Christianity, has been infused with other languages.
Are you sure those ones also are not being influenced by the surrounding languages and all those things? I think they are also influenced already.
No. So when it's influenced, the Yoruba itself wasn't influenced. They will probably use something else for something entirely. So if you hear the orikis of Ishu, the orikis of Ife, the orikis of Oya, done by the people from Cuba, it is far as crystal clear. Not, I mean, of course, you hear the accent, you hear that Portuguese accent, but the words they are using is more. Okay, so for instance, let me give an example. What we call akara, that they call akaraje, I believe akaraje was probably even the more old name. We are the ones that shorten ours to akara. Because if you look at that verb based on the way Yorubas use it, akaraje makes more sense. You count it, you buy it, and then you eat it. But we just use as
so why do you use that as action party? Is it because you thought their great grandparents were taken as slaves several decades ago or centuries ago, and you think they have the authentic Yoruba more than us?
Yeah, because that is ends at the slavery. Nothing else, no other competing language influenced it outside something that is totally different. So it is Yoruba and Portuguese, straight up. As we have different kind of Yorubas amongst ourselves. Baba was giving a version of something. For example, in Eko or in Oyo, they probably say Enyi. In Egba, they call it Enwe. So, but people that move to Portuguese, we just if Enyi they're going with, they're going to go with that Enyi. Everybody will refer to it as Enyi. The entirety of the entire South America.
And another thing, hold on, Remy. Another thing is also a language of worship for them. So I mean, incantations and all that stuff, they use it to worship. So it's in their best interest to keep it as authentic as possible, if you know what I'm saying.
So are you trying to say now that actually they even worship better in terms of our traditional Ishishe than us because they are using the authentic one, Ours has been diluted. So
But
many
they are
things
more
are.
devoted, no doubt about that.
These guys changed Catholic to Yoruba language. They altered the essence of Catholic religion to exactly to the Yoruba version of whatever whatever Catholic was presenting. But we on the other side, we did it different. We dropped ours and absorbed Christianity. So remember, yeah.
Hello, guys. I would like to hear other voices ask questions. Maybe Tunija has a question.
Choma, please, we don't need two Niger. I beg.
So let me just address Ayo. It's called Bata or Salubata in Yoruba.
Excuse me, I'm talking. Tunija, do you have a question?
Be a question and answer session, and we will have their turns.
Or do you have a comment?
Yeah, I can have a comment. You know how they keep the wildlings in check, please. Keep them in check.
And you guys allow him to speak. Thank you.
Hold on, Choma, hold on. Just hold on there. We're having kind of like a conversation about the topic, right? And
I know,
if you want to hold on. So if you want to switch into kind of like let the topic whatever, then let's officially switch it. And then if we don't want to engage in that, the back and forth conversation, then we end it.
Okay, so Tunija, you can speak now.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Greetings, everyone, and greetings to you, Chioma. Thank you for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel and to the chat and viewers. Oga, my apologies for wrecking your comments today. That was a bit of a mishap. I do that now and again. So accept my apology on that. Regarding the discussions at hand, regarding languages and haplogroups and all the rest. I don't know who was talking about haplogroups and said something about E1B1A being tied to the Yoruba group. I don't know if that has been corrected. Maybe it has, but if it hasn't, that is the genetic haplogroup of almost all Black Africans. And is something that is all over. The ghost DNA that is referred to, that is tied to the Mende and the Yoruba culture. The Europeans use that as a kind of reason to say that because they don't have it, that might explain why they are more intelligent or something like that. And that is a trope that they are playing now. So it's something we have to be careful about. Okay, in terms of the linguistic characteristics, it's quite interesting. I'm quite fascinated the way you guys are exploring the Arabic language inputs and, vice versa between the Yorubas, these languages. Have we checked how much our own languages are related to each other, like the Yoruba and the Igbo language? It will be quite fascinating because they are supposed to be under the same language tree, which is the Volta language tree, to explore how they relate to each other, because it's not very obvious that they have similarities, but if you take the tone away, you probably find that there are similarities in the words, and that would be fascinating to actually watch that and to worry about these Arabic inputs into our languages. So, and I also try to explore overseas. The reason why I feel a little bit uncomfortable when we start becoming too insular and having conversations about ourselves too much is because I worry that Nigeria doesn't have a lot of nationalists. Like, that's my problem. I feel like we spend too long talking about ourselves, and it's quite important. It's quite interesting that one man raised a point that might be worth reiterating about the English in the UK. Even if they are the dominant group, they don't talk too much about themselves. And these people rule the world with that. Maybe there's something we can learn from that. We have to learn lessons. What message we are sending out there when we say stuff about our surroundings. The English dominate the United Kingdom, but some of them try to assert themselves, like the EDL, English Defense League,
And guess what? Their leader is in prison. I think I'm actually reading who is Tommy Robinson and why is Elon Musk throwing his weight behind him. So Elon Musk is now supporting, I just read it just now on Al Jazeera. Elon Musk is supporting the right-wing nationalist leader in the UK, but he's in prison in the meantime. So it shows you the way the English treat people that try to create a kind of tribal, he's tribal, isn't he? From that point of view, a kind of tribal identity within the nation. And they put it down and hold up the national identity because they believe that is the one that leads them to greater heights. Maybe there is something there for us to learn. So I think I will leave it there and listen for now. Thank you.
To Nigeria, I probably would I think to the very first thing you mentioned, I know you're trying to pivot the conversation, but I know of three words that are a bit similar between Igbo and Yoruba. And one example is goat. I know Igbos call it as ewu, and then Yorubas call it ewure. I know that maybe for like another word is like nose. Igbos call it, I think, imi or something like that, and Yorubas call as imu. Then maybe there's, I think, mouth also. Igbos call it onu, then Yorubas call it enu. So those are like the probably three few words that I know that are a bit similar, and that can be tied to the Niger confluence similarities. But what we've been speaking to is more of the influence between, I mean, which we can take away from our history. It's something that's predated, 10,000 AD or whatever it is. Not say 10,000, 1,000 AD is the fact that we have quite a number of Arabic influence in our language. But if you want to move it to Russia piece, then I think I'll call it a night.
Okay, so Remy and Simba, do you guys have anything you want to say since you guys came last?
I think things have been distorted. I don't know what is going on. What is the topic?
Well, we have a headline.
That way, but now things have changed.
Remy, it's actually the thing actually started from Obasanjo. It's not it just evolved to Yoruba, whatever. It's actually Obasanjo.
Yeah. You mean the NNPC inviting Obasanjo to come and check out the refinery or what?
No. I think it's about Chioma, can you remind us about the topic
It
itself?
was Obasanjo tried to steal Nigerian refineries, and then there's one that Cardoso. It says Obasanjo alleged conflict of interest and sale of Port Harcourt refinery by Falana. And
okay, I understand. I've read it in the newspaper already, and I think that was shady business. It's shady sales. I mean, everything is not. They did not follow the laid down rules in want to sell off that refinery to Blue Star, which is a consortium of Dangote, Otedola, and one other guy. So I know it's just party sell, just like what they did to the selling of NEPA to themselves. And today we all see the result.
It's not only NEPA. You remember that Obasanjo was one that actually started the Bureau of Public Enterprise when he was selling most of Nigerian assets. And most of the thing he sold, none of them is functioning today. You remember Nigerian Machine Tools in Oshogbo, the Oshogbo Steel Rolling.
Oshogbo Steel Rolling. So you see, I've said it yesterday. When a statesman talk too much, there will be, you see now, they are now dragging him in the mud. You said this refinery will never work. There was an interview people asked you, you said it will never work. And you also said there's a lot of corruption. Whereas you want to sell it off to yourself. Yeah, I remember the group is Otedola, Dangote, and Transcorp. Transcorp, you know that Transcorp hotel in Abuja, what is one of the biggest hotel in Nigeria. Obasanjo have a big stake in that hotel.
But it was a national hotel now. It was Nigerian hotel now.
They
He
privatized
sold
it
it.
to themselves.
It was the one that sold it.
He sold it and he get the majority share. So sometimes you see these people, they just come. A lot of people don't know the history. They thought
The problem, Remy, Obasanjo, when Obasanjo came out of prison in 1999, he was nobody. He didn't have shishi.
Yes, the farm already moribund. He doesn't have nothing. Even when they went to him in the prison that they are going to crown him as the next president, the question he asked them is that how? He doesn't have the money. He said, "You should not worry. We will pay the money for it. We do everything." And you can see in his first term, they have a big leverage on him. So he has to pander to whatever the people.
Remy, it's only that Nigerians or maybe most of the people on the social media are too young to know what happened during his first tenure. I'm talking about the first. Let me. You don't even know what I want to say. So why are you saying that Agbado narrative?
Yeah, go on now. Go on. We are hearing you now.
What I want to say that the first 4 years was actually of Obasanjo regime was not actually rosy.
Yes.
If you look, it wasn't, because if you remember at that time, even the local government, and that was when he even killed the local government. They were not even giving allocation to local government. I remember that time. That was when they called zero allocation. Zero. You understand? And even the employment that time was put on hold for the first 4 years.
Yeah.
Employment generally was put on hold. So
I think if you want to be factual and be objective here, his first term was not good because first it was not put there. So and he is not politically savvy like other people that put him there, and they were the one that were controlling all the levers. And if we can remember very well, he didn't get majority of the votes from the Southwest. Majority of the votes came from the North and also from the Southeast for him, because the legacy party was that PDP. And unfortunately for the other party, we are breaking into several factions. I mean, APP and AD have to form an alliance to present Falana. I remember that time. So when you look at this man, they have been doing a lot of disservice to that country. But everybody have their own interest. Life is about interest.
The issue is that with the kind of politics that we practice, and is all of us are corporate in this. Whenever we have somebody that we like, we tend to close our mind to whatever evil or whatever the person has. Because most of the people that we reckon with in Nigeria that are still talking, they are not even people that are supposed to be reckoned with.
To me, objectively, I always say that not the leaders are the problem. We are all together. Because I see that in 1999, most of the governors today are youth, maybe 20 something plus, or maybe if they are older, maybe 30. But today they were leaders. And what are they doing? Are they faring better than the ones that started in 1999? So when everybody always call, Nigerian leaders are corrupt. No, if you say Nigerian leaders are corrupt, you are putting the same finger on all of us. We are all corrupt. Because you cannot tell me the governors today, they are there in 1999. They were young. Some of them were even in the private sector. Some of them maybe just about getting their first job. So because the age of the governor we are today, some are like 40s, some are like early 50s.
What are you telling me? If somebody like Dino Malaye succeeded in becoming the governor of Kogi State now, Dino Malaye was still undergraduate in around 98, 99 now.
Yes.
Wasn't an undergraduate?
Yes, exactly. So,
and I'm very sure people like Yaya Bello and all those ones, how old is Yaya Bello even now? Is he not in 40? In his 40?
So most of the people in the House of Rep and the rest, some of them are just maybe 30s or maybe 40s. How old were they in 1999? Let's look at it very well. If they are 20, do that not mean okay, they are a new set of leaders now? Are they faring better? What I just want to say is that Obasanjo, if you listen to Show Me on Channels TV, the guy said the truth. He said Obasanjo cannot just come here and be sacramental, okay, check all the former president. You have the opportunity to make that country a better country. What did you do? If you are talking about, he is the one saying that Nigerian leaders are corrupt. If they are corrupt, then you must be the first one to be sent to jail.
Most of the properties that Obasanjo has now, they are state properties.
Yes,
I mean Nigerian states.
Yes.
I mean Nigeria. Even the farm, the so-called farm, was acquired through Nigerian through his operation Feed the Nation in 1970, between 1976 and 1979.
I think, and when you look at the public library he built in Abel,
we knew what he did that time now.
They donated money from all the governor of Nigerians.
He forced them. They were forced to donate.
So, but a lot of people don't know.
And that library now is what he's using for his university, though.
And do you know the irony part of it? You know what? As an elder statesman, I think they will now drag him more this year if he's not careful. All those things buried under the whatever, they will start to bring it out. Look at NNPC calling a former president of a 2-time to come and check their refinery. That is an insult on him. If he had kept quiet, nothing like that would have happened to him. We have Babangida.
I don't even know what he's still looking for.
We have Gowon. We have all of them. They kept quiet. If you have any problem, you have 100% asset. If you call Tinubu today,
Remy Obasanjo is a lone ranger.
Hold on. That he said Shell told him when he was president that it will never function effectively. Is that a crime that he said that?
No, he did not say it will never fund effectively.
Oh, what did he say?
No, listen.
Why did you add the effectively there? Why did you add it?
He is only relating what Shell told him. What Shell told him.
Yeah. Listen, he said it won't work. He mentioned Shell, you are right. And he said it won't work. And that is why nobody is interested in buying it from all these
but let me tell you, Remy, he also spent money in
land now.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that during that interview, he said he called Shell to come and buy it, and Shell gave him 4 reasons why they are not going to buy it. And he himself said it won't work. Go and listen to that interview. He said it won't work. That is the exact phrase he used. He said it won't work.
No, he didn't say they should come and buy it. He said they should come and operate it.
Operate it. Thank you. And when Shell gave him 4 reasons, corruption and so many other words, something. As a sitting president, and you are about to go, you only have some few months to go, and that is why when you want to sell everything off. And at that particular time, they said the real value of that refinery combined together is about $10 billion. But you want them to manage it for about $751 million, something like that, and they are not interested. But to cut the long story short, I think he, as a former president with a lot of power and with a lot of connection internationally, he should have been the one that changed the course of that country totally. But he's too egoistic, he's too self-serving, and he's too like, I am the boss. No, I don't listen to any advice. I know how to do everything by myself. My idea is the best. And that is the problem we have today. If he had listened and if he has made that country, at least look at what he did. He paid off the debt. And then you still have a lot of money in external reserve. You continue to keep the money. Do you create more employment? Do you build the necessary road? Do you put in better good infrastructures? And then as a leader that everybody respected you, why don't you put the right man after you? Why do you put somebody you knew he was sick? And why do you put the second one that you knew that this guy does not have interest to become a president of a country? Why do you do all of this thing?
Hold on. Hold on now. When he was there, who among all the governors can fit that role then? Besides this guy, not because of his sickness. Who among those governors?
There are so many of
integrity that is
clean. You know, let me ask you one question.
No, you can't ask us question with question now. Answer the question.
No. I will answer your question.
Okay,
but
all right.
before I go on, I will just ask you this. Can you force a horse to drink water? Can you force somebody who is not interested in a position? So what I'm trying to say, there are so many of them in the north. He would have picked.
Tell me who among them?
There were governors of Kano State. There were governors from Sokoto. There were governors from all other.
We like to do this revisionist history. If some of us were not alive or we were not even up to know what was going on then, we were saying all of this.
But
hold on. Let me remind you. Maybe you don't know, or maybe you know, maybe you forgot. Let me remind you.
I remind
before he settled for what's his name? Yadua. He asked Ribadu to investigate every one of those governors in PDP. Hardly any of them that does not have case back then, except for this guy. This guy that passed.
So he was looking for Saint, Abi. He was looking for a saint.
Here you go. To this very day. To this very day. What's his name? Ibori. Hold on now. To this very day, Ibori and this guy from River State that is going
Cross River. It's Cross River, not for River State. What's the name of this?
Hold on. Let me. I'm the one speaking now. Ibori and this guy. We even know Alamesia has his own problem back then. This one.
What about Donald Duke?
Donald Duke. Well, I don't know why he didn't take Donald Duke. Hold on.
That time, the person they are introducing this guy to him. This
Odili has problem back then. Odili has problem.
Rational mind. Let me tell you, the people that put in there instructed him not to hand over to a Southerner.
Yes,
that's another thing again. That's another angle to it. So
now let me tell you,
you can imagine, and almost all those northern governors that are PDP, they are all corrupt.
No, let me tell you.
So
something. The political machinery at that time belonged to a group they called them PDM, and that was the political machinery of the senior Yaradua that died in the prison. After his death, that machinery was taken over by ATIKU, and you can see ATIKU very strong. That PDM, Tinubu was there. Odili was there. That is why Obasanjo does not have the control of the governors during his first term. And that is why he continued to beg ATIKU and others.
Remy, let us take it back a little. If you remember when they formed all these PDM, all those parties, and then Babangida disbanded all these parties and formed NRC and SDP. Most of the people in PDM were actually the people in SDP, including the senior Yaradua, Babagana Kingibe, and all those Adamu Shiroma. All of them are in that party, even including Tinubu's and the Atikus. They were all in SDP that time.
Okay, let me continue. So at that particular time, Obasanjo does not want to give the power to ATIKU because ATIKU is showing Pepe in his first term. And he knew that if he does not come out with somebody that can defeat the PDM, so what does he do? And you know that Yarada have a great name in the northern part of Nigeria. So that is the major reason he went for his junior brother. It's not that junior brother.
Remy, don't let us be. Do you think the decision to actually nominated Yaradua at that time was his his own decision alone? It wasn't.
No. It was a decision just to checkmate ATIKU. Because if they didn't take that Yaradua, ATIKU would have been the president. Because he has all the governors in his farm. And that
you know, if ATIKU should become the president that time, do you know what he would have done to Obasanjo?
He would have sent him to jail now. It's as simple as you say. So that is why when Obasanjo wrote his book, although both of them are highly corrupt, so when we are talking about corrupt, don't tell us that Obasanjo is not corrupt. He's highly corrupt too. So at the end of the day, so when you look at what he did, it was just a way to checkmate ATIKU. That is why he enforced Yaradua on us. And at the same time, he was not so sure that this Yaradua will win the election. And that is why he called it do or die affair. And if you remember that 2007 election, it's the worst election in the history of Nigeria. Whether you like it or not, they just rigged everything, including if you don't listen to him, he was ready to fight with everybody. He used all the instruments to fight with everybody, police, military, whatever. And he put all his boys there. All PDP, they won in the Southwest, except Lagos State. He took control of everything. And today, a lot of people don't know him. And today we'll be telling the younger ones, he's the best Nigeria. He wrote letter to all the formerly. If you know this man, you won't like him at all.
Is he not the best? Is he not the best? Your Tinubu has it got to even 1/4 of what he did?
What did you say?
Has your Tinubu got to any 1/4 of what he has done?
What did he do?
I hate to
say
it.
No.
I hate to say it, but he's the best.
Rational mind. Let me tell you this. The way I see, let me tell you, the way I see Nigerians, let me tell you, the way that country is, we have these habits, and it's because we don't have a solid foundation for that country. Tell me any time that we have a president in that country that we don't refer back and say the previous one was better than the one that we have.
And
Just
if I want to compare Obasanjo with Tinubu as a president,
you understand? Let me tell you, if anybody governed at that period of time, most of our people, I can't mention any president that has have anything tangible done since we started, even including the military.
At least
it's just circumstances that make Nigeria look a little bit better at the time than the other. Believe me, just circumstances. If you look at what happened, let me tell you, we are referring to Obasanjo's regime now. If you divide it into the first 4 years, and the first 4 years, because oil price was so low, and he could not even finance his government.
Yeah.
And so things were not even good during that time. Second time, the price of oil started rising and he started having money. And that was why we think that he has done something tangible. And that rise also extended to Jonathan. Jonathan benefited most from oil boom. We can even call it oil boom. It wasn't as if Jonathan did anything significant. What did he do? You understand? What did he do to the economy? It's just his circumstances.
Okay.
If you really want to talk, his circumstances, it's not as if anything one person know how to manage the economy than the other. We have not been fortunate to have any good president in that country.
So in addition to Simba, if you look at Obasanjo very well, when he was a military head of state from after the death of Murtala, 1976 to 1979, what did he do? Virtually nothing. At the end of the day, he handed power to Shagari. And Shagari, what did they do? They mismanaged it, and the army came back. And when you look at Obasanjo 8 years, let us sit down and analyze it very well. In terms of road construction, it did not do nothing special. In terms of electricity, they sold it off. It was moribund. In terms of other infrastructures, it was moribund.
The only thing they will mention is GSM now. They will say GSM, GSM.
And that GSM he brought, I was part of it because I went for that training. They collected $247 million from all the three, the three telecommunication companies, MTN, Airtel, they call it Econet, and then later Globalcom came. And that is why the price of the SIM at that time, the SIM card they are selling for below 500 naira now, they are selling for 10,000 naira. I remember a startup pack that time. I
didn't know how much when you bought your own. No, the one I bought it 15K.
No, maybe you bought it from you do not buy it from a direct agent, because sometimes there are some retailer they put some price. But there was a time that MTN is selling what we call a starter pack. That means look at 310 plus a SIM pack, everything's around 3,000 naira. But I remember that we sold that SIM pack, just that SIM alone for 10,000 naira, but now it's 500 naira. The reason is because it collected a huge sum of money as licensing fee from all these telecommunication companies. If you sit down and look at him very well, he didn't do anything spectacular. It was just egoistic all around. And unluckily for us, we have Jonathan. Jonathan, it was a great time. We have over 60 billion in external reserve, 20 billion in excess crude account, and then the price of petrol or crude per dollar is above $100 per barrel. So it was a good time.
And even our production per day was at the highest that time. The highest?
Because he was able to pacify the Niger Delta people.
No, he didn't do pacify them. They just, because of loyalty, because they know that it's a man that was there.
No,
he didn't pacify them for anything.
He pacified them.
If you want to talk about even pacify, it was actually Yaradua that pacified those guys, that give them amnesty.
Apart from amnesty, they also send most of their guys to go and learn some skills.
It's part of the amnesty program now. He inherited that one from Yaradua now.
So that guy should have also, Jonathan should have also used the opportunity.
And that is what Nigerians will say, during the Jonathan regime, things were so, it was circumstances. It wasn't as if anybody did anything tangible.
quite unfortunate for that country. Do you know that they talk about the money we pay on subsidy alone from 1999 to 2015, $330 billion. That is the money we pay on subsidizing crude PMS, petrol in Nigeria. From 1999.
Do you know how much he was paying? He was using to also subsidize Naira at that time also.
Yes, we do not even talk about Naira, just on crude alone, on PMS, on petroleum products. If we have removed that subsidy during the, if OBASANJO was bold enough to remove it, and we use that money, put it on education, put it on health, maybe this country would have been a better country. Just look at that huge amount of money wasted. Just to satisfy.
You know, Remy, if you even have the money, you understand, it could have been better. If you have the money and you are okay, you are doing it's just like a social security for your people. But if you now start borrowing money, you understand, for social security, what kind of economy is that? Borrowing money to pay subsidy. You know the question people used to ask, and I don't know where they got that kind of question from. Hey, okay, now they say you have removed subsidy. So where the money that you remove, where is it from? Can you imagine that kind of question? That okay, the money that you save from subsidy, where is the money? As if there is one money set aside that okay, out of our revenue, this is the money. If you are borrowing to do certain thing, and you say okay, you are no longer to borrow, is that a saving?
I think what Nigeria should fight for, they are not really fighting for it. I was expecting when they were talking about that end bad governance, August of blah, blah, blah. I think they would go to the National Assembly and say, okay, we don't want two houses. We should all match them together. We want unemployed graduates to be paying like 20,000 monthly, maybe for the next 3 years.
Remy, yesterday when Obi was talking, I thought that the guy will say, okay, these are my plans. He was talking about hunger, and they have this. You know, the way he usually put out all these wrong statistics. But the question I was asking is that, tell me, the major problem that country has, forget about, yes, we have corruption, and we must look at the way, how can we tackle that corruption? But the question is, the revenue, our revenue is too small to make any meaningful impact.
So how do we generate
more how do you now exactly? Those are the questions that when you if you are saying you want to do this, you want to do that, you want to do this, you want to do that, how will you do it? You can't do all these things without money.
So Simba and Remy, I want to ask, because you know we discussed this last night. So I want to ask Rational Mind, what did he think about Peter B's speech? Rational Mind, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah. So what was your opinion on his criticism of Tinubu's administration so far?
You see,
that's what Remy and Simba are just talking about.
I've been hearing them. They're just talking.
No, I'm not talking about. I've not mentioned Obi this night.
I know, you didn't mention it, but it was kind of similar to.
I was talking about OBASANJO, and then the problem.
Okay. Me that mentioned Obi.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So for me, I listened to that when it went on live. Maybe the recorded one on live. I don't know. I know I was watching the show. I think it's similar to what he did in 2014 before the election, when they will go and then they will be castigating, and this is Nigerian stupid English, castigating. I don't know. They'll be talking down on Jonathan and all of that. I think it's a repeat of it, but you trust them now. They will spin it. He hates Nigeria. It's an anti-Nigeria. He hates Nigeria. It's not a Nigerian. It's not patriotic. The same idiots when they were back in 2014, when they were doing worse than this to Jonathan. Nobody called them unpatriotic there, no. You see, these I was having a conversation with a friend today.
They said you should talk about the speech. Why are you talking
about? That's what I'm saying. It's
not the reaction to the speech. Your own view about the speech. That's what the question she asked you. It's not about the reaction to the speech.
Are you the one that asked the question? I don't want to ask the question.
They said your view about the speech is not the reaction to the speech that they said you should talk about. If you don't understand the question, I'm telling you.
Do you know why I asked Rational Mind, right? I enjoy Rational Mind's commentary. He starts with the idiot. See, I just love it.
you see, these people are so terrible. They're terrible people.
They said they could not. It's very simple now. Rational Mind. They said, "What is your view about?" It's not about the reaction. Tell us about the speech. Don't tell us about the reaction to the speech.
Hold on now. Hold on. I'm the one talking. I have the floor, so let me talk as I want to talk. You won't tell me what to say. You see, that's the problem I have with each other people. People, you just want to tell people how to talk. Come on, let people talk and let them express whatever they want to express. If you like it, you don't like it, that's your problem. So just, let them talk. So you know me very well. Me, I will talk my way. I will talk my own way. So my point is this: is that yes, Tinubu is a failure. I mean, he needs to hear what he said. But do I believe this guy is the panacea? He has a solution to the problem of Nigeria? I don't think so, because the problem of Nigeria right now is, you know what these Agbado people will tell you when you ask them, go and meet your governors now. At least he has increased the IGR, so therefore we should not talk to Tinubu anymore. We should not hold Tinubu anymore responsible for the decline in Nigeria.
A quick
we
question.
Should get this on now.
No, take it along. Please just take it along. Now
on.
You said Obi does not have the well-weather of the problem.
No, don't give me that. I said that.
No. My question.
Don't be too overjoyed about that.
My question to you is this: do you think Obi, before the election of
come on,
year, do you think he has the power and the mental to solve the problem? Thank you.
Yes, I believe he can still do something.
It's simple now. Then go ahead.
I believe he can do something, but as the thing don't war now, Tinubu don't war the whole thing now. So I don't know what he can do because looking at it, I see one point that you people always make. You the Agbado people, go and meet your governor now. He has given them money now. What are your governor using the money for? That is your narrative now. The narrative you are spinning around now. So therefore, we should know Tinubu responsible. So why did he want to become president then? If he knows that we are going to hold our governor should be responsible for whatever crap. You see, that's what you people do. That's what you do. You just want to deflect blame from this your clown in chief in Aso Rock there. That always talk one thing here and talk another thing. We don't even know. Him and is the other 70-something years old man. I think 70 years old man. Yeah, for Minister of Finance. Amasodogo Turenchi, and you can't even see incoherently. He doesn't even say anything.
Is that your reaction to this speech?
I'm talking. It's still part of it. It's still part of it.
Please be quick,
dude. Come on. What's going on? I mean, talk. I mean, one talking now.
Let him talk now. He's been silent since now.
You see, that's the problem you people have. You can't stand when
it's okay. I'm with you. I'm with you. It's okay.
All right. So my point is that I see to what he said. Because Tinubu is a failure. He's a big time failure. Get to work, do work. I mean, work and stop this propagandizing. That's what we've often said here. Do what you're supposed to do and stop propagandizing and telling I'm finding blame here and there. And you were saying that people in Nigeria should be ready. You should ready to baby step of pain. What are you? Are you and your wife or your kids? You become l'état c'est moi, as Louis XIV said back then when he was in charge of France. You now become a mini monarch. You have become a monarch now, a mini dictator, a despot. You and your son and your kids, you have turned Nigeria into some kind of family business. Is that what you were elected to do? National Assembly that should be singing national anthem. They now sing on your pampas. You just sit down. And your mandate or whatever crowd they call it. It now becomes a normal slogan now in National Assembly. You see. I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, this guy just turned Nigeria, and doing into some kind of a personal estate of his. And I warn Nigerians. I've said that you people, you are treading on something you will really live to regret. You're creating a monster. And you've created a monster. They created that monster. Look at his own child now. They receive salute. They now turn out to another monarchy system. And at the year rumor now say if his son if he doesn't run as governor, he's going to run as a senate. You collect my papa wife seat. So the guy that is holding it right now in Lagos Central now, that guy should be ready to vacate that seat. In the event that what's his name? This guy, what's his name? he doesn't claim that ticket. Yeah, she does not claim the ticket for Lagos State. He's going to run as a Lagos Central, the one that Remi Tinubu was before. He's going to have it. That's the rumor I'm hearing now. That's what they're grooming him for now.
What is wrong with that?
Yeah, you go again. What is wrong with that?
We have examples all over the world now.
All over the world. Boy,
not to be
rational mind. Sometimes, let me ask you a question. You are in America, right?
Yeah,
and then you know the Kennedys, you know the Clintons. Right?
No.
I
don't hear this. What about?
Relax yourself. One of the Kennedy was gone down. Now, one of the Kennedy will be part of cabinet of Donald Trump. Bill Clinton was a former president in America.
Oh, come on.
His wife also want to go. His wife also contested for presidency. And in future, we are also hearing that maybe Michelle Obama will also contest for presidency. So, are you trying to say if a wife or a husband have a political ambition,
or his son,
so because his father has been president, so he should not do nothing against.
Just for correction, two of the Kennedys were shot down.
Yes.
Robert Kennedy and John F. Kennedy.
Yes.
That argument is valid, rational mind.
What about George Bush?
Democracy, sometimes you have dynasty.
Don't let these Agbado people wrong with this narrative.
No. That's not it. See, it's part of the.
I'm not going to concede. I'm not going to concede to them because you see the thing is this.
So my final question
is that what about? In a country, hold on.
You're comparing. You can take it along. You are the one that owns it.
Come on,
Remy, you ask too many questions. What is all this your questionnaire?
Is that you are
it's just a gimmick, so I no go talk. So I would like you go divide my
harass you.
In America, within a space of 16 years, we have two people, the father and son, rule America. George Bush Senior and George Bush Jr.
Here you go.
What have you got to say about that?
Okay, it's okay. Now let rational man carry on. As it seems to be last week.
You see, that's what they do. They know they send them here.
For rational man, you really know how to troll them big time, man.
I don't learn their tricks, all of them. I don't know where to press all of them.
Not learn any
tricks. I hear you. You see, the thing is this. One thing you're not factoring in this, what about you're doing, is that America, they have working institution that checks things. Sheyi Tinubu does not qualify for anything, not even the wife. But they were using their father, their husband, they're using his husband, and maybe his father now is going to use it now to get either the governorship ticket or what's it called. If they were to stand normal election, he will never reach anywhere. You can never tell me that George Bush or Jeb Bush, that they use their father manipulated their primaries. No, they don't do that here. That is working countries.
But rational mind. Remy, hold on. Remy, but rational mind. We still have examples. Let me give you. We have examples. We have examples in Nigeria also now.
This is what you people do.
Continue.
You gave me now. You want to jump on that? You want to go and use another one in Nigeria? You gave me one in America, and I'm trying to give you. I explain to you the difference. They have working institutions. When they are doing their primaries, they will do delegate. Not that they go and buy delegate and go and give them money. No, that's not what they do. You have to go. Yes, they can run on their father's name, their father's image, which is given. I understand that. But you cannot buy delegates. You cannot say you want to spew. You want to like every delegate. You see how they do their primaries here. You see, hold on. You see how they do their primaries here. They campaign. They don't do whatever they got come and vote. No. Every state, you go to one state, you go and campaign, you debate. the Tinubu debate before he gets his ticket. He debate
it. Politics is local.
I beg you.
I'm not saying the truth here.
When it's convenient for you,
the rational mind, you cannot say that you want to contest for primary here. Also, you don't campaign now. How can you say that?
Campaign where?
No, the campaign now. So they move from state to state. That's why they get their delegates. People that vote for them.
Yeah, that's how they do it. Yeah.
Yes.
You don't buy delegates here.
They don't buy also in Nigeria now. Did you see the market where they're selling them?
What ticket here? She be origin. You know how much you see? Yeah, you go again. Go and give me evidence.
Remy, hold on. You mean he rigged the primaries? Is that what you are saying? No, that's not my sorrow. I mean, I'm not fighting you. I just want you to substantiate what you are saying. You mean that he rigged the primaries?
No, it's not really. They give it to him. They give him on a platter of gold.
Okay, fine.
No.
Don't let us abuse ourselves one another.
No, me or anybody. I'm just saying like.
So in your own opinion, because we are just expressing our opinion. In your own opinion, he rigged the primary, right? One. And second, he also
okay. If you said somebody rigged, who in your own view won that primaries?
Thank you. That's a good question.
You see, I don't see you these Agbado people.
No. We are debating. It can't just be saying things.
It's only fair to let him have his say, though. He hasn't been able to finish.
I'm not even able to see that you're just giving slap.
Okay, to Naija. You and I know. Let me tell you, to Naija, you and I know that rational mind just talk. He doesn't have facts for you, whatever he says. He just talk.
How do you know that? Let him talk.
The question I'm asking him now, he said Tinubu rigged the primary. And I said, okay, who won the primary? You should tell us now.
Yeah, but you have just been robbing him left and right.
We are not robbing him. He doesn't, he should answer. Okay, we'll give him time. We'll answer the question.
He really knows how to trigger you guys, man. Just let him talk. Let him have his say.
He's not triggering anybody.
You see?
You sure?
Hold on. Let me tell you how they rig the election. How they rig it.
Right.
They got tickets. People, governor, Uju Kennedy, all of them, he buy tickets for all of them. Either he did it correct directly or did not do it directly, but they all buy their tickets so that they could tell their own delegates support what's it called? Ashiwaju, the one or the goes up. Because either they promise them, I'll give you minister, or I'll give you that, or I'll make you the, I mean, at least you go recuperate your money back. That's what we're talking about.
Is that rigging?
It's rigging. That's rigging.
How? How is that one rigging?
You don't know what it is. You don't know what that is.
They voted. No, the people who have voted. To Naija. No. To Naija, I think you are the neutral person here. To Naija, is that a rigging?
No, it's a rigging because I'll tell you. Former vice president himself, he doled out money to delegates, but Tinubu paid more to delegates than what was his name, Rotimi Amechi, and what his name was able to pay. This Tinubu gave money more, just like what happened in PDP too. Yeah, when they buy their delegates.
Is that technically rigging or more like outspending the other person?
That is it. When you bribe, you are buying people's votes. That is rigging. You are rigging it.
So, what is different between that and the one Elon Musk did though? That he was giving people money. Elon Musk was giving people money to vote for Trump.
Elon Musk, that was not at the primaries. We're not talking about primaries. If you're talking about
so what is the difference? Election is an election now. How can you say you are setting different rules for different election?
Hold on. And he's going to face a legal case on that. When he was doing that, he said he was going to give $1 million to, that was only one money he said he was going to give to one person. I think maybe there's a raffle draw or whatever he said he was going to do after that. That's some kind of quid pro quo of some sort. Election buying, something like that. And I think the election, the U.S. electoral whatever, I think they said they're going to sue him for that. He's going to face whatever. And in fact, already it's already causing bad blood even within the MAGA. So let me not go into all that crap of the MAGA, Trump, or whatever. My point is this: is that we know that Trump is not a normal politician that goes by the book. But this election that he won this election proper. This last one, he won it proper. Even himself, he was surprised that he won it. He wasn't sure that he was going to win the election because the whole thing was thinking like, it was looking like Kamala Harris was going to win the election. But that minute, something happened. Maybe it was this Elon Musk you're talking about. Maybe that's what triggered. But I know Elon Musk does not share money to everybody. He only said $1 million will be given to one person. That's what he said. So, but if you said that, is that some kind of election interference? Yes.
But we see AMPAs being distributed. We see a lot of things being distributed.
A lot of people.
No, all those things that they are sharing. Is it not?
No, don't give crap of. He didn't go to a polling booth and start giving people money. Say,
whether it is given at the polling booth or before the polling booth, what is the difference?
But rational mind, though, you can argue that. Rational mind, you can argue that the primaries in APC, I don't know if you want to call it rigging or whatever, but he did get quite a lot of support. You saw it how the governors were stepping up for him.
You see, that's what I'm saying to you. People like Fire Me, people like Uju Kennedy, people like these other guys, all of them, they bought tickets. And last minute, they were all submitting to him.
Yes, but is that not strategy?
Now.
Is that not strategy other than rigging?
See, that's his thing. You see, I don't know what to tell you guys. You see, I don't know.
You just wanted everybody to have your own view. You cannot, you know, the way you people cannot buy whatever you are saying because you are not giving reason. You are not being reasonable with whatever you say.
Gave money out, but this guy outspent him. What's his name?
And that one was not rigged. That was not rigged.
That's what I'm saying. It was rigging. That's rigging.
But that is not rigging in the real sense of it. It's part of politics. It's not rigging.
You see. Let me go and sleep. I can't stand it. Let me go and sleep because if I make somebody's head.
Yes.
I don't know what it's
I have to say, man, these Agbado guys. Yeah, it's like
imagine the way they reason.
It's like they got a blockhead, nothing moves.
And you wonder why that country is a rot. It's a rot the way it is.
Oh my God!
You don't rot.
You know the issue is this. If you are saying it's because of the Agbadorian, if you say because of the Agbadorian that Nigeria is like this, what about before the Agbado? What about before the Agbado? Was Nigeria good?
No, it's the kind of people that they always have Agbados on the other side too. He's always like that.
You know, you still didn't let him answer my question about.
You see, they wouldn't allow me.
Chioma, he will never answer your question.
I'll never come. Now.
Why? Sima, why?
Okay, you just continue listening to him. You know, the only thing rational mind know how to do is to bash Shinobu. That's all. Any other thing, just leave him. He doesn't have the stuff.
Let me listen to him bash Tinubu, okay? The floor is yours. I want to hear your opinion on this.
Okay, let's give him 5 minutes to bash Tinubu.
I can't stand these guys. These are bad people. I can't stand them. They irritate me a lot. I mean, their reasoning.
I'm telling you.
their reasoning is just. I mean, that one that called himself Agbado Einstein. That was his name, Kulata. I mean, like you just imagine what
you know, Tioma, you see, he says you answer. See, it's not collateral. He says you comment. He will not be able to do what you're asking from him.
It's because I can't stand you guys. I can't stand you guys.
Do you know what Simba advised me yesterday, the other day? What are you saying 2 days ago? He said, open your own channel, start streaming. Don't criticize. Don't criticize the government. Just your. Oh my goodness. Just your own thing. Don't criticize the government.
Even when they're shouting at Big Bami, we shouldn't criticize.
Exactly. Like, don't criticize the government. Just do your own thing.
No. I didn't say you should not criticize government. I said you should have your own agenda. That's what I said.
Yes,
That
I
should not
said
be following whatever. I know what I said. I didn't say it should not.
about the government.
No. I said you should not follow the same route. That we have enough people that are doing the same thing. Do you understand that you should create a unique thing for your own channel that people will know you for? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you should not criticize.
You did say that actually. You said precisely that. Stop
I didn't
like
say that.
everybody
I
else.
didn't say that. I didn't
Yes,
say
you
that.
did.
Don't misquote me.
To Nigeria, I was yesterday. To Nigeria, he advised you to create a niche for your own.
That's what I said. I didn't say you should not criticize. It's you that are giving me that meaning.
No, the reason why he said that, because I told him I wanted to start my own and I will be doing something, in line of what we are doing now. Yeah. And he said, do your own niche, but don't criticize. Stop complaining.
I didn't say don't criticize. Don't. No. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I know you did, and I complained about it. Why are you telling me not to criticize?
Remy was there now.
Yeah,
I was listening. I was not on the
panel. He was there encouraging you to tell me not to criticize. That is true. I actually question you. I say, why are you telling me not to criticize? I will still criticize the government if I see something that is wrong. But they kept saying, go in your own niche, just do your own thing. Don't criticize.
No, I think you got it wrong with Nigeria. Actually, they meant well for you yesterday.
They meant well.
Listen, they know you like security. Mm-hmm. But they were trying to tell you that bring somebody, an expert, to your platform.
Oh, yes, that was said.
Yeah, they were advising you very well. I was even...
Yes.
There was a time they are saying that you also stream...
He will not listen. He will not listen to them. He will not see all those ones.
Tell me what you said I should not do.
You know what I'm saying, and I've said it earlier. I said all the other popular channels are doing, that you move from one place to the other. I said you should create your own identity. That's what I said. I didn't say that you should not criticize. I said you should create your identity. I did not say don't criticize government. What is my take in the government?
You tell me not to do so.
Okay. I left you with that. Yeah?
Guys, I still want to hear Rational Mind's opinion on that.
You will wait till Jesus Christ come. Chioma.
They won't let him finish.
I never come now.
You don't want me to hear it. I want to hear
Hold on. So, Chioma, they know that I never come. When I'm always on top, I don't come. That's.
Oh my goodness.
That's just by the way. Don't try to. I'm not trying to be offensive to anybody here. I just want us just to laugh about that. So anyway, just that. So my point is this: is that you see, my point is I don't know what else to say. Anything Obi has said. There's nothing Obi has said that we have not said here on this platform or elsewhere. We've said it time without number. So I don't know what I'm going to be saying or picking on everything that he said. But my point is this: at least almost everything he said, there's fact to it. But trust the Agbado people; they will never believe it's a fact. They will say that Igbo man, that this guy, what did he do in Anambra? What is it? What can he do? Like the question that this one was asking me a while ago. Do you think if he had won that election, he can do anything? You see, that's what they do. They will come here. They'll say, what would Obi have done differently? You see, that's the thing. That's what they do, just to make you believe that okay, Tinubu is doing what Obi would have done too. You see, there's a difference. This clown in Aso Rock there, he has been gallivanting everywhere, going to one country to another country, looking for investors. How many investors have they been able to bring back to Nigeria? All we hear is propaganda. They use propaganda to, I mean, that country, they will feed you propaganda. In fact, yourself, you will start asking yourself whether you are right upstairs. We hear, and they've lifted, what's it called? The UAE has lifted, what's the name? That one that looks like Albino, that used to be in Aso Rock before they removed him.
The visa.
Is that what?
The visas.
No, that guy that looks like an Arab albino from Port Harcourt, from
in Galilee.
That used to be. It was like, they removed UAE has removed the visa. You see, they just keep on feeding us lies on lies and lies and lies. That one that called himself a finance minister, he'll be speaking Dogo Turenchi that he himself does not even understand. So very incoherent. In this and that, in the sector of we are asking for World Bank to give us loan, and we are strategizing, and then we put it in the ocean blue economy. You start looking at this. Who are these kind of people?
Can we be serious a little bit? Let me
we are serious. We are serious. We are serious.
No.
We are serious here.
No, Remy, let Chioma just catching fun with national mind. Let them continue.
Chairman,
because I don't even know what is funny about what he's talking about that they are laughing about.
You don't know what Chairman is doing. Chairman just wants rational mind to continue to bash the president.
Yeah, here you go. Chairman, let me let you continue your session with them.
Let me finish.
Let them have the floor.
You know one thing? I now know why some people fail examination. A simple question.
So Mapolo do national by telling Olodo ni.
You're doing your own laugh now, right? Simba, you're doing your own laugh now.
Olodo ni national by be.
You see, this is what they do. This is what they do. When they know they cannot attack what you're saying, they don't have any point to counter what you say. They'll go against your personality. You don't know what you're talking about, and you're that. You did not go
you know the problem is not with him. It's the problem is with Chioma that is asking the question, and Chioma is satisfied with the answer because to me he has not answered the question that he was asked.
He's not even halfway there.
You know what? Rational mind, man. You really made me laugh.
The World Bank has given us a loan, and then we're advancing it, and then we use it for blue economy, and then the blue economy Aso Rock, and then we give it to CBN, and we do fiscal policy. I mean, what is this guy talking about? You can't even make sense of what he's saying. And these are people that are handling our finances. That one in Aso Rock there too. Baby step of pain, and this and that. Look at what he was saying.
Tired the same rhetorics again. For more than 2 years now, the same thing. I know.
Choma, good night, everybody. Let me go to bed.
So long. Before you go to bed, listen to this.
That was the best opinion I've ever heard.
Before you go to bed, listen to this. National mind.
I'm hearing you.
It's not good to be a loser. When you do numerous,
it's not. National man is not an ordinary loser. He's a sole loser.
How to around come every time. Around every time.
Around come me. Don't do me. What's really making me so vexed is the lives of our people that are in mess in that country. That is what I can't be here. Hold on. Let me talk now. Let me talk. I'm here. You and I were here. I mean, you are here. You are in Finland. There. This one that they call himself the doctor is in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, that call himself. That call himself. Not a doctor.
No. What I'm saying is, I mean, you are a doctor. I mean, okay, I take it back. I'm just trying to be. I'm
know.
So. Simba that is a doctor that is in Saudi Arabia. I mean, you're all there, you are living a good life. You have 24 electricity. You can eat as you want. You can order food. Come on. Why would we want something different for our people back home?
Okay.
When we have all these leaders.
No, but rational mind. Wait. Rational mind. I can tell you. No, just wait. You know what I want to say? Let me tell you, any person that actually wanted the best for our people will not support any of these politicians that we are promoting. Believe me. If you are truly have interest of Nigerians, neither Obi nor Tinubu nor ATIKU actually is fit for that office.
Forget it. Don't.
Oh, okay.
Don't join.
Rational mind is not even taking the middle ground. See, I must say,
I believe ATIKU will still do better than Tinubu.
Okay.
ATIKU, that one I want to sell
ATIKU with
everything.
37 children
Let him
and
sell.
10
Let him
wives.
sell.
Are
Let
you
him sell.
kidding yourself? You will
Let him sell.
regret it.
You can see that your criticism is not
I know
not
you might
based
sell.
on objectivity. It's just
I
based
know
on
you might
hatred.
sell.
That's
If
just
you
it.
ask me to choose between ATIKU
Tinubu
and
has
Tinubu, I would
one
To
choose.
thing.
Nigeria, you can hear what
There's
rational
something
might be
around
saying.
Tinubu. There's something that around Tinubu that stinks.
It's a lie. You hate the guy.
Yeah, there's something around Tinubu that stinks.
Maybe his girlfriend.
I'm telling you, I'm telling you. In fact,
His
I've studied
girlfriend is smelling.
I've
Oh
studied
boy,
that guy.
Rational Mike, need to stop.
No, there's something around that guy that stinks.
But,
When he's around world leaders,
Rational
they
Mike
don't
needs to
trust him.
stop, man. Come on.
No,
Rational
when he's around,
mind.
hold on, guys.
Sorry, sorry.
When he's around world leaders, it
The
stinks.
first
You
time
can't
I
just-
listened to Rational Mind, I already know that all the criticism is born out of hatred.
Yeah, you go. Hatred.
That
What
is
is
the
hatred?
truth.
What are you talking
Of
about?
day one. And I told you from day one I came to
Oh
this
my
platform,
God.
I said you are too fixated on
Yeah.
When you
I'm
are too
fixated on him.
fixated
Hold on.
one
Let me
man,
tell you why I'm fixated.
Bóyá gba girlfriend ẹ ní, ṣó gba girlfriend ẹ ní.
You are aware Remy was my girlfriend now. And then when I do, I need to come quickly now. I need to come quickly. So I still correct about it. You guys, let me let everybody go. I want to it's past almost midnight here. All right, guys, let me just go to bed. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody.
Okay, good night. Bye-bye.
Actually, I don't have anything. Anybody can criticize anybody, but for me, I like result. If you condemn this guy today, you bring another president tomorrow. Some people will still antagonize or criticize him, but let's criticize objectively. Let's see what is on ground. They ask you a question now. You said even if you don't like Tinubu, you prefer ATIKU. But before you are rooting for Obi. Now, if it's between Obi and ATIKU, who would you pick? It's already double talk. We don't know where you stand.
Let me tell you, Remy, that is what Rational Mind demonstrating. That is what the majority of Nigerians demonstrate. We criticize not based on what is actually affecting us. It's based on our emotion, how we feel about somebody. It's not about anything objective. That is it. Either it's based on some religion, on ethnicity, on whether I don't, and that is why we are where we are. Because nobody can tell me and be referring to one president that we had before. I say, okay, this person was good. Who was good?
I think none of them are good in everything. Like you can argue that this in Buhari got a lot of things right for Dangote, the 2 refinery refurbishment.
No. Let me tell you, Rational. To Niger, we can't be cherry picking and be saying okay because one thing. Okay, everybody now if they want to refer to OBASANJO, the only thing they mention is GSM. Is that what you used to actually read?
That's not a lot. I don't consider that a lot of accomplishment. But it's okay. It's something. Nigeria became telecommunication. That way we gained mobile network. So that
every country in the world became it. They got it at the same time.
Fair point. It was basically
yes.
the same.
Even poorer country, Bangladesh, Benin Republic, Cameroon, everybody got it at the same time. So it's not by ingenuity of any person.
Then by that standard, you rate Tinubu, this in Buhari very, very highly then. Because Buhari actually did something very
know that even the service or the SIM is more cheaper and data is more cheaper in all these countries because they did not get licensing fee from all these telecommunication companies. So at this particular junction, OBASANJO would have been the greatest in Nigeria if he has laid a good foundation. But he's so self-centered and highly corrupt. All of them are corrupt. Look at all the state resources. He cornered it to himself and his friends. What are we talking here? Name one big organization. Elumelu was part of the kitchen cabinet of OBASANJO. All of them now became billionaires. From what? Look at this Aluko that is close to Madueke, that woman, that
No,
petroleum minister.
during Jonathan regime now. That was
That man
during
became a
Jonathan regime.
billionaire. Look at the way they just siphon the money and share it among themselves. Nigerians will not talk. But now, because the cookie has come to crumble, what do you say? So everybody wants to talk now. If we have been very active since 1999, we hold all these our leaders accountable.
Even the talk is not a good talk now. The talk is not based on objectivity now.
It's just
you understand?
Ashing, my country.
Okay, because I don't like this person, I must criticize, or maybe because this person is not from my region. If forget about it, Jerry.
I try not to criticize people just because they are not from my region. That is not how I look at it. I look at the outcome.
If you are not, but is that not what if you observe? Is that not what is happening? Just be objective. That's
what you okay. If you go back 3 years, I've actually gone back 3 years. If you go to one man's video, most of the video 3 years ago was against Buhari. Now it's not the same. It's flipped. So you can see that tribally, people do flip their position. It's not only here, it happens in America too. I said it before. I'm not holding anybody for that one, but I will still try to say, okay, Tinubu has got some things right. He has the opportunity to be the greatest president. Buhari got quite a lot of strategic things right, especially with the Dangote refinery, the allowing states to produce their own power and their own.
But that was the tail light of his career.
You know what that guy did. He knows what to do. Let me tell you what he did. He knew what is good for Nigeria, but he doesn't have the political effrontery to do it. That was why he delayed everything so that it will not be as if he was the one that did it.
Yes.
Yeah, he was not very bold. He was bold in closing the border and doing the right thing, but Buhari wasn't very bold. I think that's one of the reasons. One of the Tinubu supporters said he doesn't know how to wield power. That they will know how to wield power. So we'll see how Tinubu wields it, though. But you have to give it to Buhari. He did a lot of things that laid the foundation.
You know what Buhari did, and that's why we are reaping the fruit now of his mismanagement. Buhari was just palliating things. He was not taking any decision that would lead to any change. He was just palliating things. Oh, okay, so you want cheap for it? Okay, I'll be giving it to you. Okay, you want the dollar to be stable? Okay, I will just be he kept on borrowing money, doing all sorts of things. No printing money, doing all those things. How sustainable is that kind of government? It's not sustainable now. It's not sustainable.
If you look at it, the reason why he didn't remove the fuel subsidy because he knows it's going to affect the poorer North people hardest. And in terms of round tripping, the reason why he didn't deal with it.
Let me ask you to Nigeria. For how long can you do that? You understand? It's like you are eating your future. You understand? Something that you don't have resources to do. And that's what you are doing.
He tried to do it now. He canceled it a few times. He kept postponing it and postponing it. That's the reason why. Because NLC wants to go on strike and all kinds of things. Go ahead.
And another thing too, Niger, he was not in control of his government. When he gave you a job, he just let you be. That is not how to do it. This is government money. And all these ministers, they know is They know his weakness. He seldom fire people. He just let you be there.
Yeah, he doesn't fire.
I don't know whether it's because of old
age. Did he really do any cabinet reshufflement for 8 years? He didn't do anything.
So he just let them be. And these people, they're just doing whatever they want. And after the old SSI, you see all of them become multi-billionaire wherever they find themselves. So if you know that you have a leader that one single day can fire you, you behave. If you have a leader that always asks result, give me the result, show me that you will get the result. I'm trying to say, yeah.
To be fair to him, in all the presidents that Nigeria has had since 1999, Buhari turned out to be the most unlucky one. He came in when oil prices was crashing, and COVID-19.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you. Things were, especially during his first tenure. In fact, even not even second, it's even second tenure was welcome with COVID, with Ukraine, Russia war, and all those things.
Another thing he also did, which was not good, he protected the Fulani too much or too much. He knew what he was doing in terms of security. It didn't grab it very well. One thing I gave to this guy that in terms of infrastructure development, top notch. It's one of the best.
Yeah, he really did that.
Insecurity and also in terms of economic, it didn't perform very well. The reason is because he let everybody be. How come a CBN governor, just one day, still a CBN governor will buy a lot of vehicle and campaign for presidency? Where did he get the money? And it's under you. And so many things didn't take control of. You let people are accusing you that your tribesmen are doing sort of rubbish all over Nigeria, and you kept mute. You didn't say nothing. You just continue to, oh my God. So that is why that led to agitation that, okay, if you cannot do nothing, let everybody go their own way. I think, I hope that such a thing will never happen in Nigeria again, because if it happens, I'm sorry, that country will break. It not even break to 6, it can break to 12. But the only thing where the international community does not want Nigeria to break is that just assuming that it break, let's say 10 million people just trooping to Benin, they already take over now.
Benin is Benin up to 10 million on their own.
5 million and you know Nigerians are very let me tell you one thing about
if you added all the countries in West Africa, their population together is not up to Nigeria. It's not up to Nigeria.
Yeah, Nigeria is over 50% of West African population.
And Nigerians are very controlling. They like to be in charge.
Exactly.
Give Nigeria a simple chance. They will take over your country.
Ghanaians will be crying now if that one happens. Only Ajegule heads in that direction. God help them. That would be a problem. By the time they arrive, we're like, what kind of refugee be this one? This one are cool. They'll come and take over the country.
I know they will not even come and behave. They will not even come and behave themselves.
They will take over their country. Nigerians are they are not that type of people that are kept quiet now.
The thing about Nigeria is that Nigeria can
That is every tribe in Nigeria. The Fulani.
Yeah, you are right. That's
why are we like this collectively?
Do you know what Africans don't like about Nigeria? They tell the Nigerian is too proud and too arrogant.
Yeah.
And I was dealing with one Kenya before. I talked to him straight in and said, why are you so dormant like this? I shouted and he was shaking. A man like me, even taller than me, he was shaking. I was like, look at this Mumusef. Kenyans, they are very easygoing, very quiet, no trouble, just like Oyibo people. And just a little shout on him, he was already shaking. So Nigerians are like that.
They consider Nigerians arrogant. A lady once told me that too, that they consider Nigerians arrogant. Like, I don't know where you get that one from, because they think that we are loud and
aggressive.
No, we are loud though. When it comes to that loud, we are very loud.
And also aggressive.
Yeah, they think we're passive aggressive, you know.
Yeah, Nigerians are aggressive. I have to say they are aggressive compared to other people. But regarding the Nigeria though, Nigeria has the biggest group in Nigeria are the minorities though. This is why when the majority say they can break Nigeria up, it's going to be very, very hard, because the minorities themselves, they are over 35% of the population, and the majority that they call the big ones, they are just bigger groups. They are not like bigger than if you put the minorities together, the biggest group is around 25%.
But can the minorities speak with one voice?
No, they won't. But the problem is that they are everywhere. They are everywhere, gluing everybody together and trying not to let anybody go anywhere. That's the problem. They're interfering with everybody.
And the resources, most of our resources belong in the minority regions.
You see that? So that one too is
no, you are wrong, Choma. All the 36 states of Nigeria have rich resources, every one of them, even including
that's why they've not
every
exploited
state,
it.
They have something. Can you compare that Zamfara? If they continue to mine their gold, they'll be the richest state in Nigeria. What is it?
If South, to show you what I'm telling you, to show you what I'm trying to say to you, if the South had worked with the Southeast, Nigeria would have broken up. But because they didn't, that's why they didn't. Because the minorities don't always go the way the bigger groups want.
No, you know why? Let me tell you. The South, because let me tell you. Do you think that if the South should go with Southeast, they will not they will still remain minority within that state?
Yeah, they will
Within
still.
that,
Why do you think? That's why they refuse now. They
yes,
must
no.
stay minority in the bigger group. That is the problem. That is why when the majorities want to go, they won't let them, because those majorities, they often want to take smaller groups along with them. That's it. I think the only group that may not want to take a smaller group along with them is maybe the Yoruba group, because they are quite in one area. But even if they try to like drag Benin along, suddenly Benin will yank them back. Where are you going?
They will never drag Benin. Benin already
Exactly. Then Benin will form its own country, and that is a big deal, because then you see a lot of smaller countries pop up.
I think Benin and Delta will just form one as a small country, just like a little as Luxembourg or all these small.
No, and let me tell you, they are not homogeneous. So.
Yeah, that's another problem they have.
If the South goes on their own, they will be the richest part of the country.
But can they? You know the issue. The issue here. Let me tell you. You know one thing about separation, and I've been asking people that you should tell me one country that separated that are now good for it. Most separation doesn't end well.
Especially in Africa.
I've never seen any example of a country that because we have separated, that's why we are rich now. No. You understand? You know the problem is this: when you are in a bigger group to Niger, you don't see your differences more. But by the time you now carve yourself out, that is when you now start seeing the Shekiri, the robots, the BBO, it will be a tug of war. Believe me.
You can see even the so-called East Germany.
Because you see, they will not now they can see themselves, oh, we are South. We are South, because they have a common enemy. By the time you give them that is when they will not say, in fact, the Asaba people, they will say, no, we are the one that have the oil. You people don't even have anything in your place. So keep quiet.
It wouldn't be long before they start fighting again. It wouldn't
no, in fact, they can't last one. In fact, they will start with civil war.
Do you know the NDDC that they created for them? Do you know when all of them are fighting among themselves, everybody draw money to go and campaign election? They do not build any infrastructure in South. When they now, the House of Assembly or whatever, they want to probe them, EFCC, they cannot find the leeway because everybody stole money. So who are you going to point an accusing finger on? Everybody is corrupt. So let's not assume that you are now in your own country. The fight will be too much, okay? Because there's so many small
when the British arrived, the area that was most homogeneous was actually the north, and maybe to an extent the south. The Yorubas were fighting. Oh my God!
I don't agree, because the northern part we are talking about, the north central, they are not Hausa.
No, I'm not including. I'm talking about the north, not central. Like people. I'm talking about above Abuja.
Northwest and northeast are different people. They are not the same people.
Yes, no, but generally the North was more opposing of the British. Almost all of them united to oppose the British, and the British had to kill their Sultan and all the rest just to overthrow them.
You know why that one is successful? Because of the Fulani dominance.
Yeah.
Yes.
You understand? So it's not as if the other ones, the Hausas, all the Benue people, they don't have a voice.
Yeah, but why were the Yorubas fighting like crazy during that time? The Yorubas were they were fighting each other more than any group. Even when they came to Lagos, they were still fighting each other. And Oyo was still fighting Ijebu, if I'm not mistaken. And Oyo was fighting Lome, I think somewhere in Benin.
Daomi.
It's that liberalism, freedom, Yoruba people. I have my own say, I have my own mind. I will not. You don't. An average Yoruba man.
And that is why Yorubas cannot go in one direction.
They will never. Even if he does not have money, he also have his rights.
Look at. If you see the people that criticize Tinubu most are still Yorubas.
Yes, you can see.
You will not see that one in any region in Nigeria.
Look at the case of Afe Babalola and What you do not know about Ekiti people, all Yoruba people know them. They are allegedly stubborn people, and they always protect their rights. They don't care to lose their last blood. Don't toy with Ondo and Ekiti people when it comes to that issue. So all of you people that are looking at it from the sentimental angle,
could you believe that? Okay, the two of them are supporting the same candidate.
Yes, so and
you understand, and they don't have the same ideology. They don't even believe in themselves.
Yes.
Yeah,
you
but
understand?
Hold on though. Is it okay then? Can one conclude, at least tentatively, that Nigeria actually calmed the conflicts between the groups, especially in the southern region of Nigeria? They calmed the conflicts between the groups because they used to fight more before now.
No. That is what I'm telling you now. That separation is not actually the solution.
No.
You understand? Let me tell you, we have more peace now. All these things that we are talking about, let us go war. We will go with war. It's not about, you understand? By the time we all settle down, it is war among ourselves.
That's something that from history.
Okay, look at South Sudan now. South Sudan was fighting the main Sudan for independence, and immediately they got it. What did they start with?
War.
Up to today.
That is crazy, though. How do you even do that? You just finish fighting on one war. Oh God, people.
It's the second poorest country in the world.
And if you look at Igbo, it's not only in Africa. Look at Europe, the Eastern Europe, all those Kosovo and all those old Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia. When immediately they separated like this, you know what?
Yeah, they did. They took it to war. That's true.
You know that Romania and Bulgaria, which are agrarian society, the economy was not good. They are just opening their border to EU just January 2025.
Wow.
And that will help their economy. People will flock there for tourism and the rest. So when you now look at it in the long run, if they break Nigeria into several pieces, we are done. But
yeah, you can't imagine EU countries fighting each other now because they formed that European Union now. It will be hard for them to
start. When people are merging to have a formidable force, that's when we are saying that it's separation.
Even I landed UK too. UK they want to go back to EU.
Yeah.
Even to Niger, Chioma is here. Let's say Igbo, they give them data. They are still fighting among themselves. They say this one is a Bonyi, this one is the Enugu. They are not educated. They are outcast. They are this.
That's true. We're still going to divide, even if we get Biafra. I know that for sure. Because even
they will fight among themselves now. Because they will say Anambra people want to take over.
No, let us hear from her. You are not there. Let us hear from her.
Okay, go ahead.
Just like there's an Igbo Catholic Church and even Igbo Anglican Church.
Exactly.
They have all the Igbos from different states, but it's always the Anambra people want to dominate, The pastor and the congregation, they all started fighting. So they have the Anambra section, Imo section, Enugu section. So it's just like, it's so weird. And we all speaking the same language, just different dialects. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Yes.
Yeah. You know what I noticed when I was in Enugu State, and when I gather with my friends because they are the local people, and when they speak about Anambra people, I was like, are you not the same state before? Anambra and Enugu used to be one state now. Why all this wahala? They say, we Enugu, we are peace-loving, we are highly educated, we don't do juju money, we are this, we are that. But those Anambra people are just terrible people. The way they castigate Anambra people, I was just like, And Anambra people were telling them, look, you are poor. We are the rich one. We are the dominant one. We are the industrialists. We are the big traders. The fight is just unnecessary.
And if you hear what they say about my own people, they say if you see a agwo, meaning snake, if you see a snake and you see Mbise person, kill the Mbise person first before the.
Okay, you are from Igbo. Are you from Imo?
Oh my God!
Yeah, Imo State, yeah.
Okay.
That is brutal.
Because they think like Anwaranya, meaning like we're wise, we're too.
But even as you are talking about Igbo too, even Yoruba people, even we also
No, it's the same everywhere. That's what we are saying. That now, because we see they are living as an entity now because they have a common enemy. That's why it seems as if there is this harmony, exactly, but there is none. By the time they give them, they not separate them. That's when they see their differences more.
Exactly.
Even Yoruba land, they all accuse us because I'm from Ogun State. They say we are the one.
Is it not in Yoruba? From my own side, they always advise us not to marry people from Ogun.
So you see now, and if I'm a Beokuta guy, they will tell me don't marry from Ijebu because they have a lot of juju. And
they said
because Ijebu people don't marry.
What do you say, Choma?
They said the same thing about Mbise people. Don't marry from Mbise, you know. They're anyuku, meaning they're greedy. You understand? And their bride price is too expensive. Just go and marry your own village, your town. But
in fact, you know what? If you want, they will say our men in my own place from Oshun and Oyo that don't marry the Ogun people, both Ijebu and Egba. That if you marry their women, they will capture you. You will not be useful to your own people again.
Wow. You see the way he's accusing me now. And my Ogun people will say, don't marry Oshu people because they are not polished enough. They are Roko people that are
wow. Everybody with their own reason to start a fight.
It's true now. You see Oshu people and Ekiti people, they are not as polished or more educated, or the standard is so high like Ogun and Lagos people. You can see Babati refined. But when you see Kolata is also refined.
Simba, when you see Simba, Abi, when you see Simba,
no, but you know, they said that Jebu people, like from what I hear, they say Jebu people are very educated, they have money. But they say, oh, don't marry for me, Jebu. I'm like, you know,
they have money, but they have juju, and they can use
their
juju. Okay.
That's the same thing they say about Anambra people. That like we know they say don't marry Anambra women. They'll use you for juju. They can do anything for money. You understand?
Yeah, but they say all these things, but they still marry each other like crazy. You know.
I'm telling you.
You know, you just say all these things. This is why I think the
marry.
British have it right.
It also depends on the two families. Sometimes some families cannot manage the the excesses that will come out of it. But some try to manage it. It's not easy to marry a woman from Igbo land if you still follow the old traditional culture. When they give you that list, you will go gaga because it's a lot of money. It's a lot of things you have to buy. But that is their culture, which is
you know. Let me. My brother marry a woman from Abia. In fact, she happened to be the first child of our family. Could you believe what happened to us? That my brother was actually captured. You know, when you see somebody is captured, he was captured fully. When you get to my brother's house, you understand, you will see all the siblings of the wife. They are virtually living with him, and none of us can even approach him. You understand? Now, he doesn't have money any longer. You understand? He's no longer. He's now back to the family. We are the one now that will be calling my brother. Now he knows that he has a brother. But that time when he has money, he will face the family of the wife.
Isn't that what it's supposed to be? Take care of your wife.
So in the long run, it's better we stay strong and united as a country.
No, the best way let me tell you, the best thing for that country is the way we are now. The only thing is you find a way of working out how we can improve our economy and make up the life of our people better. But if you think that by separation is going to bring any succor to that place, is a lie.
It won't. And I think that is more reason why Nigeria is together than not. People like to think that it's a woman that's keeping us together. No, the dynamic somehow works. It forces us to hang tight for some weird reason. If not, it would have happened in 1966. It would have happened.
To Nigeria, just look at that dirty December. Do you know how much an individual, maybe within Lagos or come from abroad, spending going to party? They are partying from 12 midnight to 7 a.m. They are going to like 4 or 5 different clubs overnight in Lagos. Now, tell me, what is our state, Ogun State, looking? What are we just looking as a spectator? Can't we just attract these people to our state also now? So that is the beauty of democracy. Unfortunately,
But to Nigeria, when we talk about colonizer, because most of us we talk as if the colonizer are a problem. Okay, what about Ethiopia that was never colonized?
They too were just fighting. They were just fighting themselves.
Is it better? That's what I want to say. Are they better? Are they better than the one that are colonized?
No.
Compared to Nigeria, that is.
And then when we talk about French, more the non-French colonized countries, are they better than the French colonized country?
Simba, there is this particular young girl. She's from Sudan.
I beg you.
And she's from Sudan, and she was online. She's telling people that she wants to go to Nigeria. A lot of Nigerians started writing now, don't come to Nigeria. You know what that guy said? Anything you say, I will not listen to. That Nigeria, I must go there. She came to Nigeria by force. She came to Nigeria, and before she even arrived, there are several men, because she's tall, very dark, several men also want to cut her. You understand my meaning? So at the end of the day, she was telling them that you people, you are just crying for nothing. Your country is super, super, super better than my country. And you are telling me to live in this poverty? And you guys in Nigeria, you live in a mansion, you have one house, one car, some of you have 3 cars. She said she acknowledged that some people are suffering. But compared to our home country, you are in La La Land, you are in paradise. That guy went to Nigeria. Go and say,
I think one of the problem with us in Nigeria, the way we talk and the way is because we are exposed.
Yes.
We are exposed. So we tend to now, wherever we are, we tend to now be superimposed maybe you are in UK, US, Europe, and then want to be replicating that one. That is the way I see, because Nigerians travel a lot. Believe me, we traveled.
To Nigeria, you are in UK. There was a day I was watching the video of Abuja, seeing the road network, even compared to where I'm living here. Helsinki, the capital city, the road network was not like that. It's still an old European city. The only thing that I gave to them here is that basic amenities of life are working. But when you compare building, look at all those mansions they are building in Abuja. You cannot see such a thing in Europe like that. Everybody have
Did you watch the video that one man played this earlier this morning?
No.
About one European, is it an American or European that went to Nigeria and was talking about what he saw in Nigeria, the difference between Nigeria and America?
No, I didn't watch.
No.
He was talking. He said that the price of things are terribly cheap. That things are terribly cheap. He said he went to barbing salon. How much did he pay for barbing? That that is rent. That what he is paying monthly in US as rent is what they pay in Nigeria for 1 year.
Yeah, there's this TikToker girl. She did her nail for $1. She was crazy. Said $1 to do all these beautiful nails. This cost me about $50 or $100 in America. $1, just $1, 1,500 naira in Nigeria, just to do a nail. So sometimes you see, at the end of the day, we should appreciate what we have.
Look at this one. I didn't see this message on the screen. What is that? I'm open to everything.
They want to know where you are. Read her previous comment. She's been trying to find a way to, ask you. How about you say something?
I'm available to any
tribe. You're not getting into Nigeria.
We want you to talk about where you from.
To Nigeria is Chioma. You know what they call in Yoruba? They call these people that reincarnate. What they call them Yoruba? Them Bremi.
Incarnate.
Akuda, hey. Yes, yeah, I think Tunaja is an Akuda. It doesn't have a place. It's just floating.
Come on. I'm very much rooted in Nigeria. Man, today I was just talking about Port Harcourt, the area I grew up. My goodness, Nigeria is quite an interesting country. You know, while we are talking about discrimination, in the South, like in River State, we discriminate against the Akwa Ibom people too, like that, or the Ogoni people. It's like you get that everywhere, you know, where people discriminate against each other. However, though, can one say Nigeria has kind of calmed the Yoruba tribe down in terms of fighting? They've not had any trouble in that region for a very, very long time. Am I correct?
You know, we are wide. I think we are, especially when it comes to politics and all those old war that you see between Yoruba is also politics. It's politically motivated because one area want to put dominance over the other. You understand? And that is what you see. You even see it in our politics. You understand? Nigerians, I mean, Yorubas don't believe that, oh, this is my tribe and everybody must follow. You always see some people that will be vehemently against another Yoruba saying, no, it's not good. Okay, let me tell you, if you look at Nigeria, the way Yorubas are criticizing Tinubu, the other tribe criticizing like that.
And in addition, one thing you must know about Yoruba people. Be sure. Tunaja, one thing you must know about Yoruba people is that Yoruba was so lucky they always have one leader at a time.
What do you mean? Yes. Like someone like Tinubu in the meantime?
This Tinubu, whether you hate him or you don't like him, this is the appointed leader for Yoruba at this time now. And he has played that politics, he has suffered, he has been humiliated. And getting to this position, a lot of Yoruba forget whether some people criticize, they think it is well deserved. Even Yoruba people are even asking themselves, after him, who is next? They're already thinking about which leader are we going to push forward again. You have to harn it. It's not just that is why when they talk about Showore, they don't who is Showore? They don't care about him. You have to start from the basics. The Yoruba people are so when you talk to them or when they want to know you, they know you from the basic, from the beginning. Somebody will call that, I know your grandmother. They will tell you all your story.
You know, the issue is that when you talk about respect, do you understand? I don't think that is it. Maybe the Hausas can come close to Yoruba when it comes to giving respect, and that respect it comes with leadership. Do you understand what I'm saying? We are called right from even childhood. They will say you don't say certain things to your elderly person. You understand? Even you cannot even be calling your brother, your immediate brother name. You understand? They'll beat you. Do you understand?
Like this community.
But some other people see it as being maybe how can you prostrate? Up till now, even if you see our celebrities everywhere, you can see even the video. If he goes to any Yoruba garden and see some elder, he will still prostrate, irrespective of the fame and everything that he has gotten.
Yes.
Yeah, but normally in some societies it should be the opposite. You are very like in Israel now, they advise them to question authority and stuff like that. My take in the reason why Yorubas are doing so well is just like you said earlier on, an accident of circumstances. Yorubas are well situated in Nigeria. They have access to borders. They have access
Hold on. Sorry, Remy, let me correct you. I'm sorry.
They are well situated in Nigeria. They are not like Southeast that is landlocked and all the rest of it. It's very, very different.
What about South? What about South? But
South is a smaller group compared to the Southwest that is one, and then the capital is also there. So if you look at everything,
I don't think so. I don't think is not. That's not the reason. That's not the reason, please.
Sometimes it might come down to simple things like that.
Mike wants
to. Yes, your Mike, can I come in?
Yeah, Mike wants to come in, guys.
Yeah. Thank you. Remy, sorry, let me correct you. Yoruba is appointing Tinubu as a leader, like that. You are just following him. I don't think that statement is correct. When you say we just follow the one leader, or someone like that.
I said it deserve it. He worked for it and it deserve it.
No, you say we follow one leader at the time or something like that. Like we just follow one guy.
We don't. time. They always have a leader at a time. Go and check their history.
Okay, when have we ever had one leader at a time?
Let me tell you, I will give
Maybe
you.
Awolowo.
Awolowo at a time.
But hold on. Okay. First of all, Yoruba. Wait. We didn't follow Abiola. Was not a leader. We were following.
No,
we were not. No one saw Abiola is not even considered a leader in Yoruba land or any.
Mike,
well, let me explain.
Remy is talking about politics. Maybe he's talking about political leader.
That's what I'm saying. What are politics or no politics? What we do. What Awolowo's situation was, he gave it. They didn't start following in the beginning. It was after he gave a good performance that people now start saying, "Wow!" They started praising him, and they praise him till today. But it wasn't like, "Oh, we just start following him." Even Tinubu right now. Hold on. To be frank, no, we don't. No, hold on. Now I'm just being straightforward with you. Yeah, Abiola's situation. It wasn't really like Yorubas started following. Everybody wanted the military gone, and he was the only one running. You understand? He was pretty much the whole South and the whole country. And after shit happened to him, no one really Yoruba didn't see him as a leader or anyone relevant. Most people didn't even like him.
No, can I say
hold on. Wait. Calm down. Now, Tinubu's situation, to be honest with you, his obedience that made him really powerful in Yoruba land. It was out of sympathy, the way he was being attacked by obedience and the way they were singing names, and Yoruba people just felt like, how can he be insulting our elder like that? That's why most people jumped behind him. And again, he was the only Yoruba man running, so of course. But it wasn't like we see him as a leader. Now, if the guys perform bad now, trust me, we will start rubbishing him. Okay, so we don't see him as a leader. We just see him as the main reason we are all defending him is because of the way they were ethnically attacking him. And in fact, in the beginning, when obedience were attacking him, even someone like me was still like, okay, he's the one that signed up for it. But then when they started attacking his ethnic group, it's when most of us now jump behind him, like, okay, the hell no. So as far as Nikwe is our leader and we're following him, no, that's not true.
Okay, let me give me my own response. I think I don't agree with you. First and foremost, these people from the beginning, they fought for a lot of things. Abiola, the reason why some people don't like Abiola that time is because he was against Awolowo during the 1970s. But when he became
he was corrupt. Fela was thinking about him now.
Okay, fine.
He was in front of Babangida, all of them.
After that episode, we all know what this guy did all over Nigeria.
Really?
Listen. Donate a lot of money to Nigerian university, helping a lot of people in their businesses. Abiola House became a mecca where people go and smile out. You go there as a sad person and then you smile out. He was able to help people, not only in.
But that didn't make him a Yoruba leader, though.
No. We are talking about. What I mean by a leader is that somebody that the rest of the country can listen to. Somebody that
maybe the country, but not Yoruba. You are shifting your argument. Your argument was he was a leader of Yoruba.
Let me finish. The reason why I call him a leader, maybe Simba corrected, maybe a political leader, is because I see someone that a lot of Yoruba can line behind him and say, "Go ahead, go and negotiate on our behalf." When you now talk about this. Let me finish.
Well, you are making a correct statement, but go ahead.
Let me finish.
No Yoruba ever putting forward to go and negotiate on our behalf. There was never a time.
Let me finish. Maybe they did not push him forward. Maybe he put himself forward. But from what I can deduce, when you talk about Tinubu, your president today, he was maligned during the Abacha regime. They all ran out of that country with Enahoro and the rest. Some of them, they were murdered in Nigeria. He came back, and we can see what he has done in Lagos. Even when Obasanjo kicked all of them out, he was the only one that remained. And when you talk about, since 1999 to today, he has a big influence. He was able to make sure that Jonathan won his second, when he ran for the first time in 2011. Yoruba people voted for him. It's because of Tinubu. And
go ahead.
So he was able to also help Buhari to become president twice. So when you have that influence and people believe in you, that is a great power for God. How many people?
Okay, you know where we agree with you. I will agree with you in this. Hold on. I will agree with you. Wait.
I will agree with you in this sense. There are many Yoruba see him as a good performer. So we give him a support in that area. Like, okay, this guy has shown something. In fact, someone like me, the main reason why I was supporting over Atiku and Obi is the fact that I saw him that what he has done, his company is way more competent than both of them. That's one thing I saw. Right? But my main candidate was two main candidates among all the politicians was Wike and Osibanjo, to be honest. But when it became three of them, I was like, this guy obviously he has his team. He has experience from Lagos. I saw it that, and yes, a lot of Yorubas saw him. Okay, this guy here politically, he has really done well. So we give him that political support. But as far as when it comes to seeing him as a Yoruba leader, I don't think Yoruba see him as our leader.
No, he's not. He's not a Yoruba leader like that. But when you talk about politics, he's just like the
right
best.
now we can say he's our leader politically because he's the strongest
It's not
politician.
even, we can't say he's the best, but he's the one that
He's
we
the
can
strongest.
that has a national acceptance.
Exactly. He's the
I
strongest. So we got to say, okay,
I think it's quite obvious that if my perception of how they look at Tinubu in the Southwest, no matter whether some people like it or not, it seems to be the preeminent figure in that region.
Yeah,
And
he's the strongest politician.
if you look at the way top leaders in the South West gave way to him during the primaries, that should tell you a lot about the influence he wielded.
But those were his party members now. He's one of the creators, he's the creator of the party. So of course the party members will give way for him now.
I get, but yeah, I'm not sure it was like that with every other area. But
No, he's kind of like Buhari. You know, it was him, Buhari, and the kind of like Oshomole in his Midwest. So they were the creator of that party. So everybody else in that party. Hold on.
Mike, what Nigeria is saying is this: if you
in
look
the
at all
primary,
that,
right?
now, if you look, the way
his party members gave way for him in the primary.
The way they stepped down for him. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. But they will step down for him because
it's not like that in other regions. Atiku did not get so many people to step down for him like that.
But Atiku didn't create the PDP party now.
And it
we're
wasn't.
talking about APC that was created from scratch by Tinubu and Buhari.
Yeah, but
and everybody else on that party. All the other politicians on that party, they are younger. Let me land the point. Let me land. Hold on, Tunanja, hold on. Most of the younger politicians in that party, he brought them in. That's why when he was speaking about Dakwabi, he said, without me, so he brought them in. So of course now they see him as our godfather. So they have to step down for him. Like, okay, he brought us here, he made us. But if you're talking about PDP, you can't say it was the article that made all the other PDP members. Now it was their godfather that brought them in. So they won't just give way for him now. You understand? PDP was created by the OBASANJO and the what's that man, the Igbo man, former vice president. All those they created PDP. Everybody just came along and they found each other there. So nobody
do you believe that Bolagi was part of the people that created
exactly. So who will now be seeing Atiku as I'll step down for you because you're my godfather? The only person that will do that to Atiku, even Dino was stepping. I don't know why Dino was worshiping Atiku, but he just came as an older figure. But with Tinubu, APC was a brand new party. Exactly. Yeah. So with APC, it's a brand new party where Tinubu called what's his name Buhari, and then he called Oshomole and a few others from other regions. They came together and created it, and we all know, so then all these younger ones.
It's not about just. It goes beyond that. Like when I was in Nigeria, the governor of Lagos State at that time, as I went to Lagos during the time when he was in office, I've forgotten that his name, the previous one before the current one. He was quite popular in Lagos. People spoke highly of him, and before I knew it, while I was in Lagos, they deselected him and chose Sanwo-Olu to go and represent the party.
Okay, me and Body.
Yeah, in Lagos, the godfather of Lagos politics. We give him that. So, no question.
And I was like, what kind of power is that? Like when I left Nigeria, Tinubu was in London and suddenly he's doing all this in Lagos, removing a popular governor from office. That was the first time I said.
No, if I tell you that it was one that, in 1999, AD won all the governorship election in Southwest under AD. You understand? But by 2003, one of the reasons why they keep Olage was to capture That, and they thought, Obasanjo thought that without eliminating Bolaige, they couldn't have done that one successfully. So that was, so by 2003, the PDP captured only Lagos remain, only Tinubu remain. And that's why you see this guy calling him his own the last man standing or whatever. It has been the last man standing for decades now. So if you now look at it, by 2008, he started his strategies again I think he started with Oshiomhole in Edo, Aregbesola in Osun. By the time he started winning from the court through the appeal court that time. And that was how they captured nearly all the states from the PDP again. You understand? And he was instrumental in all these people, the election.
That is that not somebody that has a lot of
and even that, I'm just supporting your point, to Niger, because if you look at even the former minister for solid mineral, this former governor of Ekiti State, what is his name? He remind me now. He served only one time, and they replaced him with Fayoshe by PDP. He was the one that also instrumental in returning him back to go and serve his own second term. Yes, now.
It is clear to me. It is very clear that in the South,
even APC capturing Kwara. APC capturing Kwara the thing was masterminded by Tinubu.
You can ask Mike now. Who else can stand in the Southwest on the same kind of caliber as Tinubu during the time, even before he became president?
If you know how strong the Saraki's families are in Kwara, you know that he did a good job by taking power away from the Sarakis.
Wow.
Tinaja, how about Fashola?
Fashola, is Fashola alive? I don't know whether he's still alive.
He's still alive.
You want to kill him? You want to kill
no,
him?
I'm just curious, but I'm not. He's not active. He doesn't seem to be active. So Tinubu is the active.
You know, he said, but he will come back, and he will come back in a very bigger way. Believe me, he will come back.
You know,
because most people still believe in Fashola. Fashola, if Fashola want to run for anything, he will. And that is why, that guy has been trading softly. Even sometimes he has some. He doesn't actually want to follow Tinubu 100%.
That's what I'm saying. Remember, he's a very sophisticated man. That's why
but you will not see him criticizing Tinubu. He will never do that, because he knows that he still needed that guy if he want to continue in his political sojourn.
Exactly.
Okay, I can see him now. I think I've seen him before. I've seen him, but yes, he's respected. But in terms of activity, you know how when somebody is when they are serving in office. In terms of leadership right now,
you didn't know Fashola before.
I didn't know him by facial recognition. In fact, if I saw him, I would say, okay, I know him, but I didn't know him as the figure people always praised highly.
He's highly intelligent. He's highly intelligent. Yeah, he wrote the blueprint for Lagos, pretty much.
When did he rule?
If Fashola is talking, you can't pick a fault in anything that he says.
Yeah, you can't even talk back. He's the blueprint of Lagos. Not even
no journalist. Let me tell you, as wild as the Hussein or whatever he call his name is, he cannot handle. Fashola will rubbish him.
Very intelligent man. He's
what year was he in charge of Lagos?
I think early 20s.
No, he came after. He was one that replaced Tinubu 2007, between 2007 and 2015.
Yeah, early 2000s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's very sophisticated, very classy, very intellectual.
Okay, he came out after I left this in Nigeria. So those are the period I didn't really pay attention to the Nigerian politics.
I feel that he built Lagos. That's what I feel.
Why do people keep saying that? Why do you keep saying that? That drives me crazy. Lagos was built when I left. Lagos, it was already built when I left.
I'm sorry. No. I don't. Maybe you left Lagos in the 80s or 70s.
I left Lagos.
By the time the military, sorry. There was a time. Sorry. There was a time where I had to start going to Abuja because Lagos became rubbish. All the roads were gone. The military, the moment the capital moved to Abuja, they just abandoned the infrastructure in Lagos.
What?
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
You are telling me I live there, so I don't know.
Yeah, no. Detail in your eyes. Maybe you haven't been back.
Mike,
sorry,
you don't argue with Two Niger that doesn't know when Shola was the governor of
when
Lagos
the whole
State.
Nigeria were hailing the guy, even Northern State. This person Nigeria is coming from.
Even Choma is lecturing Two Niger on Lagos
I
politics.
think Choma has bought.
The guy, why are you so dumb like this?
The narrative that people have.
Simba, what happened was
I can tell you that I was in Lagos in 1999, 2000, and
I get it. The thing is,
in 2016, not much change in Abuja.
Okay, anyway. Okay, listen. Simba, this is what it is. A lot of when Lagos was looking at rubbish to us in 1998, when people come from what this other state that was even more rubbish, they saw Lagos as heaven. Like it was looking good in their eye when they come from their village. But to us from Lagos, I know how Lagos was in the
if you know Oshodi alone is a testimony is a testimony to the change that happened in Lagos. Oshodi alone.
Even me go, I go if I don't even in Lagos now. I'm like, this Lagos I grew up in. The whole place is so beautiful now, man. Like, oh my God, Lagos was gone. Like everything.
Now you pass through Oshodi as if you are just passing through somewhere that is.
Even all those Morocco in Victoria, like all those Morocco, that place was. There's nothing now. Skyscrapers, you see, I mean, like groves, everything's built. Like those guys, Fashola and Bode. So I mean, they from those guys. They've done a great job, and they constantly.
Mike, let me describe what I saw on my way from the plane alone. It was in the night. I noticed that the roads were quite lit, and I don't know why it stood out. We got on the ground. The airport is in Ikeja there. Went to Ikeja. Ikeja itself didn't look that impressive. They took away the Ikeja bus stop area where they used to have the Fela songs blaring. That went away. You just have a flyover there. Sterile. You have a lot of satellite, mobile phone networks all over the place. The buildings are not. At the moment, if anything, they are dilapidated from where the way they were before. The hotel just before Allen Avenue Junction wasn't looking very.
Hey, happy New Year, Happy New Year.
No, hold on. I'm giving you what this is. Allen Avenue itself, I didn't see too much of a change in it. I don't know how Lekki was. I don't remember going to Lekki when I went to Lagos the first time, but I went to Lagos Island. Then I went to Lagos Island this time again. That's the last time I went to Lagos. I went to Lagos Island, CMS areas. The stuff I saw, the changes were not that remarkable. The only areas I would say I saw a significant change is the Oshodi and the main highways. The way the highways were organized, there were these people patrolling the roads. I think they call them Latu or something like that. So they were patrolling the roads. I noticed that they were taking care of the road. The division between the motorways.
So basically, you went from the airport to your village. So you didn't get to.
No, I went to Ikeja. I was in Ikeja for days. Then I went to Lagos Island. Then I went to Lekki. Lekki was looking fine. I have been to.
I don't think Two Nigeria really knows Lagos before. See, Lagos that is very filthy, very filthy. Everywhere
I remember when people were doing documentaries.
Now you see everywhere clean.
See, when I was in Lagos, the area, the
computer. You're not in Lagosian, man. We know Lagosians.
Now you understand? Maybe it was 10 years old or 5 years old then.
Why are you arguing with me now? Do you want me to lie?
We know. See, when people talk, I can tell someone that have.
I can tell you where I was. I can tell you where I was.
You are not in Lagosian, man. The way you know Spurgeon, the way if you spend 10 days in Lagos, your IQ will be higher than what it is. Trust me. You haven't spent time in Lagos.
See, anytime
I mean, it's
talk,
not an insult. The way you talk, I know someone has spent time in Lagos. The way they talk, you gonna say, "Oh,
if I
why?"
start insulting you like that, you're not going to get anywhere. If
No, I'm not insulting. I'm just saying.
I don't know why you just feel like you need to insult people to be able to feel this is all.
When instead of
I
you live
was
in Lagos, and the
like
way
it
you
or
talk,
not,
I'm like,
I was in
this
Lagos.
guy, where this guy stay for Lagos? They young like this.
Look at this one. You
can't survive in Lagos talking the way you talk. Man.
I did.
And then they mention Island, Lagos.
No.
Lagos
To Nigeria, you don't sound like somebody who really live in Lagos.
It doesn't sound like it. I know them now. Like when they sound like make her talk, I don't say this guy na first tag boy, or I know say this guy na Lagos boy.
I don't even think you believe what you are saying yourself. You know I live there. I was in Lagos. You know I live there. Do you even know where Abiola was buried?
Where did you live in Lagos?
I was there that day. You were not there.
Tell us where you stay in Lagos. Tell us.
I was near Allen Avenue.
Why are you coding everything? Your state of origin, even Lagos now, you cannot even tell us where you stay in Lagos.
Why should I tell you?
What is your problem? Are you a ghost? Are you a ghost? To Nigeria, are you a ghost?
I don't remember the precise name, but I was there in the Allen Avenue area. I forgot
Can you imagine?
You know what?
Mike,
if we go to
how can you say you don't know the name of the area? Can you visit to Nigeria?
Do you know how long that was? That was more than 20 years ago. What are you talking about?
How can you say you live in Lagos? I can't remember where you live.
See, you know what? I was also next to the computer village. If you know what the computer
even me that live in Abuja for
the I think Mike, probably he was still crawling that time. Maybe they just took him. He was too young to know anything.
I went back to the
village. You know there was a computer college there in Ikeja. If you know that. I was living right.
He doesn't. You know the way he sounded. He doesn't know any area in Lagos. That's why I cannot mention him.
See, why are you arguing with me? You know there is a computer college in Ikeja. You know that. And I was living next to it.
Anybody can say that. Anybody can say that. Anybody outside Lagos can say what you are saying.
I can tell you what we used to do there and what.
If you are in Lagos, you should be telling us name the streets. Where can you navigate? And you just say can't remember.
I didn't stay in Lagos like I stayed in
where is your Adubo? Where's your Adubo?
What do you mean? I don't know where Adubo is. What do you?
I don't know where Adubo is. I'm interested with Lagos.
And he said Lagos. In fact, he said Lagos. I cannot even. You don't even know any Yoruba. You can't even speak any Yoruba. You don't even know.
Hold on, calm down. I didn't say Toyin Street.
So, we don't want ghosts on this platform again. This guy is a ghost.
Hold on. How did you know? Which one is Toyin Street? I know that's not Allen Avenue. The one next to Allen Avenue that you go towards your road. That Toyin Street, that area is the area.
I don't know what they call Adubo. I grew up in Lagos. Come on now.
No, I'm not going to call myself a Lagosian, but
everybody that grew up in Lagos, that's the my Adubo na first tag. Now they go tell you. I'll show you. Everybody know what Adubo is. You know you listen to African China.
Adubo is not that famous. If it was that famous, I would know. It wasn't that famous.
I know they forget my Adubo.
What the guy is saying, all the names he's writing, I know them. Maybe this in Toyin Street. I know what he's talking about.
I got on the Google. On the Google map of Lagos.
Yeah, I'm googling now.
You don't go map quest.
It's good on Wikipedia again.
But why would I claim it anyway? Why would I want to claim Lagos? I don't care about claiming Lagos.
I'm not telling you to claim, but you're telling us.
I was shocked he Googled Fashola. I mean,
can you imagine? I mean, the thing is, if you grow up in Lagos, you follow Lagos politics for one. You have no Fashola.
You see what he's saying? Fashola came more than 7 years after I left Lagos. What are you talking about?
But you're supposed to know him.
Why should I? I wasn't paying attention to the Nigerian space at that time. I just started paying attention.
This is somebody that ruled Lagos for 8 years, and he was a minister for 8 years also, and you don't know him.
Yes, I don't. If I don't know, I will.
So what did you know? What did you know? It's only security, all the Wikipedia stuff that you come and read and be pouring for us.
Let me tell you, when I left Lagos around 2000, by the time I came back to Lagos again, it was 2000.
You don't know anything, I beg, my friend. You don't know anything.
If you ask me questions after that period, chances that I'm going to know. That's why I told you I was in Lagos when Ambode was deselected. I was right there. And that's what.
How did you know Jonathan? How did you know Jonathan? How did you know Yar'Adua? How did you know all those people? Were you in Lagos that
That
time?
was a
Were you
president.
in
Now he's
Nigeria?
a president now. That's why I know now. Jonathan is a president too. You will probably hear about him. So I didn't know too much about this thing. I didn't even know when Tinubu was ruling. I knew he ran for office, but I didn't even know what he did when he was ruling at all. But what I don't like when people say is that when people say, "Oh, they built Lagos," it's like, what? I was in Lagos when Lagos was already built. I don't know why they keep saying that.
You that doesn't know anywhere in Lagos, you are saying you know Lagos. You cannot even mention one area in Lagos. You say you know Lagos.
I know Lagos Island. I was in Lagos Island when they were having this this in what's that festival? That Eyo. You think I've not taken a hit from Eyo?
So Eyo is Fela festival. Eyo is Fela festival.
I didn't say Fela festival. I said this festival that was going on. I don't know whether you had Fela, but I was in Lagos when they were doing it. You're not supposed to be going
How
out.
can you say you are in Lagos? It's something that they do every year. How can you say you are in Lagos as if it was one off thing?
Because I don't go to Lagos Island to go and take that kind of beating during that period. I went to see somebody in Lagos Island.
You were probably taken by maybe one of your brother. You are still small. You don't know anything.
Look at this one. I'm telling you, I was there. Why do I have to justify myself to you? Do you know what they used to do in Lagos Island? That maybe if you're in Lagos Island, you will remember they used to carry money in wheelbarrow and sacks. They will carry it on the street like that and loading it into vehicles. Have you seen that before? I have. So don't tell me what I've lived through, what I've seen with my own eyes. And I've lived with trying to get out of Lagos early in the morning, and I had to run into people's houses because Eyo was chasing me. Eyo, I don't know why they call them masquerade or individuals carrying very, very strong sticks. So the others, they are very, very mean. They don't hit you very slightly like they are joking around. They hit you hard. So I had to run into somebody's house. Then when they cleared, then I came out and took a bus.
You are a baby. If you witness it, maybe you are a baby there. How can you be chasing you? You are a baby.
They are chasing me. They are here people.
Because you are a baby now. Because you are a baby.
I was there. And that Lagos Island, all they play is that they do music.
That was why I could not remember anything. You are too small. You are too small then.
Every Friday, they will play it the next day. I don't think you were not in Lagos Island. You have to admit you were not there. And Lagos Island is
me. I'm not me. I don't clear. I'm not a Lagosian, so I cannot be telling you all this.
I can't believe you are talking to me. This guy wasn't even in Lagos. So I'm
I know Lagos more than you. I'm not a Lagosian, but I know Lagos more than because I cannot be behaving and you cannot even mention one area in Lagos apart from Lagos Island.
I just told you that I was also in Allen Avenue
area. Tony Street. That's the only thing you know.
I don't even know what I is. See, if you bring the map, I will show you. If you show me the map, you want me to show you the map? I can actually share it with you. I will show you the precise.
Me that I'm not even claiming to be a Lagosian, but I know Lagos very well. So I cannot. And if you want to know, I can tell you how I can navigate myself around Lagos.
Your last house. Do you know where he was? You don't. You say you are Lagosian. I know. I was there. We were there when Abacha died. We were one of those people that go to Lagos bus stop to go and read Tell magazine and read about how Dia was almost pissing in his pants for Abacha because they said he was part of the.
The way you are talking, you are just lying like rational mind again.
Why would I lie? Why would I lie? You see, I shouldn't even be responding to you. You are not even a Lagosian. I'm more of a Lagosian than you. I didn't even know that. I'm even more of a Lagosian than you. Probably more of a Lagosian than even Mike. I don't know why you guys are comparing yourselves with me. Maybe that's why you're just jealous.
Sorry, is there any other thing? Maybe we can call it a day.
Yeah, we're going to call it a night. But tonight, you're nowhere near Lagosian. Every Lagosian should know Fashola. I'm so shocked.
No. It's not a requirement.
It's a big requirement, though. It's a big because
that is for people that have been brainwashed.
No,
I've not been brainwashed.
He was the mastermind of Lagos in general. Like
I wish you had been in Lagos in the 90s, then you will not be buying all this stuff people are telling you. Lagos was already by and large built at that time. Yes, they refined a lot of things in it and they cleaned up some areas, like Osho, the other key areas, and the vehicles you have on the road is a lot cleaner. They have higher standards now. Yes, that's true. But Lagos, in terms of the structure of Lagos, the building in Lagos, yeah, it was almost already done. When I went to Lagos, the differences were, maybe now it's changing a bit more, but the difference was not that great. Be careful about buying into the narrative that people paint for you.
Do you know that even this so-called Lekki that everybody's talking about was not there in 90s? That you are talking rubbish.
Lekki was there. Now. What are you going about?
When did they start Lekki? Go and check.
Lekki, let me put it this way. If you go to Lagos,
Lekki has been old. Oh, Lekki is old.
No, we are talking about the Lekki, the new Lekki. All the Lekki is a village. Used to be a village.
So Naja, if you go to Lagos, the most beautiful, any beautiful structure you see in Lagos that make Lagos beautiful was built after 2000. Anything that was built before 2000 is already ugly. I'm telling you, place like G 1004 Estates used to be the most pretty structure in the 90s. It's the ugliest structure in VI right now. If you go all those structures, I'm telling you, anything built before. Hold on, wait now. Any structure is in Lagos that was built before 2000 is what makes Lagos look ugly today. The most beautiful building you see in Lagos.
Mike,
we are talking about luxury apartments.
No.
Sorry, good evening, everyone.
Non-Lagosian. Mike, are you Lagosian?
Everybody, it's okay. Boaz is here. He wants to.
Sorry, good evening, everyone.
Welcome.
To Nigeria, it is very obvious you are not a Lagosian. For you to be struggling to defend it. For you, see how you are defending it with all your might.
Yes, because
where do you know in Lagos? Okay, name 3 consecutive bus stops anywhere in Lagos. 3 consecutive bus stops.
See, I know the CMS bus stop. There is a
after CMS.
There is Ikeja bus stop. There is
CMS to Ikeja. You are not a Lagosian. Stop it. No knowledge. I mean, come on.
Okay. Let me tell you what you will find in CMS itself. Under the CMS.
Don't tell me what I will find. I'm
I know the
Lagosian.
people there even.
Who are the people in CMS?
You know the guy that sells caskets. I've forgotten his name.
Are you Ebony Casket or which one are you?
Yes.
Come on. Headquarter of Casket is Kakawa.
So
don't say change that topic.
Somebody that works with them.
Sunaja, every neighborhood in Lagos, they have their own slang. You understand? That's why they ask you to tell me where you come from, Lagos. I go throw the slangs they give you, make it throw them back to me. You understand? Because you tell me they come from First Stack, I know the kind of word they give you. You have to say it back to me. So you come from which I know what I go tell you. You go free respond. That's how we know where we grew up in Lagos. Every Lagosian.
I have to come in because he was defending that Lagos with all his
the way you talk like this, I go know which part of Lagos you come from. You understand?
It's very obvious that doesn't know anything in Lagos.
3 consecutive bus stops. You went from CMS to Ikeja.
You will have said Abule Egba. You will have said Abule Egba. From CMS to Abule Egba.
Let me see. Maybe there will be another bus stop that I know in that area.
Bus stop. I mean,
yeah, there should be another one that I know. Jeez, it's been a long time now. I left there 2000 for crying out loud. Mike, are you a Lagosian?
Tunanja, you know where Shrine is?
I'm asking him directly. Mike, are you a Lagosian?
No, I'm from Agbo.
Wait, Tunanja, you know where Shrine is?
Simba was making noise here, like he was a Lagosian, but he wasn't.
I'm an Agbo. I'm from Agbo. Like
Tunanja, do you know where? You know where Shrine is?
Of course, I know where the shrine is.
Which of the shrine? Which one?
I don't know whether there are 2 now.
Jesus Christ, and you live in Lagos.
What is wrong with you now? What kind of test is this one?
Fela shrine, you know, I've been a famous shrine. Which one did you know?
No.
Fela shrine, I've been New African shrine. Which one do you know?
Is the Fela one.
Where is that?
It's in Ikeja there.
Where in Ikeja?
How am I supposed to know? I just know that I went there I went the last time. I went upstairs.
What year did you go there? What year? Wait. What year did you go there? What year?
Biggie. No, let me tell you what happened.
Simba, wait, I beg. Simba, please.
He did not stay in Lagos. He went to Lagos on excursion.
Simba, please. Let him fail himself. What year did you go to Fela Shrine? What year?
I was there.
2000 and what?
16.
Fela Shrine wasn't existing in 2016.
Yes, it did.
That's it. That's a big lie.
You have to hold on. You have to go upstairs. The upstairs they have this where you go and get some drink or something. I was there. So don't tell me.
They watch the one guy channel. They always want a black American guy.
Oh my God!
The guy always go to Nigeria to rent to 10. Yeah.
Oh my God!
You went to Fela shrine 2016. What year did Fela die? That you went to his shrine 2016?
Yeah, no, I went there 2016, not 2016. I was there.
You did that. That's not Fela shrine. That would have been Femi's shrine, New African shrine.
New African shrine. I don't know. I know it's Fela shrine that they took me to.
No, that's not Fela shrine. No.
When the you guys are trying to confuse me.
You can hear. He said they took him there. He said they took him there. He couldn't have gone there on his own.
How can somebody? You are in Lagosian and they are taking you there. You are in Lagosian. No, Mike. Wait. Shame on you too, Nigeria. You Lagosian. Someone is taking you to shine.
Now, black American guy take
you guys see. First of all,
no bubble for Nigeria. We don't know where African shine
I stayed in Lagos for about 2-3 years. I never claimed to be
3 years.
Yes.
You will learn a lot about Lagos. 6 months. You learn a lot.
3 years I was in Lagos, so I cannot.
It's just like you telling me. It's like you telling me you schooled in Abuja, but you don't know anywhere in Abuja for 3 years.
It's been a long time now.
What is a long time? Place where I don't go 20 years ago. I'm going to tell you street.
You know what? I'm going to start finding out now. You guys, okay? Do you know where Abiola's house is?
You are asking me where Abiola's house is.
Yes, where's Abiola's house? Where?
You don't know bus stop. They ask me where Abiola's house.
I told you, Biggie.
You that went from CMS. You went from CMS to
It was in the school bus on the excursion. That was what happened to you.
Look at this one. You don't know where Abiola's house is. You're talking, eh?
No, I'm not here. I don't have your time. You asking me Abiola's house.
I can tell you that I was there when Abiola's house. So you tell me, no, not when he
Biggie, can you imagine to Nigeria? He said he didn't know Fashola. That he didn't know when Fashola was the governor of Lagos.
Because I was not in Nigeria. Now is it by force?
Do you have to be in Nigeria to know Fashola was the governor of Lagos State for 8 years?
I was minding my own business during that time.
What business are you minding? To Nigeria, you live in England. To Nigeria, To Nigeria, where do you stay in England?
What do you expect me to do? To be monitoring what's going on in Lagos? I wasn't monitoring anything. So I know what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm going to try to find out the areas I was in Lagos. So
Nigeria, where do you stay Nigeria, where do you stay in England?
I stay in London now. I'm in London.
Where in London?
Not London, if you want to know.
You're not living in proper London. Okay.
Oh, look at that. Well, not proper. Which one is proper London again? Is it
London? You are you living in central London?
No, I'm not in central London.
Yeah, so you're now
look at that. Are you staying in central London? How many people cannot afford to live in central London? Central London, the square mile, you can't afford it. The square mile is extremely expensive.
How do you know I cannot afford it?
Because you are here.
I'm not in London. I'm not in England. I'm in America.
Okay.
But I live in England for a very long time.
Oh, how long?
For how long? Longer than you've ever been there.
I can test you now whether you know your way around.
Me, I know my way. Longer than you where you went. You where you live Nigeria after Abacha died. You tell me about London.
Okay, or maybe you know London now. Okay, how do you get from listed to from Central London to High Barnet?
How do I get from Central London to High Barnet? What a question! Is that a question?
It's a simple question.
It's not a simple question. It doesn't make sense.
If you know if you know your way around London, you should know where that is.
No. If you are asking that question. You are asking that question, but me, I will ask you, even let's leave London. The Lagos where you talk, say you live.
Yes.
You where you want ask me question. No? I say name 3 consecutive bus stop in Lagos. You know what consecutive mean? Because the program where
Jesus
you
Christ.
went from Ikeja to CMS and you are asking me London question.
Okay,
when you say if you dey inside bus, if you dey inside bus, you go to see next for London. Now you can't they ask me. Me where I ask you, even for a Ikeja there, you don't even stop for Kwebi Allen. You don't stop for, I mean, come on, you don't stop for Ogba. You go CMS.
Yeah, don't mind me. Oh, you know what? Ogba, is that not where people often hang around for newspaper or something like that?
Nobody hang around in Ogba. Everybody hang around everywhere in Lagos for newspaper. Now you fuck up. Then why I even came in. You said something.
Don't
you
worry,
said for Lagos bus stop. Where is Lagos bus stop?
No, CMS bus stop to Ikeja bus stop. There's no show the bus stop. There is which other one?
These places you are mentioning, they are miles away. They are miles away from each other. Miles away.
If I go,
you know Yaba, you know Yaba, you know where Yaba is.
Yeah. I was at Yaba the last time I was.
Where in Yaba? Where were you in Yaba?
I went to the Yaba. This in I think is it the Yaba Tech? Yeah, I was in Yaba Tech. Horrible, very not well kept. The stairs are ugly and all the rest. When I
Yaba Tech stairs. So which building did you go in? When you talk, think of what you are saying.
Telling you now,
Yaba Tech is a whole institution. So how can the step, which of the step, which faculty, which department?
Okay. I don't know. I don't know which step I walked up, but all I know is that when you go upstairs and when you're on your way down, you know you.
So Yaba Tech is just a building, Abi.
Yeah, I think it's multiple buildings.
Shame on you, tonight. Stop talking. Go,
is it yellowish? Is it yellowish in color?
I don't know what color.
You can see that this guy doesn't know anything. He doesn't
you are talking about a whole
how can he be describing one of the first polytechnics in Nigeria as
federal polytechnic in Nigeria? You are talking as if it's Yaba Tech is horrible.
I was even in Lagos University.
And he was asking whether it's one building or more than one building.
Wait, no vex, Simba. Which Lagos University?
Unilag. I was there too.
So Unilag is Lagos University.
I just
said. Naija, shut up. You are not a Lagosian.
He's just looking for trouble.
They want popular secondary school in Yaba. One popular one.
Oh no! I don't know that.
There's no way you know Yaba.
Naija doesn't know anything in Nigeria. Believe me, he doesn't know anything in Nigeria.
Of course, I don't know anything.
Lagos State University, Unilag. Shame on you.
I was in Lagos University and I also went to Yaba.
Lagos University is not Unilag.
Lagos University. Where is it located? Where is it located? Where is the location? Where is the location? Where you went? What is the name?
Yeah. You know what? I don't know the name of the place I went to.
You don't know
Naija, you are straight. Let me tell you who you are. We know you well. The first time you went to Lagos was because
you guys are wicked.
Naija, the first time you went to Lagos, you went to Water Carrington for your visa.
What?
The second time you went there, straight to Ikeja plane. All these what we the year now. Waiting you hear for documentary.
Even walked at Tinkan Island. What are you going on about?
The reason I actually messed with CMS when he went for his visa, the car broke down the CMS bus stop. So that's why I remember that place.
I know my
way. See, a Lagosian will not be. First of all, a Lagosian cannot be hanging out on Dr. Davids' show because that's like a village setting.
Look at this one.
It's like it's a village setting. The kind of conversation you guys have in that place, like a village setting, you know. So,
oh my God!
No, it's fast. A real Lagosian no go hang out there, you know. So
have you had yourself talk? What are you talking about?
The kind of conversation you guys have in that place, the Lagosian, you can't even be there and be talking to you guys.
The kind of conversation that
it's so low for a Lagosian. I kill a Lagosian.
You want to talk about Nigeria? You want to talk about Nigeria? You don't know when Tinubu was the governor. You don't know when Fashola was the governor.
Paying attention to ask me about
for 16 years, a place you left. You don't know anything about the place for 16 years. I wasn't
paying attention. Ask me about
for 16 years. Come on, London, na Lagos. London, where you see na Lagos extension now.
Okay, do you know Ikeja? What was in Ikeja during the time of just before Abacha passed away? Do you know how Ikeja was? If you know, what was going on in Ikeja when you go to Ikeja bus stop? What do you normally experience? Because if you know, you will know. What do you normally experience when you drop at Ikeja Airport?
Ikeja Airport.
No. That was a mistake. I mean Ikeja bus stop. What will you normally experience when you
What do you experience? Which
Yes.
Ikeja? Under bridge or which one?
Under bridge. Anywhere you stop, you will notice something that will be
Yeah,
happening there. Yeah.
Loud music.
Which music?
If they ask me, means whether they play for Ikeja.
Which music would you
If
hear?
you are not hearing Fela, you are hearing selection and mix.
I think you got that one right. I should have asked.
To Nigeria, shut the fuck up. I'm a Lagosian.
Look at this one. Okay, fine.
I am a Lagosian.
I'm not saying you are not a Lagosian. We need to weed out the ones that are not true Lagosians.
You want we? Who you want we? No, you go. Who you want we? Who you want?
Nigeria do not know anywhere.
We know Simba is not there, so it's only this thing.
To Nigeria, you know where my 12 day?
No, I don't.
You know where my 2 day?
I've heard the name, but I don't know.
Hey whoa.
I don't know. Let me see. I'm just trying to find out the places I know. Like
you know where First Tag day?
First Tag. I've been to First Tag.
Maybe he does not even know Oshodi. Maybe he does not even know Oshodi.
I went to First Tag once.
No, if you get down at the airport, he will know Oshodi. So that one is out of
Oshodi is easy now. Oshodi is quite easy. It's not too far.
Have you ever been on Third Mainland?
Yeah.
Which of the Third Mainland? Which direction?
To and fro. I've been to and fro.
Which direction?
To Lagos Island and back to Ikeja area. Yeah.
You went on Third Mainland. Which exit did you take?
Hey, goodness. How am I supposed to know that? What kind of wala is that? I wasn't driving, by the way. I used public transport, so how am I supposed to know those kind of stuff? I just paid the
You brought
conductor.
this to yourself. Why did you claim you're Lagosian?
Okay, I'm not gonna. I never said I was Lagos. I just said I was in Lagos for over 2 years.
2 years,
and I was there.
I was there more than what you're saying for 2 years as an adult.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time I've been there. It's not easy to remember all these things. Earlier on today, somebody was challenging me whether I grew up in Port Harcourt. He ended up regretting it because all this stuff I was telling him, I told him I was correct. He thought I wasn't. And I'm telling you guys that I was there. Why would I claim it?
Nigeria, don't impersonate Lagos. Please stop it. Next time, don't go anywhere and say you are Lagosian.
Oh,
You've been to Lagos, accepted. You passed through Lagos. But that you know Lagos. You don't know anywhere in Lagos.
When they were opposing Abacha, not when Jagaban was overseas. We were in the ones in Lagos. People like Bolagi were on the
ground. Where were you in Lagos? Where were you in Lagos? Where were you? Where were you in Lagos?
I stayed in Ikeja. I stayed in Legon Island sometimes, and I also.
Where in Lagos Island? Where in Lagos Island? Which side in Lagos Island?
Lagos Island in CMS. It's basically from CMS, walking distance from CMS. I stayed there.
Where? Which area? You know,
he does not know the name. You don't waste your time. He doesn't know the name.
The buildings are so clustered together.
No matter how clustered it is, they get streets.
I don't know. I'm not supposed to know all those
and
things.
And you live there. You live somewhere you don't know. Yes, you don't know the name of your streets.
See,
how do you get to that street?
You walk from
and you don't know the name. True Nigeria, no, this kind of lies are not these lies are not befitting
where that
lies.
Casket
Please.
Place is, where those people that do that casket is. You walk from there, just 5
Do you know how many places in CMS they sell caskets?
It's number one, the oldest one there, the number one. You will know
Who
it.
is the number one? Who is the oldest? I know they bury people every day.
Sell metallic caskets.
There are 1 million people selling metallic caskets. The headquarter of caskets is between Broad Street and Kakawa. So this one you are saying CMS. I don't know which one.
Okay, let me give you this to you. I had a Yoruba relative there that works with the one of those top casket. It's only one. There's not two.
There's no only one. No, you are lying. There's no only one.
Or something. What is his name even? Something caskets. He's like the number one guy. He's not far. He's like next to the building of CMS building itself. He's not very far from CMS building.
What do they do? The CMS building. What do they do in that CMS building?
I think it's some kind of. I don't know. It's like a library or something. I don't know.
Well, you are getting close. It's a bookshop.
I don't know what it's.
It's a bookshop.
Yeah. It's something
it's
like
not
that.
Tall. It's not that tall, though.
It's tall, though. In my mind.
No, it's not. You are coming from a village, so a 4-story building will be tall to you.
It's not first story building. It's a lot taller than first story building. It's quite tall.
CMS building is not. CMS bookshop is not tall. Stop it.
So you walk from that guy that does casket, just 3 minutes walk or so, you cut into the side street, and you start going deep, and you start seeing houses everywhere, all kinds of corners everywhere. And among them, one of them is the one I stayed at. I know my way around, but I don't know the name of the streets.
I understand you too, Naija. You know, when you come from village like that, you can't reach Lagos.
Look at that. Look at that.
Everything go scatter.
Oh, they make a lot of caskets in that area. They have a lot of casket workshops in those this area. Those that do wooden casket. But this guy was at the tippy top. He does.
But true Naija, let's be realistic. Stop telling anybody you lived in Lagos. You came to Lagos. You are in Lagos briefly. But
I was in Lagos for 2 years. I'm not going to say.
No, you are not in Lagos for 2 years.
Fine. Keep saying that now.
If you are in a commercial bus, because that time you never get money to enter taxi, because Uber never did. So inside the bus where you did, then with the call bus stop.
Yes, they call bus stop, but I don't remember their names now. They say so many names now. Come on. How am I supposed to know? I am very, very insular, you know. I just focus on where I'm going and where I. But I know once you mention maybe Twain Street rang a bell in my head. I'm trying to. Where's Allen Avenue on the map now? It doesn't seem to show on the map. Does it have maybe as a name? Maybe Road or something? I don't know. I'm trying to find Allen Avenue on the map. I don't know where it is. Where Ikeja bus stop? Let me just start the Ikeja bus stop.
You know, Ikeja bus stop to Allen Avenue. It's far small, but not be say it too far.
Yeah,
like
not that far. Yeah, Ikeja
Allen Junction, Okwebi Adeni Jones.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You know Airport Hotel. You know Airport Hotel. You know Airport Hotel.
Yeah, I've had. Yeah, that hotel is ugly now. Yeah, that was what the hotel I was telling you now that is ugly now. It's not that.
You know Airport Hotel.
Yeah, it's
where
big
it is.
and
Where
old.
it is.
I think
Where
it's
it
in
is.
front of there's a petrol station next to it, isn't it? Am I wrong?
True Naija, it's just like telling me in a gas station there's a store in a gas station in America.
No,
What are you
I think
saying
that
now?
was the hotel. That hotel is an old one, and when I saw it again, there was not that much of an improvement. As a matter of fact, around that area, across the road, they sell food. So the area I'm thinking, I don't know what that is.
You got that one right.
You see that? You see now the truth is beginning to come out.
Now because now recently when you go Naija, now they carry you out.
Now it's recent. The truth will come out now. I'm telling you.
How many clubs you go for Lagos?
No, I didn't go to any clubs when I was in Lagos. I was a very good person, you know, I'm a very gentleman. I mind my business. That's all I did. But it's quite striking that even the short period of time I was there, I was in that area when they buried Abiola, and I went there that day. It's just astounding that even if I wasn't in Lagos for a long time, I was there. And it turns out that I was also present in Port Harcourt when Sarawiwa was executed, in the area where he was executed. And when I was telling the guy earlier on today, he thought I was joking. I told him that's the area. I know that there's a prison there. And we went and took the prison on the map. And
but through Naija, I'm pleading on behalf of we Lagosians. Stop telling anybody you live in Lagos. You disgrace us.
I will try to keep it light. I'm not going to say I'm a Lagosian. I just said that. I never said I was a Lagosian.
You didn't live in Lagos for 2 years. Even Mala will live for Lagos. We know if he speak English. He go describe Lagos past how you describe him.
Why do you think I get cross when people just start saying that these guys built Lagos? Because I was there. I don't like when people just make stuff up.
Which side? The Lagos that you went to that you don't know the name, and you are saying you were there. Where do you know in Lagos? Do you know Magodo?
No, I don't know Magodo. I think I went to Surulere for a while. I was in Surulere.
Which side is Surulere?
Hey God, when you ask me these questions, how am I supposed to know? I was there briefly. I don't know the precise area.
So to round it up, you were in Lagos briefly, not for 2 years or 3 years.
2 years.
No.
I went around a lot too, and there was
if you went around a lot, all these places we are mentioning, they are the happening places.
Yeah, you see, we went around. We went to markets to sell stuff. I went
Which market?
with an uncle of mine. It's crazy, you know. We have all kinds of different connections. The uncle I went with is an Igbo guy that I went with that one. Then the CMS is Yoruba, and this is why when people keep saying you are from here, they don't even have a clue.
Nigeria, go and do
You
your
guys don't have a
research
clue where
well.
you're
Go and do your research very well, but stop impersonating Lagosian, please. Please.
Yeah. Where's that Ikeja bus stop again now?
Ikeja bus stop is in Ikeja, so where are you looking for again?
Yeah, but you have to get it to find your way around to the.
Which around? Where are you going there?
I'm trying to
get. You know Computer Village.
Yes. Oh my God! Now you're talking. I was there before Computer Village was created.
What year was Computer Village created?
I think it started getting created after 2000 because I was there next to the computer college. I lived there. Yeah. That area was getting crowded when people used to go there and play Mortal Kombat and all those things around there.
Yeah.
And it started developing after that period. When I went there in 2016, the whole area was full with Computer Village.
You are talking about Lagos. You are talking about Lagos City College.
Exactly. Now you begin to see. I even did computing course in Lagos during that period. So see, when people say Lagos was built by these guys, I was like, Lagos had computer colleges then in 1999.
Who was the president? Who was the governor in 1999?
I think he was a military guy. I don't know who he was.
No, it was Tinubu. It was Tinubu.
No. It wasn't Tinubu. It wasn't Tinubu I left just after the Abu Salam came into office. After I came into office, before I left this in Lagos. But during that period, Lagos was by and large not that different from what I went to and found in 2016. It was, and when people keep saying this guy built Lagos, I was like, no, I was there. I know what I saw.
Did you see the BRT?
No. I don't think they were there then. I don't think they were there.
When you went this time around, did you see the BRT?
Yeah, I saw them.
So you didn't see that Lagos, the road and network, everything has changed.
It's a lot better. That's true. And people gave
credit. So who did all those ones?
They were saying it was Ambode. They were saying
it wasn't Ambode. BRT was Fashola. Right, Tinubu started it, and Fashola finished
Mawa. You see, this guy knows. He knows. Yeah, just reason you are there. You know what we are talking about. This guy is on the same wavelength as I am. He seems to know the key words. The moment you mention Mawa, I know he was the governor when I was in Lagos. He was the governor. There was a time they even picked me up because I was outside late. Lagos was not easy.
If you are in Lagos in 1999, what those army and police patrol, what were they called?
I don't know what they are
called. Operation something.
I can't remember.
Operation Sweep. If you are in Lagos, you must know Operation Sweep.
That's the word, Operation Sweep.
After they say it,
oh, come on.
Nigeria, you are not a nice.
No.
You are not a Lagosian.
I know exactly what they do when they pick you up. They pick me up. Those guys are ruthless, so they will pick you up. They don't care where you come from, where you're going. They will say you are just a vagrant on the road. And the next day, before they let me go, they will take you to go and do some labor. As a matter of fact, that was the first time I went to First Stack. They took me to First Stack. Those guys. Operation Sweep. So when I tell you I've been in Lagos, I'm not going to call myself.
You came to Lagos, but don't stop claiming you know Lagos. You came to Lagos briefly, maybe 1 or 2 weeks. At least
you started acknowledging that.
Maybe 1 or 2 weeks. 1 or 2 weeks.
1 or 2 weeks. Yeah, you'll be surprised what I know. When my memory starts coming back, you'll be surprised what I know. I know a lot.
Lagos boy, no, they lose memory. You got to be sharp, always on point.
Yeah, right. If I need it, it will come back. If I need it, if I was on the ground.
Now you need it to defend yourself, but it's not coming.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not in Lagos now. I was quite rough. By even people that were going when I came to Lagos.
You were there. Take go shine.
I was very polite, man. I was like, rough. You know how those conductors are shouting at you and see they're about to kill you when nothing is about to happen. I became one of them. I was quite rude in Lagos. Even my relatives were like, "What's wrong with you? You're just knocking people over. You're walking. You're not looking at where you're going." I was like I thought we are in Lagos. Let's do what they do. Now they're all crazy here. Let's do craziness. So it's quite fascinating, actually. Personally, what I found in Lagos is that it had its own energy, and it's a shame I've not had the chance to go to Lagos much. Anytime I go to Lagos, Nigeria now, it's always Abuja. But I do like
Because
Lagos.
you cannot survive in Lagos. Lagos, you need street credibility to be
I
in
can
Lagos.
survive just fine in Lagos. I worked in Tinkan Island, for crying out loud. I can
The
survive.
last thing you remember is the last time you received a call on your phone. The next thing, your phone is gone.
What was that place
Yeah,
do we go
Lagos
to?
is it's fast paced too, Nigeria. It's very fast paced. You have to think like real quick.
It's like heaving all the time. Lagos is heaving. You can feel the vibration in the air constantly. And when I remember when we went and cleared some goods from this seaport, and then we took it to this place. Geez, man, I've been around in Lagos. It's very weird. Even if I was there for a short time, I went to so many different areas. Look at all the areas I've already named. There's also more different areas I've been to in Lagos. I didn't just stay in one place. From the remote areas to the center of Lagos, different areas. I've been to even the British Council, Ikoyi areas. I've just been
And
everywhere.
that was where you went to get your visa. Now I said it. I said you came from Lagos to
That's not where you get your visa.
Water Carrington.
I think where you get your visa is somewhere else. Actually, that place that is not. Man, those days are different. Actually, I don't even.
When you went to
time. What did you go to Lagos to do? What did you do in Lagos? Like what was your purpose in Lagos?
We were doing trading. We did a lot of different trades, and the family and all, they did all kinds of different trading. So you go to Lagos when they say you should go there, and you go with family. Sometimes I go and see family members too that are also in different areas of Lagos. They will invite you. You go and see them, and quite a few times I stayed more than straight 6 months in one area. Then later on I go to another area again. Then go to Port Harcourt, come back again. It's just on, and man, different things I did in Lagos. I can't for somebody that I went there for just a total of about 3 years. I went to different areas, quite a lot of different areas, from working in Tinkan Island, clearing goods from there, going to Lagos Island, staying there for a while, Surulere, stay in the Toyin Street area and Allen Avenue area. Which other area did I stay again in Lagos? There was one other place that they took me to that is completely outside, almost outside Lagos. Now it probably is on the outskirts of Lagos. They will call it outskirts of Lagos now. And in Ogba, I was also in the Ogba area. In Ogba, that one, there was this guy I stayed with there to over 6 months. So quite different things and different areas I went to. I didn't just stay in one area like somebody that just grew up in Festac and stayed in Festac for 20 years and said they are Lagosians. So I went around.
You don't know the major places in Lagos. I mean, you are all these places. There are places you can hear in documentaries.
No, I don't blame you for thinking that. I don't blame you for thinking that. My memory will come back.
You disappointed God when I say 3 consecutive bus stops.
How am I supposed to know that? I don't even think I would know that while I was in Lagos.
You don't know the next bus stop to your house.
I will
the next bus stop to your own bus stop. The next bus stop to your own bus stop.
Not likely. I don't think I will remember it too. I will remember my bus stop, but I may not remember the one next to mine. I may not remember it. I will know it, but I will not memorize it. Listen, so that's the airport hotel there.
Please, for future reference, stop impersonating Lagosian, please.
Yeah, right. Me impersonating.
Don't tell anybody. Don't tell people you live in Lagos.
Allen Avenue. Now I'm in the area I'm supposed to know.
Because you are on Google Map.
Yes. I'm checking
now
Google
you are
Map
on Google
now.
Map.
I want to translate my position. All these people that are telling me I don't do anywhere.
So all the while you've been mentioning, all those areas you've been mentioning were areas we are getting from Google Map. Now,
no, this area I stayed here for some reason. I don't know why. It just seems like if I was trying to say, okay, where I actually stayed in Lagos, I would claim this area because it was one of the main areas I stayed for quite a long period of time. That Allen Avenue area. Let's see. Obafemi Awolowo way. That looks Kudirat.
That's where. Yeah, that's where the airport hotel is.
Yeah.
Awolowo way.
And let's see, Makinde and Aromire Avenue. I don't know about that one. No. I don't know about Aromire.
Aromire is deep inside the Keja. So if you say you live, if you say you live next to Lagos City College, or what's it called? Okwebi Allen. You know Okwebi Allen?
Yeah, I know Okwebi Allen. I know the word though. I can't be sure where it is. All these things you always forget, even if you know the word. Muri Busari. I wish I can triangulate the place I was at before. It would have been nice to just recollect the memories.
You've destroyed everybody. They've ran away. I think we should call it a night.
Yeah. Thank you. I think you did help me actually. This whole conversation do help me refresh my memory.
I just came to defend people that are Lagosians, trying to let them know. Disclaimer. Nigeria is not a Lagosian.
Oh, but you now know I have a credible case to say people should stop saying this will build Lagos. They should stop it.
The beautification of Lagos came during that came from Tinubu and extended to other governors.
Beautification.
But for you to say that for 16 years you never knew Tinubu was the governor of Lagos. You didn't know Fashola was the governor for 8 years.
Fashola is the one I didn't know. I knew about Tinubu. I didn't know about Fashola. I wasn't following Fashola. Fashola wasn't exactly that popular when I was in Nigeria for some reason. I don't know why.
Fashola was not popular. The best
I didn't know him.
All
I knew was Bola Ige, Ganifa, Emi, Falana, all these heavy hitters.
What year was Bola? What year was Bola Ige? That's a long time ago.
Yes, now that's before 1999. Now those were the ones that actually were on the ground fighting Abacha, not the Jagaban that was overseas. They were on the ground, and I was in Lagos then. Why do you think when I came back I was like, the whole world has turned upside down? Tinubu is the man that is willing so much power. I didn't know that. I was like, wow, Tinubu can deselect a governor. When I was in Nigeria, he was a nobody.
It was somebody because before you left Nigeria, he was already a senator. So don't say it was a nobody.
No. I think I didn't know that he became a senator. I think he was about to run for office when I left. I don't know.
He was a senator before you left Nigeria. Go back to your Google. Google will tell you. You didn't read the Google well.
You want to force me to accept him? Oh, thank you.
I think we should call it a night.
Let's call it a day.
I'm going to make my final announcement. So, guys, today's Showere will be joining us. So I hope everyone tunes in this evening to speak with Showere. And I want to thank all the panelists that were here from the beginning to the end. I appreciate you all. And the comment section people, you guys are awesome. God bless you guys. Thank you to Naija, Boaz, Simba, Mike, and Rational Mind. You guys are awesome. Have a good night. Ta-ta.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.